Welcome everybody to the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic. We're going to get things kicked off here momentarily. We certainly appreciate everybody who's here and who's watching from home. First, let's start things off. If you please join me standing with your hats off for the national anthem. Flag is right over my head here.
Oh, wait, wrong job. Well, it's cold outside, 17 degrees here in Pennsylvania, but it is getting warm in the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. Welcome to the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic from Mannheim, Pennsylvania, as the stage is set for archery, a full day. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Rob Morgan, who's going to join me for a couple of these events this morning. And we're here because it is time to get our final day of the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic underway. Now, if you're new to the Lancaster Archery Classic, let's take a look at the rules and what they're shooting. First of all, they're 18 meters from where they stand to the target downrange, and in this particular tournament, they're shooting at a 40-centimeter target. Now, the top four qualify, and the rank ties are broken by 11s, and the 11 is the middle ring. We're going to talk more about that. And in this one, it's a bottom-up format. So 4 is going to shoot against 3. Whoever wins that advances and shoots against second, and then whoever wins that goes for the number 1 spot. But for 2022, we have a couple of new items. Number 1, max points now 136 in these matches, 12 arrows. Why? Because we have a 12 ring, 1.5 centimeter white dot. It must be called for it to count, and we're going to tell you about that in a little bit. And you're only allowed 1 call per end, so that's new for 2022. Now, let's get to our third member of our broadcast team, PJ Riley, who's going to introduce our archers to the field of play.
All right, let's get things kicked off. We're going to start off with the folks who get up early every day. Our Masters Open Pro. If you're over 50, you're up at 5 no matter what. We'll start off with our 4th place qualifier, George Riles from Snellville, Georgia. George, of course, is the 2021 Tokyo Paralympics USA head coach. Our number 3 qualifier, Mike Jablonski from West Branch, Michigan. Mike's been shooting for 15 years. Mike's the higher rank, so he's going to get to choose where and when he shoots.
All right, so what the judge is explaining now to the archers is the process, Rob, of what they do to call the 12 ring. So you can see on the platforms at the very front, there's a little red button there. if they want to call the 12 ring at any time during each one of these 4 ends of competition, they just simply step on the light. That's going to illuminate a red light underneath to indicate to the judges that they want to shoot for that 12 ring. If you don't call it and you hit it, tough luck.
10.
All right, Rob. This is the Senior Pro Masters Open Pro category, 50 plus. It's one that you competed in. And let's talk about what's real for these archers compared to the younger folks that end up stepping on top of the platform. Things can look a little different for this class, can it?
Oh man, just the struggles. You know, your eyes aren't what they used to be for sure. You know,
11.
the young guys, they all got clear vision. They can see the X, and you know, sometimes we can see the X, sometimes we can't. It's pretty blurry.
And you know, the thing that's interesting about this class is if we look across the talent that's here, we can't think of anyone who's a full-time archer anymore. Everybody seems to have a job in this class, don't they?
Yeah, everybody's working here. You know, the money's not quite as big in the seniors as it is for the younger guys. So yeah, everybody's got a job.
Look at George Riles, who I think this is George's first year competing in the Masters Open category. Let's get the PJ.
Along with me, yep. George's first year.
You got the nerves, George?
Big time, like the most ever.
George, you're a coach. You coach the Paralympic team, but you have your Hornets team at home there. Just tell us a little bit about your archery career. I know you shot the Classic before, but I don't think you've been on this stage before?
Way back in the early beginnings, you know, I got this far, but not in a while. It's been a long time.
So I've seen your videos. I know you put your students through shooting on this stage. How's it feel for you to be up here?
Well, I feel like I'm more nervous than they are when they do this.
All right, George. Well, congratulations on a great weekend. We'll be talking to you some more. Mike Jablonski, tell us a little bit about your Classic history.
I've been coming here. I think I missed 2 years since 2008, and never made it up to the stage. So
First time on the stage. How's it feel?
it was good. A little nervous, but I'm gonna get through it.
Does it help that it's early in the morning and, you know?
Much, anyways.
All right. Thanks, guys. We'll get competition going. We're at 32-28 in favor of Mike.
So the first score, 32-38. If you're new to archery, of course, it's 3 arrows per what we call an end. So each time you have a cluster of arrows that you're going to stop shooting and then you go score, we call it an end. But Rob Morgan, the thing about these archers is that don't you feel that it's literally draw to draw sometimes? You can draw back, everything feels right. You feel like you're 20 years old again. You can just throw it right in the middle, and then other times you just draw it back once and you're like, why is everything shaking?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. You still have the days though where you're like, yeah, I can compete with those guys, and then you have the other days where the bow just will not sit.
Now, you own a bow shop. Tell us a little bit about your shop.
Yeah, we got a shop up in Montana. That's what we do full time, 6 days a week. And we get to play sometimes, get to take a few days off and go to a tournament.
So do you deal with a lot of like a wide range of archers, from new archers to archers that have been either hunting or competing for a long time? Great shooting by Mike.
No, that's pretty solid there for Mike. He took me out yesterday. Thanks, Mike.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
On the way through elimination rounds.
Yep. No, we have a ton of kids, a lot of beginners. Our main focus there is bow hunting. We really don't have a strong target crowd. Even though Tate, Chris, and I, both hail from there, it's just target's not the big thing there.
Ultraview scope made by one of the Hornets. Yes. I have a Shibuya sight, Hoyt Invicta, Hamsky rest, Ultraview hinge release. So got some good stuff here.
Easton 2315.
Yeah, they're vintage cobalts. Yeah. So I brought these out for a tournament that Joe Catt put on, Nostalgia Bow Shoot, where everybody showed up with 100-year-old bows and shot, and I just love these things.
And apparently they're working.
They do well. Yeah, when I do well, they do well.
All right, Mike, we'll get to you in a second. Of course, George is shouting out to the UV crew, Colby Hanley, UltraView, one of our sponsors here, makers of the UV scopes and the hinge. 65-61 after
Looking at Jablonski shoot, I mean, it's just, the form is there, it's solid. I mean, when you look at him and you say, okay, Mike, he's only been shooting, he says, for 15 years. And I say only because George has been shooting for 40 years. But Mike Jablonski looks solid this morning.
Yeah, Mike's been solid, though, for really his whole career, even though he hasn't been shooting as long as most of us.
Do you find in a category like this, every now and then you run across someone who is not shooting a newer bow, that has that bow from 20 years ago that felt good, and they just won't give it up? Or does this category often, like me, who shoots in this category, just look at the new stuff and want to be able to shoot the new stuff?
I still think we still want to shoot the new stuff, you know. Definitely, you have those bows that you love that you never want to give up, but we all love to shoot the new bows.
11.
George Ryle starting to find his rhythm, also known around these parts as Grubb. Starting to get in the flow.
11.
So one slight bobble in this one. Now look, next week we're in Vegas, and hitting that second ring all day long is all you need. But in this game, that little X ring in the middle counts as 11. And that's the white dot right down there on that 7-6 ring, or the 8-7 ring, is what people have the option to shoot each end.
Excel sight, housing, feather vision lens, 6 power, AAE rods. You got Freak Show rest, 777s, triple X.
What release you got?
I got the goat. Shoot.
Goat. All right, true ball. Looks like it's working for you, Mike. Good shooting. Heading into the last end, we've got Mike 97, George 93.
All right, so if you're George at this point, you're in the last end. Are you going to at least try to click the button at one point and go for a 12? What do you think?
Oh, most definitely. Why not? I mean,
the funny thing is that when I was up on the stage practicing it, and I was in my rhythm of shoot, shoot, buzzer, shoot, I forgot. I kept forgetting the 12 was there because it's never there. It's new to, so, and at least George has somebody in his coaching box that could remind him.
that's going to be an interesting strategy throughout the day to see who actually shoots at the 12 and what time they shoot at it.
11.
And by the way, if you're George Riles, not only do you have the tournament result on the line, but you got a lot of students that are behind you that are looking to make fun of you if you don't make the podium in this one. You knew it on the release there. Every now and then, Rob, we have one that you just want back, right?
Oh, yes. Unfortunately, it happens more and more as we get older.
So down at the target, we'll have judges that'll take a look, and there are a couple of them down there that are line calls. So the judge is going to break out that magnifying glass and the light. What they're looking for there is what, Rob?
Make sure, like on this arrow, did it actually touch the 10 line? It just needs to touch, but kind of looks like there's maybe,
Yeah, look, when she shines the light, it looks like there's just a little bit of yellow.
tiny sliver.
If there's any yellow between that line, it'll get the lower value, but as it touches the line, you get that higher value. So we're waiting for those official scores, but we know even with the split that it looks like Mike Jablonski's going to advance to the next round.
All right, our score is final.
So the score is final.
George Riles, 123. For finishing,
123 for George Riles, 128. So it looks like Mike Jablonski, who was our third place qualifier after qualification and eliminations, He'll advance to shoot against our second place qualifier. And George Riles, great effort, and he leaves with $1,000.
Our second place qualifier from Provo, Utah, Tim the Hammer Gillingham. Tim was born shooting archery. And we can't wait to talk about that bow.
Well, you know, the fact that he got Kyle Douglas up this early is pretty good, because Kyle's got to shoot the last match of the day. If I was Kyle Douglas, I would have said, I'm going to bed. But here comes Tim Gillingham up on the stage. Big, tall, knowledgeable, outspoken shooter, to say the least. And if you're looking at that rig right there, the one thing to know about Tim Gillingham, Rob, is he doesn't care what it looks like. He's going to do anything to shoot well.
Tim is definitely not afraid to try. It's an interesting setup he's got going on.
We're going to let him tell you about it, but definitely a couple sets of beasting stabilizers on the front.
11.
All right, so indication is it works for him, 100%. What is interesting, though, is that Tim Gillingham had the option of what side he wanted to shoot on, and he didn't move Mike off his spot. He left him sitting there.
Yeah, my strategy, I would definitely make the guy move, because the lighting's going to be different from side to side.
Mm-hmm. And knowing Tim Gillingham, he was here. He made a strategy. He wrote it down, so it's not like he just walked up on stage and said, I don't know, I'll pick a side. He definitely has a strategy coming in.
Definitely. He thought about it all night.
Oh, all night.
11:33.
Wasn't happy with that shot, but it got up there. Oh, now we get to hear from Tim.
Welcome to the big stage. It's been a while since you've been up here.
Yeah, well, I have my indoor issues.
But you won this. I know I saw a picture way back in the day. When was that?
I think it was the second one that they had, yeah.
You've been coming most years?
Yeah, I've come every year.
Every year. All right. Well, we appreciate you coming out. How's it feel? You feel comfortable up there?
Yeah, not bad, actually.
All right. That's good to hear. Thanks, Tim. We'll talk about that bow here next time, because I'm sure that's going to take a while.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. There was a meme on the thing called the internet, the social media, and they had a picture of his setup there with tennis balls on the end saying it was a walker. It's pretty funny.
We're getting there.
But look, I had a chance to go talk to Tim about that setup, and he's going to tell us more about it. But the bottom line is the whole thing for Tim is about the stability of the bow. And he was talking about shooting uphill, shooting downhill. It feels exactly the same. And that's what it's all about for Tim. You know, trying something, and he comes up with stuff new, and he is extremely knowledgeable in archery. And he almost has like an engineer mind in a way.
Oh, definitely. Tim, I would love to see Tim's workshop at home.
Oh, yeah.
He makes a lot of things.
He definitely does. Uncharacteristic 9 for Jablonski. And Mike Jablonski says he loves the rush of archery, and he really enjoys all the people. It's what keeps him motivated. And what started him in archery 15 years ago was actually just his friends. His friends got him interested and motivated in it. Looks like Tim Gillingham's starting to pull away a bit. Here's PJ with Tim's answers.
That?
Yes, that.
Oh, that's the future.
Run through what you got, and then we'll talk about the why.
All right, well, I got two 30-inch B Singer Premier Pluses out front on my own little custom bracket I've been running for a couple years. 20-inch V-bars creates a very high level of moments of inertia. I was just getting a little left to right in my setup and just got the idea to try that, and it actually works quite well.
And what bow you got there?
I have a Bowtech 38 Reckoning. Been shooting it for, this is my third year with it. Love the bow, just phenomenal. Had a lot of success with it. It's super easy to tune. You know, the new Bowtech deadlock cams and pockets are just really unbeatable in my opinion.
And is it coincidence that you also are in the business of selling stabilizers?
Well, one could say that maybe.
All right, Tim, good shooting so far. Tim holds 65-61 lead.
What is interesting, though, is that one of the questions that Tim gets at the show when people see his new stabilizer setup is on the line. When we shoot, you know, we're not that far apart. I mean, we're probably one body width apart. But you'd be surprised when you look at those stabilizers, they do wrap around Tim pretty closely. And I've shot with him outdoors with a setup like this and indoors, and it doesn't bother you at all. It doesn't affect the shooter next to him, you know, and that's the thing he is aware of that and conscious of that.
Yeah, you don't. I shot by him the other day, and yeah, you really don't notice it at all.
Can make fun of him, though.
Oh, you can, definitely.
Well, you've shot with him, Rob. You know the stories. When Tim Gillingham mentioned his problems indoor, do you know what those problems are? Have you seen them?
Tim's definitely got some demons. It's one day you can't beat him, the next day, yeah, he struggles. I think just his style of shooting, one day his mind really cooperates, and the next day it's kind of scrambled up there.
100%. And that is the struggle of archery, though, isn't it?
It is.
It certainly is. Sometimes for a guy like Tim, though, it shows up big. And the one thing I've noticed in shooting outdoor with him is that if it's windy, he's unbeatable because his mind is occupied with all the stuff that goes on when you're having to deal with windy conditions. It's those conditions when it's calm and nothing's going on that his mind can get away from him. And that's why I think indoor, as he and I have talked about before, indoor is a struggle because there's nothing to distract him from the dullness. And then that stuff creeps into your brain like, hey, did I leave the iron on? And then boom, you shoot a 9.
Yeah, no, it definitely, indoors is a game of perfection. You know, that game of I can't miss.
As a shop owner, you guys have an indoor range at your shop?
Yeah, we got a full range inside, so we spend a little time out there, not as much as we'd like to, but a little.
Yeah, that's the weird thing, isn't it, though, Rob? Like, people who come into archery, they love archery, and then they say, I'm going to get a job in archery, and then their shooting drops, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. They don't, when you're at the archery shop for 10 hours, really, I don't want to shoot my bow at night, so, you know.
So looking at Tim Gillingham, he's out of Utah, Provo, Utah, and Mike Jablonski here is out of Michigan. It just seems like that Montana area where you're from, Idaho, Utah area, you guys can produce some crazy good tournament shooters. Why is that?
We've got some great natural talent up there, and I think it's the people that we're around all the time. You know, when you're around the best people and shoot with the best people, it just kind of, you naturally gravitate that way, and you just strive to be better and better and better.
And you know, that's one of the things about coming to a place like the Lancaster Archery Classic is Tim Gillingham spends all his day in a booth. You know, he's in the gold tip bee sting stabilizer booth, and you can go up there and have a conversation with him and ask him why. And he might, you know, illuminate you to some things that you can try as an archer that are going to help your setup. Well, we're getting down to it in this match as Tim Gillingham throws another 11 down range. See that Tim Gillingham still with a 3-point lead over Jablonski. Well, the winner of this match is going to advance to shoot against the #1 qualifier and try to knock the #1 qualifier off and grab the top step of the podium. We know that Gillingham or Jablonski are going to end up on the box no matter what. All right, for Tim here, if he can squeeze off a solid shot. It's good. You know, that third target's been bugging him a little bit. You can see that It's been low on the third one. That's what you need to get done. Nobody calling the 12.
11.
Solid as you like. And Tim Gillingham, after official scoring, is going to advance. Great shooting first thing in the morning for both archers. That's a solid looking 12. When we get to this level in compound, especially when we get to the end of the day with Open Pro, I mean, it's just what we expect to see. 33s the whole time.
It is. It's what you push yourself, you know, every time. That's all you really aim at is the X.
So Tim Gillingham with a 130, Mike Jablonski with a 127, and he will be credited with third in this tournament, so a good run for Jablonski. Now when you look at qualification and you look at eliminations and you combine the total scores, for the Masters Open category, 924 points total. Tim Gillingham shot 909, but the next competitor we're bringing out, 912 total points.
Randy Morocco from Strongsville, Ohio. Randy gets to choose.
All right, so Randy gets to choose, and we'll see what he. Oh, all right, he didn't knock Tim off his spot.
No, I would definitely make a move. Just a little bit of lighting difference from lane to lane.
That's all I'm saying. So what, should we rename this class the gentleman's class?
Yeah, it is. It's totally different. You know, we're up there. We have a good time. It's competitive, but it's not as competitive.
Yeah, I think you kind of get to a certain point when you're 50 or over, that edge, that you know that you can be competitive. You can still want to be competitive and have that competitive edge, but there's been a lot of experiences between you and the people you're shooting against.
Oh yeah, and I mean, we all want to win. We all come to win, but at the end of the day, you know, when somebody shoots great, it's good. You know, we're all friends out there.
All right, so what you're looking at, don't worry about the names on this one. I think that initially they just kind of switched the names around. So right now you're looking at the name on top of the target.
10.
That's actually Randy Morocco's target. So I'm sure that they'll switch the names here in a second. So far, so good for Tim Gillingham. No demons have popped up.
11.
See if Gillingham can get a 1 point advantage. He does. So he goes another 33 for Tim. Let's hear from PJ.
Randy, welcome to the final stage. How long have you been coming to the class?
About 5 or 6 years.
5 or 6 years. Have you made it to the final stage before?
I have in 2019. I mean, actually 2020.
2020, all right. How's it feel? Feel familiar? Nerves? How's it going?
Feels a lot better than last time. First time I was on the stage, it was quite nerve-wracking, but it's nice to be back.
Now you're comfortable up there.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but we're doing it better than I did the first time. So.
All right, Randy, great opening round there. This one's going to be a tight one, 33-32. Remember, archers, you have that 12 ring.
So for Randy Morocco and asking him, you know, what motivates him to stay in the sport of archery, it's an answer that we often find, Rob, Morgan, the people and just the love of archery itself.
Oh, absolutely. You meet a lot of great people, especially when we get to travel all around the U.S. And it's, you know, you look forward to going to tournaments. It's the only time you get to see these people, and they're great friends and just good people to be around.
This match for the #1 spot. If you're just joining us, we're here at the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic here in Spooky Nook Sports Complex. For Tim Gillingham, he just dropped one a little low, still caught the 10 ring. The English that we see Tim Gillingham shoot with sometimes is a little bit bigger than the score. Thought that one looked like a 6.
10.
Yeah. So Randy had an opportunity there. It slipped away from him. 4 ends, 12 arrows total. Highest score wins. If we have a tie, we go to a tiebreaker. If we need that, we'll explain it to you. But right now, Tim Gillingham sitting on a 1-point lead as we're on arrow number 5 of 12 in this match.
11.
What are you seeing from Randy Morocco's shooting in his process?
I think we're just seeing just a little bit of nerves from Randy. He's been shooting solid all year. Really, really good scores. Like, we're just seeing just a little bit of nerves.
And we know that there are a variety of ways to hook up to the D-loop and then send the arrow downrange. Thumb button. There's...
9.
Ooh. Yeah. Randy kind of gave the old stabilizer a little bit of a bump. You know, you hate to see that. But there's hinge releases, there's buttons, there's wrist strap releases. What's your preference? What do you choose to shoot, or are you one of those shooters that bounces around?
I don't really bounce around. I like the hinge. It just puts my mind at ease. It's one less thing I have to worry about. I just put the dot in the middle and aim and execute the shot, pull through and aim. And I can't be a Tim. If I put the button up there, my mind goes bad places. It might be in the middle one time and it might not.
When people come into your shop and they're interested in shooting, I mean, from a hunting standpoint, does anyone in hunting ever shoot, you know, a hinge type of release, or is it? Do you find it's just a competition type thing?
No, we have some guys that shoot the hinge. Most of the time, I don't recommend it. Just all the weird things that could go wrong out in the field. But yeah, we do have a few shooters that shoot a hinge. I shoot a hinge a lot of times during hunting also.
Is that right?
It's just you're comfortable with it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So why mix it up, right?
Yeah, pressure situation.
What do you recommend for a new shooter that's coming into your shop in terms of if they're interested in that compound?
A new shooter always using an index finger. It's an easier release to use, easier release to learn on.
11.
And then you kind of work them into their process
Yep.
before you worry about the release.
Yep.
But there you go. If you're a
Make
new
sure you
shooter,
got good form and
Yep.
you know your process is good, your mechanics are good.
11.
third end of the final match for Masters Open Pro. This is a 50-year-old plus category. So if you turn 50, different sanctioning bodies, different organizations do it slightly differently. I believe in NFAA, it's your birthday and then moving forward. USA
Yes.
Archery, it's just the year you're born. So if you turn 50 on December 31st, you can be 49 all year and shoot USA Archery in Masters Division.
Yep. ASAA is the same way also.
11.
Yep.
By the way, if you're wondering, Tim Gillingham stands, what would you say, 6'5", 6'4", 6'5"?
Pretty close to that.
And his draw length is monstrous, isn't it? I think it's 32 and a half or 33.
32, 33, yeah.
Yeah.
With a 4-inch D-loop.
Yeah, with a 4-inch D. Oh, yeah. And Tim makes it work. You know, he knows how to work the bow. You know, you look at that Reckoning 38, and there's, you know, a range of draw length. And so it can only go so far. And so then he'll use whatever he needs to do to get that draw length out there. And that D-loop is one of them.
Yeah, when you're the tall guy, it's not necessarily the good thing all the time. People are like, oh, your bow's fast, but there's a lot of mechanical issues when you got that long draw length you have to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with where the cams roll over, how much valley. There's just a lot to it. Now, what we have seen, Rob, recently, though, is a couple of the bow manufacturers started to come out with long draw versions of their bows. And that kind of shows you that I think the archery, what I've seen is more left-handed options available for people lately, more long draw. It kind of seems like the archery industry is responding to kind of a broader audience. Is that what you find from the shop perspective?
Definitely. Like before, you know, a few years ago, if you were a long draw guy, we have one model. You know, you're kind of pigeonholed into one model now. Every manufacturer's got one, if not two models, so some pretty good selections out there.
Final end of competition, Tim Gillingham with a lead. We haven't seen anybody this morning jump on that 12 button just yet.
If I was Randy, I might put some pressure on Tim here and do it, see if I can rattle him a little.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. And the other thing too is Tim is facing Randy's back, right? So if he steps on the light, Tim's going to see the light underneath his platform. Where if Tim steps on it, Randy might never see it.
Right.
11.
Yeah, he didn't like that one. Randy with a chance to get a point back. Got it. He sent that one.
There we go.
Randy's stepping on the button. He's beating it up.
12 call.
There's the red light underneath the platform that indicates to the judges that he has called a 12. Let's see what happens here. Just above it. And there's the risk reward of that one. Although it wouldn't have changed the score, I think it was a safe play. There's the camaraderie in archery.
Randy Morocco is going to be our second place finisher in Masters Open.
They're going to check scores, but Randy Morocco will be second. Tim Gillingham will take the victory in the Masters Open category, coming from the second qualifying position.
Randy Morocco, great finish.
So,
and our champion, Masters Open Pro, $4,000 from us, $5,000 from Bowtech, $200 from Bee Stinger per stabilizer, I think, $400 from Gold Tip. Tim Gillingham, Masters Open Pro champ. Tim, people at home may be making fun of that, but you keep winning.
Hey, that was a pretty good debut for it, don't you think?
Absolutely. We're going to see that all over the ranges. How's it feel, Tim, to come back here and win this thing after so many years?
It really feels good. I struggle more getting to the show, I think, than I do in the shows usually. I just, for some reason, when I'm up there, it feels kind of surreal around me, and it don't really bother me. But out there, I'm in my own head all the time, so.
All right, Tim, congratulations. Great round, Masters Open Pro champ.
now we're going to put Tim on the headset and find that's pretty good by PJ, I have to say. Contingency per stabilizer.
Yeah. Everybody.
All right, Tim. Greg White here. Rob Morgan here. Congratulations. Great shooting. And you had a couple that just dipped a little low there, but it looked like the match went pretty smooth for you. A couple matches.
Yeah, I mean, that's, always been my issue. Just you got to stay strong in the shot, and when you don't, it starts to sag out the bottom. So, and in here, the lighting's a little different, so I can't see the centering ring on my scope very well. So you got to be very conscious to stay centered because I'm using a 42 millimeter scope. So, centering issues can hurt you a little bit more on stuff like on a bigger scope lens, bigger peep.
This was the first tournament that you shot with that stabilizer setup, right?
Yeah, I mean, I put it together about 2 weeks ago.
Of course you did.
I changed releases the day before I came. Come on.
Of course. I mean, if you
It's
didn't
indoor.
change something, if you didn't change something, you wouldn't be Tim. But any changes for next week, for Vegas, heading off to Vegas?
No, I'm actually super happy with my setup. It seems very, very forgiving. All I got to do is stay out of my own head, and it's really not hard at all. So.
Well, you did a great job today. Congratulations. And, enjoy all that stabilizer contingency money, as PJ pointed out.
Yeah.
One per bar. You're a rich man now.
Well, hey, I'm an indoor shooter now, right?
Yeah, that's your game. Indoor is your game. You heard it here first. Yeah. Congratulations, Tim. Masters Open Pro here at the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, we got another match coming up. Bowhunter is on the way. Don't go anywhere. We'll return after this. It's the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic here from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. And on deck is the Bowhunter class. The final four are getting ready to shoot up for that #1 spot. If you're joining us for this tournament for the first time, what's it all about? Well, that range you're looking at right there, 18 meters from the platform of where the archers stand, just about 20 yards down to a 40-centimeter target. And in this particular tournament, we had qualifications that ranked you, and then the top made it to the elimination rounds where they had to win in order to get to where we are today. And we're going to now take it to PJ Riley, who's going to introduce our archers to the field of play.
All right, next up we have our Bowhunter division. Our 4th place qualifier from Barberville, Kentucky, Jeffrey Grubb. And our 3rd place qualifier from Mount Crawford, Virginia, Luke Long.
All right, so Bowhunter category. I'm Greg White, sitting here with Rob Morgan, who's joining me for a couple this morning on a nice chilly Pennsylvania morning. I think it was 17 degrees outside, but let's talk about Bowhunter category. What's the difference between Bowhunter and the open categories?
Bowhunter class right away, the biggest thing you'll notice is stabilizers. You know, they can only use a 12-inch stabilizer, as where we're not limited in the open. And also in their sights, there's no magnification. They're just shooting a straight pin. And once they start shooting, they can't move their sights. So that's, you know, a little bit of a disadvantage.
Oh, so yes. So in this particular case, if the practice range is 2 clicks different from this particular range, they've got to deal with it?
You just got to deal with it. Can't move your sight.
All right. Luke Long coming out strong with a 10. Now, when we see a compound bow, especially when you see an open bow,
9.
What's interesting is when you get to this Masters Open division, you get to the Open Pro division, you just expect to see 11, 11, 11. It's not necessarily the case in Bowhunter, is it?
11.
No, it's not. It's gonna be. You never know on some of these matches. They can turn. There's gonna be some 9s, 11s.
10.
All right, so Jeffrey Grubb just trying to find his rhythm right now.
9.
I would guess these guys are going to be more apt to use that 12 button too.
Just send it.
Just send it.
Mm-hmm.
9.
Let's go to PJ.
Our archers here, Jeffrey Grubb. Where are you from, Jeffrey? I forgot already.
Eastern Kentucky.
Eastern Kentucky. All right. Have you been to the Classic before?
I have. This makes my 2nd or 3rd time.
2nd or 3rd time. Always shooting Bowhunter?
Yes.
All right. How old are you?
21.
21. Awesome. Well, we appreciate you coming out here, and we'll learn more about your equipment here in a second. Luke, how long you been coming to the Classic?
13 was my first year.
2013. And are you always Bowhunter class?
Yep, always shot bow hunter.
What do you like about that class?
Just what I've always shot.
You go from the woods right to the competition range, right?
I wouldn't go that far with this bow, but yeah, pretty much.
All right, well, you look pretty comfortable up there. We'll let you get back to the competition. After our first end, we have Luke leading by 2 points, 30-28.
And for Luke Long, his son, Kaysen, in attendance, this one. And the reason he got into archery? Hunting. Of course.
Of course, that's why we're all here.
That's why a lot of people are here, because of hunting. There's no doubt about it. And, you know, for Luke Long, he says that archery really helps to keep him occupied in the winter. And that's a big deal, because, as you know, as being a primarily hunting shop, there are not a lot of hunters out there that shoot year-round, are there?
There isn't, and we try to stress that all the time, too, man. If you can shoot good indoors, you can perform anywhere.
10.
So let's talk about these shorter stabilizers that we see these archers using. we see in the open categories these long stabilizers. So what's the benefit to the long stabilizer versus the short stabilizer, and why a short stabilizer on a hunting bow?
I think movement, and a lot of times when you're out in the woods, you don't have the luxury of being able to pack around a long stabilizer. It gets in the way. But the biggest thing, like in the competition field, when you get magnification in the open class, you need that longer stabilizer, better weight displacements to make the bow hold steadier. It magnifies all your movements. And with an unmagnified pin, you don't get as much movement.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. Plus, one of the things I found out early, I like shooting field, and I was in West Virginia one time shooting a field tournament, and I had a clarifier in my peep and a lens in my scope, and then it rained, and it got ugly. I couldn't see anything.
Yep.
Let's go to PJ.
Elite result 36 or 38. My bad. CB sight, CB rest, bee stinger bars, gold tip triple X's. I ain't got any more. Scott Apex.
Scott Apex, good looking rig there. How's it working for you?
Not very good at the moment.
Nerves? How your nerves feeling?
I'm feeling them.
All right. Well, good shooting, Jeff. We got time here. Let's talk about Luke. Tell us about your rig.
Old Alpha Elite, Excel bar and scope. You don't want to know about stabilizers. Shooting a Element, Stan Element.
And what arrows do you got?
Easton X7s.
All right, and both of you, I notice, have on your Bowhunter die hats. We'll have one of the guys out here. Bowhunting.com is one of our sponsors here, and they sponsor the bow hunting division with a special contingency. All you got to do to cash in on that is wear something with their logo. $750 for first place, $500 for second, $250
Wow.
for third.
All right, so these shooters out there, and this is to determine who's at least going to stand on the podium. Fourth place. Person who loses this one will take fourth place. Again, Rob Morgan, you talked about it. This Bowhunter division is not just an XXX division. This is one that when you don't have as much stabilization, you don't have magnification, and most of the time these archers are going to shoot with a fiber pin, because that's how you get it suspended. That's how you're going to get something on the target with no lens. Oftentimes we have a lens and we put literally a round sticker on it, but a great shot from Double L. Yeah, it's kind of, I wonder if Grubb's going to jump on that 12 button at some point. So that little dot that you're seeing on the target face is a 1.5 centimeter ring that counts as 12s only in the shoot-ups. They didn't have that available in
11
qualifications. And in order to shoot at it, you're allowed to shoot at it one time per end. And there's a button just in front of Long's foot that he can step on. It's going to activate a red light underneath the platform that'll tell the judges he's going for it. 30-second clock, so plenty of time as he settles back in.
11.
So I'm shuffling his feet too, which is unusual, isn't it, Rob? When you see a shooter going to full draw, shuffling the feet.
I think that's some nerves in play there. Yeah, most of the time we're pretty solid.
Yeah.
10.
Nerves are kind of leaving though. Looks like a little bit more solid.
32s, both these young men. Good scores, like I was talking about. You can step on that button at any time during your end. We haven't seen anyone do it yet today. And, for a guy like Grubb, if he goes 11-11 and then if the door opens and Long shoots a 10 or whatever and you getting that close to send it to overtime.
Yeah, you kind of have to watch your scores here and give yourself a chance.
And with these shooters too, I would think that with shooting a fiber pin, it's going to be easier for you to see that little dot. I shoot a dot that covers up most of the yellow. of the 9 ring. So if I'm going for that little tiny dot, I can't see it anywhere, and there's nothing to center it. But if you shoot a fiber, I would think you would have an advantage. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely the fiber's a lot smaller, easier to aim at that smaller aiming point.
All right, going into our last end.
So going into our last end, it's a 3-point advantage for Luke Long over Jeffrey Grubb.
Jeff.
And anything can happen here in Bowhunter. This to advance to shoot against our second place qualifier. He stepped on it. He called it. Called it early. If he just catches that line, he's going to get himself 12 points. PJ's on a spotting scope down there, and he says he got it. And that puts
It's going to be a good play, good decision.
Yeah. You know, Luke's a left-handed shooter, so he was facing Jeffrey's platform too. So when Jeffrey stepped on that button, he saw it go. Unfortunately, Grubb kind of gave those points back, didn't he, with that 9?
Yeah, 9 hurt.
11.
Nice shot by Luke. Good comeback after a 9. Nice shooting.
Todd Wilson, give me a call on that 12. Yes.
He got the 12. So Grubb did get the 12. Man, it's that second arrow, Rob. Like he just shot an 11. We're looking at something totally different. That 11, if Grubb could have gotten that 11, that would have been all tied up, and we would have been to overtime.
That's what's going to make that 12 ring interesting as the day goes.
Well, as we wait for the official scores to come in, a look at Luke Long settling into his shot. You can see there that he just kind of squints his non-aiming eye a little bit.
Takes that match 122 to 120. Jeff finishes in 4th place in our division, $500 payout.
So the final score comes in, and Jeffrey Grubb will get 4th place in this tournament in the Bowhunter category. Congratulations to him. And Luke Long advances now to shoot against our second place qualifier. Let's go to PJ.
All right, moving on to our second place qualifier, Andy Hunnell of Jefferson Hills, Pennsylvania. He is a 2019 Classic champ. So his picture is going to be on one of these banners up here. I can't see that far in this dark, so I don't know which side he's on. Our judge, Frank, will explain it to you, but Jeff made me nervous there. Just want to make sure everybody understands that 12 is once per end. I know Frank explained it, but I had a heart attack there for a second, thinking he was going to shoot it again.
Well, there's no rule that says you got to turn your light off, so he went for the light at the beginning of the round, and that's correct, PJ. You're allowed to call that 12 once per end. I know there are quite a few people, Rob Morgan, that bought these targets from Lancaster Archery Supply a couple weeks, couple months beforehand, just so they could practice that 12 ring.
Oh, definitely, yeah. We had a couple floating around our shop. They're nice to look at.
Yeah, they're definitely nice to look at. Here we go, shooting up for second place and a chance to shoot for the #1 spot in Bowhunter. Target 18 meters downrange, just about 20 yards, shooting at a 40-centimeter target face. That middle ring, normally an X ring if you shoot a Vegas round, in this tournament is worth 11 points. We have 3 arrow ends, 4 times highest score advances. Luke Long, who you just shot there, coming off of the first win of the day in Bowhunter, going up against Andy Hunnell.
11.
So, Rob, I'm curious. When it comes to nerves up there, you know, Hunnell comes out. He's now full of nerves, you would think. But Long, he's kind of settled in. Right? I mean, he should be settled in this point, but
A little more settled. I think the advantage has got to go, though, probably to Hunnell. He's been here, done it, you know, familiar stage.
yep, you heard BJ say that he's the 2019
11.
champion.
33.
Yeah, and
Your first time in the big lights, there can be some weird things happen. Some demons come out.
I can imagine. But how many times do we sit on the range by ourselves shooting, shoot a great score, and there's nobody there to even see it happen? Here, people applaud and cheer for you, and things go weird. And it's a different environment altogether. Let's go to PJ.
Andy Hunnell, welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. How's it feel to be back up there?
Nervous?
Which one are you on? I can't see in the dark there. I know it's 2019, but are you on the left side or the right side? Did you find yourself yet?
No, I never even looked.
All right, well, you're up there somewhere. So if you were going to give advice to somebody who's coming up here for the first time, what would you tell them?
Prepare for the nerves.
Can you prepare for the nerves?
No, not really, but you can try.
All right, we'll get a look at your equipment here. Thanks for coming back, Andy. Good luck to you. After two ends, one end, Andy Hunnell, 33-29 lead.
Rob Morgan, is there anything you can do to prepare for the nerves? I've tried some crazy things, but
It hits you at different times, different ways. The more tournaments that you go to, the more you put yourself in that position, you get used to it. But yeah, nerves are definitely, there's a lot of great shooters out there that at their home range you can't touch them, but
yeah.
When the nerves come into play,
There's a lot of local shops here on the East Coast that will have Lancaster Archery Classic warm-up shoots, you know, to try to get people on the line. And not a lot of people maybe have shot indoor tournaments to this point. I know quite a few people come here to prepare for Vegas even. You know,
absolutely. It's a great warm-up for Vegas.
You see a lot of the same people. You're lined up with hundreds of people, you know, shoulder to shoulder, and it really helps.
Yeah, and for those that haven't shot any tournaments yet this year, you really get to know how your equipment's going to respond to your body in a tournament situation before you go to the big dance.
Yeah, there's some techniques we've tried in the past. I remember a couple of years ago talking to Paul Tedford, who's now kind of semi-retired, and one of the things he tried to do for nerves was he actually put his round live on Facebook, knowing that people were watching, and he put his phone on the target and he shot a round. And I tried the same thing, and what was weird is you go back to full draw and all of a sudden your mind goes, gee, I wonder how many people are watching. Oh man, I better shoot an X or a 10 in this one because people are watching. And it was weird. It put some pressure on you, but it just can't simulate it.
No, unless you're here, it's tough.
So Long's dropped a point in this end. So that's the first non-11 for Hunnell. So Long can match score if he can get an 11.
11.
Well, you know, looking at Long, I loved his release. It looked effortless. Held the bow there. It's a good looking shot. Let's go to PJ.
Shadows. Good call. Tell us about what your bow set up here.
Sure, that's a Matthews TRX 38 G2. Dead center bars, front and back. True Ball XL sight. A Shrewd mini target. That's about all I got.
Arrows, I didn't see.
Gold tip, yes, I'm shooting a gold tip triple X. And then releases, I'm shooting a True Ball HBC.
Gotcha. You got your dead center bars there. You're a Pennsylvania guy. I'm sure you know Todd Reich well.
Todd very well.
Excellent. Dead Center, one of our classic sponsors here. We appreciate everything they do for us. They are sponsoring our scoring feed, as a matter of fact. After two ends, Andy Hunnell holds a 4-point lead, 65-61. Luke, remember, you can call that 12 once per end.
Rob, do you know everything that's on your bow and everything you shoot?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know it all. I mean, sometimes I forget, you know. I guess if you're not sponsored and you buy stuff, you're just kind of like, all right. Like somebody asked me where I release, and I'm like, I don't know what release I shoot. It's got a button on it, and I just whack the button as hard as I can when the thing's in the middle.
Yeah, no, I've got a pretty good grasp on what we got there.
All right, third end. Andy Hunnell building a lead. Now, if you look at qualification, our qualification round is 60 arrows. So with that 11 ring in play, the total points value is 660. And if you add the scores of eliminations to it, for the Bowhunter category, there was 1,056 points available during this whole tournament. Andy Hunnell shot 1,018 of them, 1,056. Luke Long was 1,006. And of course, if you look at the amount of 11 shot, the most 11 shot for the Bowhunter class was Andy Hunnell. He was able to capture 66 11s. And keep in mind that goes for the elimination categories as well. But it's a good thing about this tournament too, Rob, is that the points that you shoot in qualifications added to the points you shoot in eliminations are what ranks you in this Final Four. So, you know, some of the other tournaments we go to, it kind of like, it doesn't matter what score you shot, everybody's reset to 0, but at least it ranks you from first, second, third, and fourth. So for a guy like Dakota Smith who's coming up, he was able to shoot the most amount of points, puts him in first place. He's only got to shoot 12 arrows to get the win.
In this tournament format, first place is a big deal. You definitely want to qualify first.
So Luke Long hit the button, went for that 12, pushed it out just left. But no penalty in terms of, okay, he didn't shoot an 11, but he was in a situation where he needed to try to put some pressure on early. And it wouldn't surprise me if we saw Luke Long go for it again. But after Hunnell shot that 9, I think the 12 was the move.
Yeah, at some point in time when you're behind, you kind of gotta take that risk and give yourself a chance. And not only give yourself a chance, as get your score better, you got to put the pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, he had a look. There's a couple places the archers can look. Down below them, right in front of the platforms they're shooting on, is a monitor. You can see that, and that monitor is isolating their target so they can take a look. But most of the archers tend to look up at the big screen. That's also just above the stage. So quite an advantage now for Andy Hunnell. Barring disaster, Luke Long, not enough points available really to make up with the way that Hunnell's been shooting. But you got to go for it again. I think we see Luke Long step on the button one more time just to entertain the crowd. We'll see.
Yeah, you got to, just for the fun of it.
10.
Then Andy should just be on overdrive now, just kind of cruise control.
Mm-hmm.
Put the pin in the middle, nothing silly. Shoot your shot. Oh, there he goes. Hit the button.
All right, so Luke Long is saying he's going for a 12. Be a little better if his competitor didn't have his back to him and he could see the red light glowing.
11. 12 called.
All right, 12 called. He's going downtown. See if he can get it. He got it. Good job, Luke. This is Hunnell for the win and to advance.
9.
7-point lead, so I don't think that's going to be much damage there.
Sometimes that last arrow is the hardest arrow.
No question.
11.
Good finish for Luke Long. I like it. He stepped on the button twice. He took the chance.
Yep, he got it. Great shot, Luke.
What was funny last night in Barebow for the finals, John Demmer stepped on stage, and the first thing he did before they even started shooting, like they were getting ready to shoot, and he stepped on the buttons. It was pretty funny. Whole crowd was like, "What?" And then he clicked it off, and everybody had a good laugh. It was pretty funny. I was like, "That's how you work the crowd." All right, so third place for Luke Long, and he was the third qualifier coming in. So let's get back to PJ to introduce our next player.
All right, let's bring out our #1 qualifier, Dakota Smith from London, Kentucky. He's been shooting for 4 years. He's here with Union College Archery. Major accomplishment in archery, learning not to punch the release. You're gonna have to put on a clinic here later, Dakota, then. A lot of us have that problem.
Well, definitely, you don't want him talking to Kyle Douglas, who's a famous puncher, who's rolling right now, punching that release. But that is something, though. I'm sure that you see it at your shop too, that people will get after that button like it owes them money.
It is, and it's if you can control it, it's a great thing. But unless you got one of the few that have the perfect mind, it's a dangerous road to go down. We've all been there. You've all been where you can't even get the pin remotely close to what you want, and you automatically, your brain takes over and you just send it.
There's quite a few archers like your son Tate who shoot the USA Archery stuff outdoor on a soccer field, wide open, 50-meter. Wind is a big thing, and oftentimes I see those pros will have a couple releases in their pouch, a hinge release for the calm days and a button for the windy days.
Yeah, definitely on windy days, advantage puncher every single time. Every time.
The problem is it's so easy to get into that bad habit, and then it takes you weeks to work yourself out of punching the habit. But that's where a hinge comes in. You can't really punch a hinge. I mean, you can in a way, right?
You can. There's guys that'll punch it, but
you can kind of rotate it really quickly, but for the most part, it creates good habits.
11.
Hunnell back in the groove. Like I said, Dakota Smith here. 1,056 total points available this weekend. And Dakota Smith, 1,022 for the Bowhunter division. That is a heap of points.
9.
And for those of you bowhunters out there that are watching this feed and you're looking at your bow and you're thinking, well,
11.
I only have a 30-inch axle to axle or a 32-inch axle to axle. A lot of these competitors you're seeing on this stage are shooting target bows with a Bowhunter setup, but that doesn't mean anything. We have seen people come in here and pound with their same setup that they have outdoors.
Oh, absolutely. That's whatever bow you're comfortable with. In fact, if you look at our target setups and go back to Jesse Broadwater, Jesse loves that shorter bow.
Yeah.
We all shoot a longer bow. Jesse likes a short bow.
Yep, makes sense for him. That's why if you go to an archery shop like Rod's, sample some bows. When they have a range, test them out. Let's get to PJ, who's going to talk to this young buck, Dakota Smith.
Have you been to the Classic before?
I've been 1 year before.
1 year and shooting Bowhunter, or?
Yeah, Bowhunter. I sucked.
Well, this year you did not suck. So what's it like being up on that stage here as the #1 qualifier? The worst you can do is second place.
Still shaking like crazy.
What's worse, this or standing in a tree stand with like a 180-inch buck coming by you?
This.
All right, Dakota. Good luck here. Congratulations on a great weekend already. Andy Hunnell holds a 33-31 lead.
All right, so after the first 3, you heard PJ talk about that, so we still have 3 ends to go. 9 arrows. We'll see if Dakota Smith can settle down a little bit. Andy Hunnell's been here for a match already, but when you know that you have the championship on the line, I think advantage Hunnell at this point since he's done it before.
Advantage, yeah, definitely. And one match beforehand, too, to work the nerves out. Everybody wants to be the #1 guy, but I think the #2 guy's actually got an advantage because he's got some arrows under his belt out on the format, on the range.
That long hold paid off. I thought for a moment, uh-oh. You know, sometimes in your experience, can you get lost in a long hold?
You can. You start to just aim instead of execute the shot.
11.
Yeah, that's definitely a demon fighter for a lot of people.
Definitely.
Right? Oh, I got it.
Definitely,
I got it.
yeah.
I got it. I got it. In a normal situation, you'd think about letting down here with a 30-second clock. Just kind of depends how deep you get into that clock. You can see the slight movement.
10.
I think Dakota was just waiting for that bow to settle down, and it didn't quite get there.
11.
So to keep the gap at 2, Smith needs an 11 here.
Yep. 11.
Got it.
Nice shooting, guys.
Yeah, this is really good shooting. I mean, 32s with Bowhunter setup is impressive, no question about it. Now the question is, if you're Dakota Smith,
Justin and his partner Todd,
and his coach,
who could not be here with us today. It looks like the much as you guys bicker on TV, we think that. So listen, you and Todd have sponsored this division for a couple years. Just tell us what it means to you. We certainly appreciate you coming out here. I know these guys do as well.
Yeah, man, it means a lot to us. You know, our partnership, you know, with Lancaster means a ton to us. It's been great to work, you know, with most of the guys, PJ excluded from that list. But, you know, what we talk about a lot when we talk about bow hunting, right? And I know not everybody here is a bow hunter, but when it comes to bow hunting, there's all the work, the preparation, the hanging stands and food plots and all that stuff, but none of it means anything if you can't execute that shot at the moment of truth. And that's really what this kind of simulates for these guys up here. Like I tell everybody, there's nothing that's going to get you closer to that feeling of shooting an animal than being on a stage in front of a bunch of people expecting to perform right now. So this is really the best practice these guys can have. It's amazing to see some of the same guys year in and year out. Andy, you know, we've gotten to know some of the guys in the Bowhunter class over the years, so it's been a really cool experience for us.
We certainly appreciate it, and I think what the world wants to see one day is you against Todd up on this stage.
That sounds terrifying to me, so probably not. What I would like to see is some changes to the Bowhunter division. If we could make them stand on tree stands, maybe get some extra air conditioning on them so it's kind of cold, and then they got to give a little meh when they hit the 12 button next time. Those are the changes we want for next time.
All right, Justin, I will see what we can do about that. I like that idea. You betcha. Hang up here till the end. Just hang here.
Why don't we make it even
after
better than that?
ends,
We could have like a big deer just kind of mosey on by, like a fake one, you know, on a rail or something. That's pretty funny. That would be something else to see. We put them up on the rafters, give them a nice angle shot. All right, good replays of some of the action we've seen so far. Back to live pictures. And Andy Hunnell trying to get it done again. Poor Andy Hunnell, man. He's trying to stop the drought of two years without a win. Although last year we didn't have the tournament.
11.
Nice shooting, Dakota Smith. What do you say? He stunk last year? Wow.
Something like that. Something like that, yep.
In 2020. He's doing all right now. Could be a bright new face in Bowhunter competition. You can see the rotation of the hand with the hinge release. He's pulling through the shot.
10. 11 line.
I saw Dakota talking to his coach. Well, his friend in his coaching box.
11.
Coach, whatever.
12.
I wonder if they were talking about that 12. I don't see the red light, so I don't think
No
he
red
called it.
lights.
Yeah.
He's got to come into play pretty quick. He's still within reach.
Eleven 10 line.
Ooh, that one's a close one. That's going to be important for the strategy.
Dakota, let's talk about your gear. Tell everybody what you are shooting on this bow, starting with the bow.
Well, I got the elite result, 38. I'm nervous as frick right now.
Deep breath.
Excel sight, bee stinger bars, gold tip, whatever these are called. 9-3s.
Max Pro. And what release?
The Fulcrum.
Fulcrum. All right. You seem to be able to turn off those nerves when it comes to shooting. You're doing pretty good.
I'm pulling through it.
So you got, looks like there's a 2-point difference, you know, depending on what happens, red button.
I got you.
All right. 97.
Yeah, it sounds like he's thought about it already, Dakota Smith, right? Definitely sounded like he thought about it.
Yeah, PJ giving him a little encouragement there.
The other thing we got was a good look at his scope setup. So depending on the manufacturer, that's a little insert. You know, that there's no lens in there, but it's a centering focus, and then you can put that pin right in the middle. So I like the setup for target that Dakota Smith had on his scope. So once again, there's a 1.5 centimeter dot that's hanging down there on the 8-7 line. You can call it once per end. It's all on the line for the #1 spot. Dakota Smith has the option. He can do it at any point during this end. BJ brought it up. He's aware of it. I think the move probably would be, let's see how these first 2 arrows go. Do you need to take the risk? Just in case.
Tie, see where you're going with your last arrow.
Yeah, see, and it's those types of shots that if Dakota can put it in the middle here, all of a sudden.
Tie ball game.
So he gets 1 point back. 106, 105. Ronald's at full draw here. I just saw Dakota Smith take a deep breath.
9.
And the door is wide open now.
It's nice, calm, relaxed shot. Put it in the middle.
And Olympic takes the lead. That is a long hold.
9.
He just couldn't get the release to go off, could he?
That's that first time nerves kicking in.
Mm-hmm. Still a 1 point game. Okay. He's got to go for the button. He's got to go for it. He's got no chance. There you go. Okay.
There we go.
I almost forgot. I'm like, it's the only chance you have to tie this thing up. He's going for the 12. You can see the red light shining.
Yep. Got it.
He got it. The crowd goes crazy. Oh man, his heart is pounding. What does that do for us? We're all tied up. So we got to get the official scores down there, but that is how you do it. That's a 1.5 centimeter dot, 18 meters, 20 yards downrange. And Dakota Smith got half shaft, quarter shaft, but it's enough.
That's the interesting part with the 12.
And that's why the committee at the Lancaster Archery Classic decided to bring this thing in. It's a target that actually came about during the pandemic, and World Archery wanted to do something at home shoots. You know, when they were trying to compete and And they looked at it and said, you know what, we can do something with this. So it's official, 126-126. So let's talk about what we're going to do for tiebreakers. So the way it's going to work, and the judge is telling them right now how it's going to work. So it's pretty simple. The first end of the tiebreaker, the first arrow is going to count for score, okay? So whoever has the higher score wins. If the score is tied, and yeah, the 12 ring is in play for the first 2 arrows, but if it remains tied, we're going to go to a second arrow. That's for score. If they tie again on score, the third arrow is needed for closest to the center. And that's how it's going to work. And we've seen this thing go a couple arrows already here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. This for the title of Bowhunter Champion 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic, and you're faced on a big banner. That's downrange. You can kind of see the bottom of the banners, the 4 of them hanging up. So here we go. First arrow is going to be Andy Hunnell. He'll set the benchmark for Dakota Smith.
11.
There it is. So if this match goes to another, Dakota has it for the 12. He's not trying to go for the win. He's just trying to tie at this point. Ooh, that is too close to call right now. Rob, what do you think?
He's got those little 9-3s, and I think he's into that 10 line, so I don't think it's going to quite make the 11.
If it's called as an 11, we move on to another arrow. If not, Andy Hunnell will be your 2-time Bowhunter champion.
This is just for score. We're not at closest to center yet. Judge Todd Wilson, Andy Hunnell takes it.
Yeah, so that arrow is called a 10. So that means Andy Hunnell will take it. What an effort from Dakota Smith. He'll get $1,500 from Lancaster Archery Classic for his efforts. So great job for the young man who stunk last year, last time we shot, 2020.
Yeah, definite improvement.
And I have to say, I think we're going to see him as a regular up on this stage for years to come.
He'll be back.
100%. Let's get to PJ.
$750 from Bowhunter Die, and a bunch of other contingencies from True Ball Excel and all the other gear you shot there. Great finish there, Andy. How does that feel? 2 times now, Bowhunter champ.
It ain't any easier. I can feel my heartbeat and my toes up there. I mean, it's nerve-wracking.
Well, you certainly don't show it. You look calm, cool, and collected.
Did you see the 9s I shot?
All right, congrats, Andy. Come on over here. Great finish there for the Bowhunter division.
I love that. I can feel my heartbeat in my toes. Yeah. That is definitely showing some nerves out there. So we're going to put the headset on Andy Hunnell. Andy,
hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. And we saw that shooting. That was great shooting, especially that last shot. Congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
Did you see Dakota Smith turn the light on that last arrow?
No, I did not.
But you heard it, obviously. Did you know it was that close? Were you keeping score in mind?
No, actually my advocate was keeping track of the score, but I knew I was a little ahead, and then I knew when I shot a couple 9s there I was in trouble. But yeah, no, I did see him put the 12 on when we were shooting the regular shoot, and yeah, I can't say enough about that guy. He shoots really well.
But then you had it. I mean, it came down to that 1 arrow shoot off, and you just absolutely drilled it. What was that last arrow like for you?
Nerve-wracking.
Okay. But then how did you get over it?
You just pull through it. You just keep going. That's all you can do, right?
Yeah, 100%. Well, congratulations on your 2nd win in the Bowhunter category. 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic champ. Good job.
Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate everything you guys do.
All right. Well, that'll do it for us for Bowhunter. I have to thank Rob Morgan for coming in here and commentating and give us all the great insight. We certainly appreciate it. And there's more coming at you from the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic. We got some Olympic recurves on the way. Hang tight. The 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic at the Spooky Nook Sport Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania is in full effect as we're on our final day of competition as we are rolling through our shoot-up categories for the #1 spot. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Rio Wild, who a lot of people don't know. But, Rio, as we get ready for our women's Olympic recurve, you spent 5 years on the recurve bow.
Yeah, it was something I got a good chance to because I worked for UPS. They were an Olympic sponsor. They wanted me to try it. I mean, I said I'd really never shot it. And so I spent 5 years doing it. I lived a year at the Olympic Training Center, and so it's been kind of fun. Plus, doing all the World Cups and everything else and the World Championships, I've been around these guys for years, so it's kind of fun to watch them shoot.
Oh, we're looking forward to your insight. Let's take a look at what this tournament is all about. The top 4 qualify for women's Olympic recurve. Ranked ties are broken by 11s, and it's a bottom-up format. So number 4 is going to shoot against 3. Whoever wins that is going to shoot against number 2, and then it's for all the marbles. New for 2022, the way we score it, maximum points 136. That 12 ring is a 1.5 centimeter white dot in the middle. You got to call it, and you only get 1 per end, and it makes it quite exciting. So that's what we have going on. Our ties, these are the rules in play. If we need them, we will get to that tiebreaker at the end of each match. But now, let's get to Rob Kaufhold, who is going to join us and introduce the players to the field.
All right. It's time for the women's recurve division. And our 4th place contender is Savannah Vanderveer from Canepa, Texas. Savannah has shot compound for 11 years, and she's been shooting recurve for just 1 year as a resident athlete out at the Olympic Training Center. Let's give it up for Savannah. And a 3rd place qualifier was Deepika Kumari from Kolkata, India. She's been shooting for 13 years, and she is a 2020 Olympian. Let's give it up for Deepika.
So up onto the platforms they go. It is 18 meters for our indoor, just about 20 yards. Like it's 19.97 or something, you know. On compound, we say it's a couple clicks. Well, for people at your level on the compound side of things, maybe it's no clicks. But we shoot at a 40-centimeter target face. And unlike a Vegas face, it's very similar to a Vegas face. Same size, same colors, all that kind of stuff. But the difference is the way we score here at the Lancaster Archery Classic is that X ring in the middle is worth 11 points, and then here for the shoot-ups, we have that 12 ring in play. We'll show that to you when we get going. So this is to determine who will advance to shoot against our 2nd place qualifier. And Rio, the biggest thing with recurve is what? We have a practice range set up that's behind this area, and now you're under direct light over your head.
It's alignment, getting your string to figure out where it goes through. What most people understand with a compound, you have a peep. They do not in this division. So they have to line their string up in an area so that they can be consistent. And your first arrow coming out on the stage always, depending on no matter what, is a big one because you got to learn from there to there. So that's a really good learn. And a great advantage for Savannah.
So Savannah Vanderveer, coming off of a compound bow, just like you did back in the day, into recurve, and Savannah all of a sudden finds herself in this shoot-up in women's Olympic recurve, and of course, very good friends with Olympic shooter turned compound archer Mackenzie Brown. So great advice coming from there, and Savannah, I believe, is now in the Olympic Training Center as well.
Yeah, and I've heard good things. The coaches around there say she's doing really well. And so it's really good to see her doing well.
And Kumari just trying to find a rhythm now. Rio, we see 2 different sized arrows. You see Vanderveer using those traditional, what we call outdoor micro arrows, but Kumari is using a much larger diameter arrow.
Yeah, and I don't remember a lot of seeing the Topeka do a lot of indoors. This is one of the first times I've seen her doing it. I mean, she's...
Is it your first time to the Classic?
Yes.
Very good. Well, welcome. Let's all give her a welcome coming from India to the Lancaster Archery Classic. Thank you so much. Topeka, I see you're shooting a brand new Hoyt bow, an Excel sight, and quite a setup you have there. Looks good.
Yes.
Okay, shooting it well. And for Savannah, very interesting bow you're shooting there. I believe it has some history here.
It does. Yeah, Jack won, I don't remember what year it was, but Jack won with this bow.
2019.
So, yeah.
Okay. Shoot well, ladies. Looking good.
So what Savannah's talking about is that's actually Jack Williams' bow, who, of course, you know, is Olympic competitor, trains at the center, all that kind of stuff. And he, I don't know, gave it to her, sold it to her?
Loaned it to her, I don't know.
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. That bow won here in 2019.
So it's got some good magic on it.
Now, not the limbs, of course. I mean, that's the one thing about this. So the riser is what he's talking about. The limbs are what Savannah chooses to shoot with.
10.
Rio, looking at Savannah's form, again, coming from a compound, going to recurve. My question is, what's easier, going from recurve to compound or compound to recurve, do you think?
I think it's a lot of going from compound to recurve. As everybody knows, Brady Ellison went from compound to recurve. He was a junior world champion with a compound, went to a recurve. And the reason I say that is a lot of the aiming is a big part of learning. And with a recurve, it's a lot of momentum. Like, you keep your shot going to get through the clicker and do that. And so it's a natural just to aim. So you don't even have to think about it where you come from a compound. The hard part is your fingers. As you know, with a compound, a lot of people use a release. You have to have a good release with your fingers. And I think that's a big part of whether you'll be good or bad with a recurve.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So Savannah Vanderveer
9.
holds a 2-point advantage. Kamari, a nice solid 10 on her last shot.
Look at her here. I could put her right.
Yeah, right in there.
You're talking about Topeka, who's been the #1 ranked archer in the world multiple times. So she's definitely capable of any.
Let's get to Rob.
Topeka, you have been to the Olympic Games. How does the LAS Classic stage compare to the pressure of the Olympics?
Actually, I'm enjoying here very much.
Very good.
Yeah, because this is my first time, and I like it here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming from India. Thank you. Let's give her a hand. Savannah, you look nice and relaxed up there. Got it going on.
Thank you. I'm actually quite shaky right now. But
Nobody can tell.
It is all about that stage pressure, isn't it, Rio?
Oh, yeah, and it's, I mean, you're talking about two people, Topeka, who's been up there a ton with her recurve. And Savannah's made it as a compound. She literally she shot the World Cup finals, she shot all the World Cups last year, so she's been on those stages. It just depends on how her training has turned her with a recurve to be able to handle that. And so she seems to be handling it very well.
Definitely. Yeah, it'd be interesting to talk to Topeka after this. I would imagine she's going to stay and shoot Vegas.
Yeah, I think a lot of the foreigners that have come in have planned that kind of back-to-back.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense once you get in the States, especially with COVID protocols. It just makes sense to stay here. I mean, most of us are going home for a day or 2 days, and then it's off to Vegas after this tournament. But it'll be interesting to see if Kumari ends up staying with the current setup that she has in terms of the larger arrows, or if she ends up in Vegas going back to more of an outdoor setup.
Yeah, and some people just like the little arrows because they feel like they tune better off the bows. Like they just have better spines for them.
9.
A good arrow here would put them just right there.
And if you are a compound shooter watching Olympic recurve, another change, obviously besides the base of the bow, which that's a great shot, is the fact that on their apertures there's no lens of magnification. You're allowed to have a lens on there with 0 magnification, but there is no magnification. And when these archers shoot outside, they shoot at 70 meters, or basically 77 yards.
Yeah, so it makes it a challenge. I mean, I know Brady in the last few years started shooting a 0 power with a little dot in it, so it would emulate his compound where he came from.
Ah, very interesting. And we often talk about peak weight on these bows as well, and we'll talk more about that after this as we are deep into this match now.
Just try to relax and have a good time up here.
Actually,
You look like you're having
I
a good
do.
time.
I'm enjoying.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Savannah, look like you're shooting very well. Got Jack's bow behind you.
Yep, feels good.
Okay. Keep it going.
Thank you.
Where are we standing?
So it looks like we have a 1-point game at this point, 84 to 83, and Savannah holds that lead, and we're in our final end. Anything can happen here without question. So Savannah's got to just kind of stay steady in her process and steady in the score, and this is to advance to shoot against second.
And we have that 12 dot down there to add a little excitement if somebody's really.
Yeah.
So anything can happen in the last 3 arrows.
So we know no 12 has been called on this end. For Savannah, of course, she's in the lead. You wouldn't really want to take the risk.
Which is an interesting one to shoot first if you're in the lead, because you get to choose. Wouldn't you rather shoot first to see if she shoots the 12 or not?
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah.
Or shoot second? I mean,
yeah. It's amazing how just adding that little 1.5 centimeter dot down there on the 8-7 line can change the mindset of what strategy do you go for.
And I think it's so different that people just don't realize it. They don't understand because it's so new and different.
Mm-hmm. I think people are forgetting to do it too. We saw in one of the matches earlier, one of the young competitors in Bowhunter almost forgot to hit the button, and his coach said, hit the button. He did, and it took us to a tiebreaker.
I saw that. Yeah, it was an interesting save by the coach.
2 10s for Vanderveer. 11. And an 11 and a smile from Savannah.
Which pretty much will pass her on even. Oh, she's going to go for the 12.
So the 12 has been hit.
Yeah.
Our first recurve 12 by Kumari.
Oh,
such a great shot. She was like, I just got to go for it anyway.
It was pretty good. Her husband back there behind her was grinning the whole time, too.
Yeah.
Almost.
That's got to be.
She gave it a heck of a run on you.
She sure did. Yeah, I don't take guts going for the 12.
She did a good job. Let's give him a hand. Okay. Topeka, for your 4th place payout, you get $500 in the women's recurve division. Let's give Topeka a hand. Thank you, Topeka. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much.
I think the amount of experience that she has,
yeah,
to come here and say, wait, I can step on a button and shoot a 12, this is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And you can see it from the smile on her face. And you know what? That was a really good shot. I mean, the thing was is the whole time she's been hanging a little left.
Yeah, and it's not, I mean, it's so different. I mean, even when she shot it, she kind of shrugged her shoulders like, I didn't know what I was doing. That's so different. Like, so it adds a different one. So now you got another husband and wife coming out here. And
Gabby?
So our second place qualifier is Gabby Schlusser.
You also have choice.
Her married name.
yeah, that's a tough one. I've known her forever, so to hear that, it's always like, wait a minute, who is that? But
What was her maiden name?
Yeah. It's Gabba. Yeah, I can't say it.
Right.
Yeah. Slusher's way better. I've known Mikey for long enough to know that one, how to say that too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Gabby's out on, and she is an absolutely phenomenal archer herself. And Rio, if you look at qualification, which was 660 points, and the elimination rounds that they shot, and you add those points up, there were 924 total points up for grabs, and Gabby Schlusser was able to snatch 836 of those points with a recurve, and it's an impressive haul of points. Our number one qualifier, though, was out in front a little ways, but we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, well, people just don't realize how much harder it is to do at that level. Like, it is a tough thing to do without some of the advantages we have with the compound. Gabby's an amazing shooter. She's an Olympic medalist. She won a mixed team medal this year. Huge, big deal for their country.
100%. So Gabby now hails from the Netherlands. Decided to, I guess, move in with her husband after she get married.
Yeah.
Kind of weird, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Gabby's one of my favorite people in archery, 100%.
She's a sweetheart.
Yeah, and great laugh, too.
Yeah.
What's really, though, impressive, Rio, is Savannah Vanderveer, and the fact that she is on this stage with Gabby is incredible.
And holding it together. I mean, she just beat a woman in Dakota who was been a #1 ranked archer in the world.
Yep.
Like, to step out there with a recurve for the first time in a big event and to do that is very impressive. It's good for yourself.
Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery stage.
Hola, everyone.
You've had some success here, haven't you?
Yeah, I had. So last year we didn't shoot here, right? No, we didn't have the. Yeah. Yeah, I had some good years now. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Welcome back to Gabby Schlusser and Savannah Vanderveer. Let's give them a hand. Thank you.
Gabby's originally from Mexico. That's the accent, if you're noticing. Yeah, if you're
With
thinking.
the hola.
Yeah, with the hola. Like, I thought you said she was from the Netherlands. She is now.
Yeah, she was actually part of the women's Olympic team from Mexico. And then when she started dating her husband and got married, moved to the Netherlands, it was quite a good addition to their team. Enough they got a mixed team medal, so that's a huge.
And you know what's interesting, Rio, from say compound to recurve archery, is when we look at compound shooters and we ask them what got you into shooting. Oftentimes it's hunting, right? I was hunting as a kid, or my friends hunted. But on the recurve side of things, we find a completely mix. Like Gabby here, she actually started shooting in school as a kid, and that's what got her into archery. And so recurve, we find a blend of people. I would say less people that get into archery from the hunting side and more from either influences in movies or influences in schools or even local programs.
Or even your Olympic type stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they have the dream. And there's programs like the U.S. Archers, the JOAD program to help junior Olympic archery development and stuff like that to help get young people into the sport.
So our second end of 4.
It's a close match.
Yeah. The winner of this match will advance to shoot. They're guaranteed second place if you advance, and they're going for the #1 spot. So the person who doesn't win this match is going to stand on the podium, get 3rd place.
That's a nice part about this format. You can just kind of let it, even as nervous as you are, you know where you're going to be.
I just look at Savannah, her release, like you're talking about, you know, and it's just, it looks like she's been doing this for so long already.
Yeah. That was my
shooting Jake's Hoyt Formula bow. I see you're shooting bow finger stabilizers and whatnot. Some of that is from the compound days.
For sure. Yep, they've always been a great company to me, and they work just as good on a recurve as they do on a compound. So.
Very good. Well done, Gabby. Looking good. I see you're shooting biter out knocks. You like those?
Yeah, I got some here because I forgot my other ones at home. So I just got some there at the trailer.
It's a good thing Lancaster Archery carries biter knocks, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Very good. Well, shoot well.
All right, we've got a 1-point match.
So this one is a little snug at the halfway point. There's only 1 point separating these two archers. But Rio, this is the Lancaster Archery Classic, and the good thing is that if you live away from this area, like I do, like you do, and you're often on the website to buy some stuff, and you're looking at your shopping cart, the shop is just down the street. And if you come here and compete, there's actually a bus that they have, a shuttle that will take you to the actual Lancaster Archery Supply store. We sat there. We went around that store and just window shopped for a long time.
It's like a kid in a candy store, man.
Oh, it's so good.
I have a buddy who I've always tried to get to come to this tournament, and he won't come because he says his credit card can't handle it.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I do not blame him at all. Nine's a piece.
9.
Yeah, putting in the gold. Let's see if Savannah can make a move here. An 11 or a 10.
9.
So right now, Rio, they're just going toe for toe in the third end of 4.
9.
Gabby looks solid as usual.
Yeah.
If she has any nerves up there, you can't really see it. The physical demands of a recurve bow dramatically different from that of a compound bow. A little bit low for Savannah. But again, the left rights for Savannah are looking pretty good.
Gabby, things look like they're going pretty well. Keep it going. Okay. Savannah, looking good. Keep it going.
It's interesting, too, talking about string alignment and stuff and the lights and everything like that.
Yep.
It's I talked to Brady about it one time because I did it, and I always struggled with trying to figure that out because I never really got really good with the recurve. I mean, I was good with the training center stuff, but Brady says he does it so much that it's second nature. Like, he doesn't even think about it.
So you're basically using your string alignment almost like you would a peep sight.
Yep,
in
a way.
Compound.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that helps keep you right and left right and stuff like that in that way.
11.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
There's the pressure that Gabby is putting on Savannah.
And with a 2-point lead.
10.
Good answer, though.
Yeah, it was.
But now it takes it to a 3-point lead. So for Vanderveer, she's got to kind of look at that 12 as an option.
Yeah. And I almost would think about it in this arrow versus the last one, because if she was to shoot it and hit it, it would really put the pressure on Gabby. And I think that's part of learning this whole 12.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing this year is not, drop that one low.
Yeah.
Is not what we're going to see in years to come. People are going to look back on this and say, okay.
I learned.
Yeah.
11.
Wow.
It was a good end for Gabby.
Mm-hmm. It's the end she needed to advance. Good finish.
Good finish.
Mm-hmm.
Good finish.
Yep.
Nice shot. Great looking shot. Keep in mind that 12 ring's always there for you.
Yeah, I can't hit that. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Give me another year.
All right. Nice shooting, ladies.
So for Savannah Vanderveer, her journey's going to stop with 3rd place, but a great run for her considering how long she's just picked up the recurve bow and's been shooting, and great form. So congratulations to her. Gabby Schlusser will advance to face our #1 qualifier.
And these two have faced each other a couple times.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But Savannah's got to be happy. I mean, your first time doing this in a big event to come away with a podium, solid.
Absolutely. And good momentum heading to Vegas.
Yeah.
Needs no introduction. Casey Caulfield from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. She's been shooting for at least 10 years. 2020 Olympic team. 2nd silver medalist in the World Championships. The only person to beat Ansan last year. Let's give it up for Casey Caulfield.
Well, Casey, she just did the move, right? She moved Gabby off of her spot. And Rio, for Casey Caulfield, she comes in here with 924 points available, 850 with 31 11s.
Whoa.
So Casey is on fire. But let's talk about pressure. We've heard from Casey in the past that this is her local shoot. I mean, this is the largest shoot on the East Coast, and it's a local shoot. But this young archer, who is now committed to a school, right? She's going to Texas A&M with archery. She seems like she deals with the pressure really well.
Yeah, Casey's got a really level head on her. I mean, and she really wants to do well. She wants to compete, and I think that's an awesome part of her makeup, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, her winning a silver medal at the World Championships, me and her were talking, I was telling her, to me, that's as big as an accomplishment as anything, because an Olympic medal's great, and it's the coup de grace, the big thing, but all honesty, at a World Championships, there can be hundreds of great shooters. The Olympics is allowed 64. So it's a little different aspect to do. That's what I told her. I said, I'm more proud of you winning that silver medal at the World Championships, and maybe if you'd even won an Olympic medal. And she's like, well, I never thought about it that way, but it's like, she's got a real level head on her.
Mm-hmm. She loves the sport. She's got a good balance, I think, in her life as well.
I think so too.
You know, which is really important. At least if you look at her social media, she's out doing other things, which is really critical, I think, to reduce burnout.
Especially at that age.
Yeah, agreed.
Feeling good up there?
See.
Okay. Case, how you feeling up there?
I feel good. I'm happy to be here.
Okay, awesome. Looking good. Okay, let's give it up for two Olympians. Two of the best in the world.
That's a little different than years past, where Rob was interviewing Casey and she was giving him a little bit of grief about it. So,
but just like you're talking about it being a local event, I know at home when we shoot local events, it is almost harder to do well because you are expected to do well.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
You know, there's a few shooters here that are just unbelievable. You know, there's so many people that work or they shoot here and they come shoot this tournament and they can feel the pressure.
Yeah,
you know?
it's different. In fact,
you can see the crowd that showed up early morning. A lot of people are done shooting because we only have, obviously, these shoot-ups for the rest of the day. But they've made the choice to stick around for the entire weekend. Of course, there was some snow that rolled in here anyway, and it gives the roads another couple hours to clear up for those people that have to drive long distances to get home. Or people like you to fly out of here.
Yeah.
It felt like a long hold for Casey.
It did, but she stayed solid with it.
Yep.
It's usually when you're training really good, you can do that.
Now keep in mind, on a recurve bow, the peak weight is what they're holding, and so that's why you'll see oftentimes recurve archers not hold as long as you would with a compound bow, because you have those cams that roll over and you have what's called let off. So yeah, Rio, you could be pulling back 60 pounds, but you're only you're an animal. You hold back 20 pounds, but a lot of us are going to hold, say, 12 to 14 pounds.
Yeah, it just depends on what works best for your aiming.
Yeah. And it's physically demanding.
It is.
I mean, these archers could be, what,
11.
35 to 40 pounds on some of these bows?
Yeah,
right?
full draw, yeah, for
so
sure.
imagine taking a 35-pound bow, or 35-pound weight, putting it on the ground, and then just pulling it straight up.
And just holding it.
And just holding it, and you do that, what? Well, 60 times in qualifications.
Yeah.
72 times outdoor. Yeah. Some rounds, there's 144 arrows you gotta shoot.
People don't understand how much like that can draw from you, especially with the nerves. It can really just suck your energy in a hurry.
Gabby?
I'm nervous. Yeah. Nothing else to say.
Okay. It's looking good. The arrows are working for you.
Yeah.
Okay, you notice both of these ladies are shooting the smaller arrows. I think they might find that they're more forgiving than the larger arrows to try to catch the lines. And that's an important strategy, and it's also very easy to go from indoors to outdoors when continuing to use the Easton X10s.
All right, after 2 ends, we still have
KC, that double meaning there, obviously, you know. Anyway, so for what's funny is that you have a left-handed shooter in Gabby and a right-handed shooter in Casey Koffel, and the way that Casey moved her off the spot, the two are facing each other. Yeah. And sometimes it can be awkward, but in this particular case, both had a good chuckle because they're both so nervous standing on stage.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, they faced each other a bunch. So.
Yeah. Great shot by Gabby.
Casey right there with her.
And you can see from our angle, it looks like Casey has her eyes closed. One of them's open. Oh, Gabby. She's starting to find her rhythm right now.
Yeah. And sometimes with this format, that's a little different because Casey's the walk-in cold, and Gabby's already had one match.
Mm-hmm.
So it's harder to sometimes step up there.
9.
Wow, what a good hand.
So solid, so steady, you know.
Gabby, looking really good, even though you say you're nervous. It doesn't show.
You guys gonna see when I'm shaking?
No.
Oh, that's really good because I am.
Looking really good. Case, gone well?
Yeah, having a little bit of the same shakes must be contagious.
It's better than getting COVID.
I had that last week, so doing better now.
Let's give it up for these ladies. They've done a great job. Thank you.
It's good to have some fun up there. So heading into the final end to determine who's going to be the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic champion in the Women's Olympic Recurve. A couple points separate these two champions. But it is recurve. Anything can happen.
And again, they're going to let Gabby shoot, or Casey shoot second.
Yeah.
So she's going to see what she needs. So again, to me, it's like, if it's the dot and the deal ends up being a thing, maybe you don't want to shoot first. Where in the past, you always like to shoot first and put the pressure on.
Yeah.
11, 10, 9.
Oh. When's Casey going to step on the button? She's got to call for a 12 at some point.
9.
Casey did not. Oh,
was not happy.
This late in the game, and she's grabbing a couple clicks on her sight.
10.
You would have to think, though, that Casey's had these targets kicking around.
Yeah.
So she's shot at 12s a couple times.
Yeah.
She hasn't called it yet.
10.
So depending on what Gabby does here, it could be out of reach. So you might as well just step on the button, Casey. Just go for it. Yep.
There you go.
So she stepped on the button. So Casey's going for the 12. She's called the 12.
Oh, just
close. At that point, you go for it for the crowd. Why not?
Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah, Roy for the official score, but it looks like.
But that is one part with the 12-2 that adds. When you look at the score later, you're like 116 to 122. She really won by a lot, but really she didn't. Had Casey shot a 10.
It's a good one. Okay. Let me see. Our second place, for second place, payout is $2,000. Hoyt adds $1,000 in contingency, and Easton adds $400 in contingency. Congratulations, Casey Koffel. First place payout is $4,000 for Gabby. Hoyt, $2,000. Easton, $600. True Ball Excel contingency as well. To Gabby Schlusser. Gabby, congratulations. Well done. Our 2021 Classic Recurve champion, Gabby Schlusser from the Netherlands.
Well, I mean, Casey got some bookstore money.
Yeah.
She heads off to A&M, right?
Yep, for sure.
Texas A&M, one of the greatest archery programs we have in the country, and she'll be studying there and shooting. Yeah. She was wearing her hat earlier.
Yeah, and a fun school. I mean, they have a really cool, the archery program there is just awesome.
Mm-hmm. So we'll get Gabby to come over on the headset, see if we can get a bit more out of Gabby about her victory here. Good way to start her trip to the U.S. So Gabby with the headset on. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, I'm good, really happy.
Yeah, that was great shooting. I mean, yeah, I bet. What a relief, huh? But when did you get to the States and how long are you staying?
So we got here like a couple days ago, I don't know, like Wednesday, and we're shooting Vegas next week, and we're here until the 7th or something like that. But yeah.
Great way
I always
to start
enjoy
your trip.
It here. Yeah, I always enjoy it here.
Yeah, well, that's a nice big money haul you got there with all the sponsors and contingency. But how was it, though, you know, with something totally different with that 12 in play? You knew it was out there. So, you know, what was your mindset going into this thing if you ended up that you were going to be behind?
Well, so to be honest, I was thinking, like, if only use it if you really need it, you know? Like, I really didn't... like, I was going to use it if I was behind, of course, but it was not my plan A, you know? Like, I was really secure about my shooting, so I was kind of like, if you need it, shoot it, but, like, if you don't need it, don't even try, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Gabby, how does this make you feel getting ready for next week for Vegas?
Well, I think that like Vegas is a completely different game, you know, like these competitions you have like head to heads and stuff like that. Of course in Las Vegas we have like two tournaments. We have the Vegas tournament, but also the World Cup final. I think that this was a really good practice for the World Cup final, and for Las Vegas I just I'm gonna try to make like good shots and strong shots.
All right, well, you did it. Congratulations. The
Thank
2022 Women's Olympic Recurve champ here at the LAC.
Congratulations.
All right, we got more recurve coming up. Olympic recurve coming. Jack Williams, your #1 qualifier, but he's got a whole heap of talent chasing after him. Stay with us. It's the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic here from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Mannheim, Pennsylvania. Welcome, everyone, to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Rio Wild, who shot Olympic recurve for 5 years of his illustrious career. And the stage is being set right now for Olympic recurve, and we have some heavy hitters here in Pennsylvania.
Yep, we have Olympians, world champions. I mean, we got a long list of what's going to come up on stage.
Let's take a look at what this tournament is all about. So in our shoot-up rules, the top 4 have qualified. The rank ties are broken by 11s. It's a bottom-up format. So number 4 is going to shoot against number 3, and then they're going to advance to shoot against number 2, and then whoever wins that will go to shoot against the number 1. New for 2022 is this max points of 136 because there's a 12 ring in play, a 1.5 centimeter white dot. Now it's available for you once per end. There's 4 ends, but you have to call for it. There's a button on stage. We're going to show you about that. But when the red light turns on, you're calling for that 12 ring, and that means it is in play. And we have seen it used to perfection a couple times so far already. But now let's get to the third member of our broadcast team, Rob Koffold, who's going to introduce the archers to the field of play.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our 4th place qualifier coming in to the through the eliminations. He qualified as 11th during the qualification round. Gijs Broksma from Ruinen, the Netherlands. Let's give it up for Gijs. Comes the whole way from the Netherlands. And he'll be facing Michele Frangili from Italy. Making his way here. Miguel is from a famous family in Italy. Makes the Gillo bows that we all know. Very familiar to everyone in barebow and also in Olympic recurve.
You also have the choice to shoot first or second.
First.
You're going to shoot first. Yes. All right, so the judge is going over how they're going to shoot. This is 18 meters from where the archers stand to the target, which is just about 20 yards. For those in the United States, it's our typical indoor range. 20 yards is just a couple of inches longer than 18 meters. So in essence, we look at the same thing. 18 meters, of course, the World Archery rules, which this tournament follows closely in terms of specifications of your bow, different classes, things like that. So we have a nice little battle going on here between the Netherlands and Italy. And Michele will go first. Frangili.
And he has a little different style. He actually hooks his thumb behind his neck as he shoots. But it has worked amazing for him through his whole career. He's a world outdoor champion, 2003, New York, out in the park.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that tournament.
11.
Well, they come out here to play for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a heck of a shot from Gijs.
Well, the Netherlands has a pretty heavy, they have a bunch of good archers there for as little a country as it is. It's amazing. They're dead.
Oh, man. What is going on here? Is this compound?
I definitely wouldn't want to be shooting against them right now.
9.
There's the first little hiccup, you can say.
Frangili on his own, meaning he doesn't have a coach in the box. Very experienced, knows what he's up to.
11, 10, 9.
Wow.
Looks like 3 11s out of the
like
gate.
3 11s to me. What a 33. That is putting the pressure on young Gijs.
9.
And this is a little different format than they'd usually face during like World Archery stuff too, because it's a set system there where the lead of points here would be erased, where at Lancaster those points will carry over all the way through the whole match.
Yep.
If you can, please tell us about your bow.
Is my bow Gillo GT, limbs Gillo G88. I use my stabilizer also, Gillo GS9, the UFO V-bar, sniper rest, axle sight.
Great. The riser is a 25-inch
Yes.
Gillo GT.
Yes. Yes, it's 25 inch.
Very good. Very good.
That was a 33 for McKill on that first round.
And he was also part of the Olympic team in London, the Italian team that won an Olympic gold medal.
You're talking about Michele? Yeah.
33-29.
He started shooting at 10 years old. He started shooting as a joke. He says, you know, in his bio.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Because of his family, obviously, you know, like Rob mentioned top of the show. So 33 to kick us off. Incredible. Guys must be, I mean, 29 is a good score indoor for Recurve.
Yes. I
But
mean,
to give away 4 at the opening end, I'm sure Geis is already thinking, well, maybe I'll just go for the 12 ring every end from this point forward.
yeah. We're hoping he's opening some sort of door because.
11.
Ooh. Wow. An impressive show.
Mm-hmm. By the way, as we continue to watch these archers shoot in end number 2 of 4, you know, we have the ability to keep track of score, right? So if you look at, as you mentioned, and that's with a micro arrow. I mean, that is, let's get it closest to the center.
I don't think you could push that in any better.
Seriously. But there were, in Olympic Recurve, there were 1,056 points total with the qualification rounds combined with the elimination round scores. And in that, the most amount of 11 shot was Frangili, shot 42 of the 4 that made it to the shoot up.
And he is shooting the bigger arrows. He's not shooting the micro diameter like some of the others.
Yeah. I'm sure both these shooters staying in town, staying in the United States for Vegas next week.
9.
The first bobble.
Yeah.
First hiccup we've seen from Michele Frangili.
Can he capitalize on it? I mean, there's the chance to kind of close the gap a little.
Long hold.
Really long.
11.
But
wow.
Again, there's another one of them ones that you just couldn't. I don't know that you could push it in any better than where it's at.
Seriously, that is incredible.
Yeah. These guys are putting on a pretty good show for the first group out for the Recurve.
Correct.
That's Gijs.
Gijs.
Gijs, yeah. It's Dutch and terrible for people not from the Netherlands.
I apologize.
No worries. I'm used to it.
Okay, thank you. And Michele, if I could get the pronunciation of your first name.
Michele.
Michele. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Does Gilo give you a big contingency check if you win?
Yes, I give my myself. Yes.
Nice shooting to both of you gentlemen. Keep it up.
That's what happens when the family owns the business.
Maybe a little pay raise or Christmas bonus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I thought Rob was going to ask him, so do you get this equipment for free or do you have to buy the equipment?
I have a rough boss. He's a little tough on me.
Yeah. So, Michele Frangili. Sorry, Gijs, I guess is how you pronounce it. It's just a little bit different for us, so I'm going to stick with the Gijs. So Frangili kicks us off.
9.
Ooh.
He wasn't happy with that one. You can see when he let go, he was not.
I was like, can he keep it going? I thought he was going to put a third one right in the center again.
Well, now the point gets a little bigger, it makes it more relaxing. And that's why I'm wondering if later down the road when people learn about the 12, will they start shooting it earlier? So they keep the tension on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So instead of just being, I'm just going to shoot and whatever happens, happens to them, now you're actually making it a sport where you can affect your competitor.
Yeah.
You know, you can't roll over there and bump their elbow while they're at full draw. So how can you mentally get after the archer that you're competing with?
Yeah.
10.
And I mean, you know, if he shot a 12 right here, it'd put him 4 points back. Where even with 11, he's going to be 5, and so that's a big differential.
10.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, especially since the 12 is available.
Yeah.
You know, and you know you have such a. If you just shoot 11s here on out, the way Michele's been shooting, it's like.
Not too much, but a little bit, yes. Yeah.
Looking very good. The arrows are going exactly where you want them.
Yes. Not exactly, but very close.
Not all 11s, but almost all 11s. Let's give it up for Michele Frangili from Italy, from Gilo.
Final end of competition. You can see the point spread there, 6.
Yeah, and like I said, at this point it kind of makes it tough because even a 12 isn't going to be that big a determinant unless there's a huge hiccup, you know.
But like you're saying, if mentally, like if I was a guy, I would just go for it now.
Yes.
Just hit the button and go for it, because if you hit it, then at least, even though it doesn't really close the points gap, it could affect the mindset of your competitor.
100% agree. And in that way, too, I mean, we talk about other sports and momentum. Like, that could swing a little momentum your way to do something. I mean, because it's so new, we just don't know. But Michele makes it hard when he's stuffing him right in the middle.
It's true. Yeah, it doesn't make you too confident, even if you shoot a 12 if he's stuffing him right in the middle. Yeah, that is true. But that's the advantage that he has to shoot first, right?
Yeah.
10.
Which so many of these people shoot world archery stuff, and so that's always been, if you want to shoot, you shoot first so you can put the pressure on. But they have rules that change that, because if you're trailing, you shoot first.
Oh, gotcha.
But here it's a little different.
So I think Ice at this point just kind of knows, just shoot this arrow.
Yeah.
Get a good shot. Leave here, head off to Vegas on a good note.
11.
Oh, what a good round.
If Frangili can keep this up. Yeah, he's calling the 12, obviously.
Yeah.
Got the light on. The crowd pleaser.
Just right. 7.
Right, 7. Yep. Good height. So guys will get 4th place.
Yeah.
Didn't matter anymore, but, you know, should try it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for trying. Michele, nice shooting. You're our champion. For Geis? For Geis, for 4th place, he wins $800. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a little bit toward plane fare. Thank you. Okay, our 2nd place qualifier through the eliminations, Nicholas D'Amore from the U.S. Virgin Islands. He was 8th in qualifications coming up through. He's been shooting for 4 years, and he was 2021 Olympian from Tokyo. Let's congratulate and welcome Nicholas D'Amore. Nicholas, welcome to the Lancaster Archery stage.
Red hot right now is Michele Frangili. And now onto the stage is an archer. He just got off the practice range, but he's up on the platform.
And only 4 years in. I mean, he did shoot at the game, so he had some level, but like, when you're talking Michele, who's world champion, Olympic gold medalist, you know, these are 2 different aspects of like the archery world, so it'll be fun to watch.
Maria, let's talk about that line in the middle. So that line in the middle represents the 18-meter mark.
Yeah.
But we see that from this shot that these 2 archers, they stand in different ways. Why is that going to be?
Some people like a more open shot, which will have their legs more in one angle, and some guys like more closed, so it brings them in. So that's why their feet will be different, but they try to straddle the line, so it's a consistent in that way.
Yeah, I think when I first started shooting, some of the mindset was to scooch as close to the target as you could, but it really, I think the distance doesn't make that much of a difference.
If you're a step closer or step back, it doesn't even mean a sight mark difference or click.
9.
Oh,
it's the
boy.
first time Frangili's trailed all.
Yeah, that's right. So Diamore comes out of the gate absolutely on fire.
11-10 line.
Hard to see on that one. Almost, to me, it feels like it's going to be a 10.
Yeah, it did look like that from the camera angle.
9.
Oh, the door's back open a little bit for. That's usually a sign of how good you're shooting when you see that and if you're able to capitalize on it or not.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kisser button on the string.
11.
There you go.
Different look from his face on that one.
Yeah, 100%. So that bottom right target, that arrow call is going to be important. Is it going to be all tied up or not?
Yeah,
Nice shot.
There. It's tough.
Nice shot. Let's give it up. Both of these guys are shooting awesome. The best in the world, men's recurve, 2 Olympians. Congratulations. Welcome to the Lancaster Archery stage.
Well, I mean, that call came through and they ended up tied after that first hand.
No, it just changed.
Oh, did it?
Sorry, yeah. Just as soon as you looked away to talk to me, they had just changed it. So, all right, so 1 point advantage then for Nicholas Diamore, who was, by the way, in the top 4 in this shoot-up was the shooter who shot the second highest 11s. I told you that Frangili shot 42 during the course of the weekend leading up to where we are, and Diamore shot 41. Where Jack Williams, who's coming up as their #1 qualifier, shot 36. So a pile of 11s for these shooters, which also shows you score-wise the volatility, right? The ability to shoot the 11s, but also the ability to shoot the 9s.
Well, when Brady was getting ready, me and him were talking about it, and he tried a bigger arrow this year than he's ever shot because he said he got more 11s. Because this is a different round for recurves. When they usually shoot World Archery or that avenue, they don't have the inner 11. It's just the big 10 that they have. So it's a totally different mindset and game than they come in with this versus the other one.
Yeah. It's a different mindset for everyone. I mean, you know, you and I have had a conversation off camera about how is it so many people come in here and can shoot so many 11s, which on a Vegas round is an X, but they can't quite shoot as many X's when it doesn't count for score.
Yeah.
Because that mindset is, well, okay, as long as I get it in the 10 ring, I just need, on the compound side, I just need a 900 to get me to, the shoot off. Wait, I can't remember. What do they call it in Vegas? The shoot? This is a shoot up.
Yeah, the shoot off.
Shoot off. Yeah. There's a shoot down. There's a bunch of different ways to go.
whatever each tournament's calling it, but yes. So and McGilly's back on pace for his 11s that he's been.
Beautiful. Unbelievable.
Very nice. Very nice. Nicholas, how's it feeling up there, bud?
Pretty good. I mean, just about the same as any other final. Always got a little bit of nerves going, but just try to keep it under control and keep shooting the center. So that's what we're all about.
It's looking good. You did well through the eliminations yesterday. You knocked out Glenn Thomas, who had knocked out Brady, so you shot well through the whole tournament.
Yeah, I was feeling pretty strong about my performance yesterday. Definitely some things that I could have improved on, but I feel overall it was a pretty strong performance, but got to keep working harder for more.
Looking good. Shooting a beautiful red Hoyt bow and an Excel sight, and I see ramrod stabilizers. Great looking setup.
Thank you very much. And also 10 archery clicker here. This is the new adjustable clicker that's out of Switzerland, and I'm loving that. So another thing to mention there.
Thank you for that call out. Let's give these guys a hand. Thank you very much.
I think it's a great attitude that Nicholas has.
Yeah, super good.
Great mindset, good mental coaching.
And that piece of equipment he's talking about, the clicker, is something they use on a recurve. That, because like if you talk about a compound, they have a stops, like the bow stops at a certain draw length. For them to be consistent, they have a deal that sets on the arrow, and as it comes through it, it goes click to let them know they're at that draw length to be consistent. And so that's what the piece of equipment he was talking to Rob about.
Michele Frangili, who leads this, coming off of a solid 33 score end, kicks us off. And Frangili
looks solid.
Yeah, he is on the gas.
Well, the 4-point lead, I think it is. It's gonna be, again, now if you started, you shot a couple of 12s, you could close that gap a little bit and put pressure. It's gonna, eventually I think that's where it'll get, but I think it's just so new that guys don't.
Yeah, because who wants to be the person to kind of set the benchmark, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, how do I strategically use that? And I think people will go back and watch this video. How did other people use it? You know, what are some of the commentators? You know, we have a plethora of commentators coming in here, and I think there's been a mixed reaction even from the commentating booth as to how do I use that to my strategy. Plus, you know, I think archery hasn't been the sport where you can really, like the mental games
to manipulate.
Yeah, it's not as big until you add that pressure.
Yeah,
of a 12 ring.
And it was something interesting because we did it with the World Indoor Cup Series, and I feel like I learned a lot there.
Nice. Yeah.
You know, I mean, there was a lot, because Chris was like, the first thing Chris Schaff was like, we ain't shooting it ever. We're not doing it. This is not, we're going to win by straight score and we'll be fine. And then Gerard from France just railed it. He just shot it every time. So he forced our hand.
Yeah.
And so it was a different learn. I mean, like say,
You're shooting on what? Easton?
On X23? X23 12, yes. Max 23, yes.
X23, specifically made for recurve shooting. Are they working well for you? They look like they're working fabulous.
Yes, I'm working. I buy another 12 this year because I lost the other 12 from last year.
You had to buy arrows. Oh, well. Okay. Very good. Well, good shooting. Nicholas, things going all right?
Yep, everything's going well, thank you.
Okay. Looking good. Looking good. Let's keep it going, guys.
So what I think Michele Frangili was saying is that for him, because he shoots a lot of the World Archery rules, that the 23 diameter arrow is the max size.
Yeah.
So if you shoot USA Archery indoor, you're going to shoot World Archery indoor. That's the max size. Where in this tournament, you could actually shoot as big as a 27.
Yeah, it's a different rule set. But he's, just like I talked to Mike earlier in the week, he was like, I only shoot 27s for 2 tournaments. This one in Vegas.
Mike Schlusser?
Yeah. He's like, I don't ever see him. So a lot of the guys coming from overseas are like, I'm going to shoot 23s because that's the max I can shoot anywhere.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because, you know, trying to tune something for 2 tournaments is a little bit weird. Where us in the States, you know, I don't know many people that have shot a 27 out of a recurve.
Yeah.
It's definitely possible, but, you know, the bows, when they're manufactured or they're designed by the engineers, I don't think they have, you know, a 600 grain 27 aluminum arrow with a 250 grain point, you know what I mean, to make it 600 grains or whatever. I don't think they really have that in mind.
No, and even Brady was talking about how far he had to extend his clicker out so that he could shoot them 27s.
Oh, yeah, because you had to get
them
spine stiff enough.
Yeah. What we mean by spine is like the length of the arrow. Like when you take a stick and break it down, it gets stiffer. And those arrows are stiff because they're so big anyway. So to leave them as long as you can so they'd flex coming out of the bow to be more forgiving.
Yeah, which is something really important. If you've ever seen high-speed slow motion of a recurve being shot and the way the arrow actually needs to bend around the riser on release and how it looks going down range. So do yourself a favor, if you haven't seen that, just get on YouTube and just kind of, you know, and search for it. Yeah, search for slow-mo of archery arrow. Yeah. It's pretty incredible to watch how it is in super slow-mo. Deep into this round, and Frangili has given up a couple of points in terms of the idea of a couple points. Diamore has not been able to capitalize. Here's an opportunity to get 2 back.
Yeah. 11.
He does.
He knows, yeah.
But now you're in a situation where, depending on what Frangili shoots here, you got to climb on the 12 button.
Yeah.
You got to click that button and call that 12.
10.
Okay, I'm going to go for 12.
Yeah, he's done it. There we go.
Miguel, he's helping. He hit the button, man. He hit the button.
All right, so if Diamore hits this,
we're tied.
Just above it. But good, because you don't lose it, but that's the chance you had to take, and that's where the 12 played itself.
When it opens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice shooting. Nice shooting. Mikhail, congratulations. Okay. Nicholas takes home $2,000 for 3rd place, $500 from Hoyt, and $200 from Easton. Congratulations, Nicholas. Nice shooting. Our #1 qualifier, Jack Williams from Chula Vista, California. He's been shooting for 8 years. He's a resident athlete out at the USA Archery Olympic Training Center. 2019 Classic champion and 2021 Olympian in Tokyo. Let's give it up for Jack Williams. Jack, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage.
Glad to be back. Glad to be back.
Glad to have you.
I'll take that.
And Jack Williams, I think, makes the right move.
Playing the gamemanship, moving him from one to the other, just like prior they moved him from one to the other, so make him did a little hop.
You know, it's really funny because I'm sitting there thinking to myself, well, I wonder what score Michele Frangili shot. So on the spot he's on now, he dropped a 126. Yeah, 126. And then he just shot a 121. I'm thinking if Jack had known that, I probably would have kept Frangili on his spot.
Yeah.
Because now you've just literally popped him into the good spot.
At least where he knows he shot better.
11-10 line.
And Jack's won this before.
Yeah,
So
he knows. He knows the game. Of course, new to Jack and everyone else coming here is that 12 ring available, which means you got to step on that button and call it.
Yeah.
So right now, I would imagine both these archers just going to shoot their shot for the first 3.
11.
Frangili's having an unbelievable run today.
Yep, coming from the first match all the way to the final match. That's always a good accomplishment.
11.
And Jack's coming off a good year last year. He won the World Cup Finals, which was a huge kind of thing for him to get that off.
Nine.
A little bit of an opening here.
Yeah. I think the first arrow might have caught the line. We'll see. So it's either going to be 32 or 33 for Jack to open up. And either way, strong as an ox.
Definitely going to be a judge call.
Here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, we have the best of the best in the world that come to this event. And as an example of that, 3 out of the 4 women's recurve shooters were Olympians, and 4 out of the 4 men, all 4 of the men were Olympians. Let's give these guys a big hand. Jack Williams, Olympian. Cal Frangili, Olympian. Well done.
That's a tough one to call, too, because of the way the paper tore, so you don't have a line. So when you're calling an arrow like that, you have to kind of reimagine where the line would be. So sometimes you get an advantage that way, and sometimes you don't.
That was that first arrow. That was very close. Because I think Jack is, we don't know yet, but he's either shooting 23s or he's going to be shooting the 25s, right? Because
I'm not sure what size those are. Those are the Easton arrows they build specifically for a recurve. They have a taper.
Is that the X7?
I think it's a 23 size.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
it has a different spine at parts of it, so that it works better for coming off their fingers. And they built that last year, and it's a really cool arrow out of an aluminum shaft to be able to do that technology.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
10.
Or the arrow that Michele Frangili shoots is the same arrow you and I shoot.
11.
He's shooting it well.
Yeah. And Jack didn't get that first one. It was a 10. So we're still tied up.
You can see that clicker that Rio was talking about just above his left pointer finger.
That little orange thing.
Watch it click when he gets back to it. Click and release. Click and release.
And you see this a lot of times when one guy misses first, the pressure gets added, and the other guy, it's almost like, you take it, you take it. It's a funny back and forth, and as much as it frustrates the archers, because you're like, I know I can put it in the middle, and you just struggle. It's a thing. So let's see if Miguel can capitalize on this one.
That was unusual for Jack.
Yeah.
Pushing that one up 8.
9.
All right, so not a whole lot of damage done.
Very close match. Back and forth, back and forth.
So a 1 point affair.
Yeah. At the halfway point, that's not a lot.
Yeah, feels good. Glad to be back. 4th win in a row, so always good to put on the show.
Okay, very good. Kelly, you're doing well.
Yes. I'm surprised to be in the final. It's okay. I continue to shoot.
No surprise to us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well done, gentlemen. Let's give these guys a hand. They're putting on a heck of a show.
They're definitely putting on a show. Jack Williams finds himself 1 point down. I don't think Jack will be rattled at all.
No, and having shot that 8, I don't think he knows that he got away with one by only being 1 down with that.
Yeah, true. And of course, Jack knows the game too. He's always got that 12 to call if he needs to dig deep. And sometimes, Rio, as a shooter, you have a bad end. And then you go up there and you reset your footing and you reset your mindset, and then you can come out with a 33, especially the caliber of Williams.
Yeah, and you just shake it off.
Yeah, of course, Frangili's not making it easy.
No. I'm making you look at it because he's shooting first, isn't it?
10.
Good shot. If you're just joining us, this is the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic. Here we're in Manheim, Pennsylvania at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex, and we're shooting for the #1 spot in Olympic recurve. And these archers are standing 18 meters, or about 20 yards downrange from their 40-centimeter target face. The small circle in the middle, the X ring, as a lot of you know it, in this tournament counts as 11 points. And we have a wild card, a 1.5-centimeter 12 ring that the archers can call once per end if they choose. And it's a risk-reward type situation that we have seen claw shooters back into a tie, into a tiebreaker, and it is quite exciting. We're past the halfway mark of this one, and this will decide the champion. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Rio Wild, as we're bringing you all of this action on a nice chilly winter day in Pennsylvania. As Jack Williams, who we're looking at right now, the American, the Olympian, was our #1 qualifier.
A little long hole there.
Jack
again opens the door. He's not happy.
No.
Well, nice shooting. Very nice end. Excellent, excellent. That Gillo bow must really be working for you.
Yes, I design and I make and work very good for me, and I hope for all people.
Somebody just said, I want one. It's doing very well for you, McKill. Congratulations so far. Jack? Got a little work to do.
Got work to do, but I'll come back from worse. See what happens.
Okay.
All right, so Jack Williams saying that he's definitely come back from worse. And keep in mind, Rio, we have, I think, one end left in this one to decide the champion. And Jack definitely, he has the 12. So it really depends. All right, so you're in this situation now. If you're Jack, do you hit the button, try to get the 12 and put the pressure on? Or do you wait to see how this match plays out and then use your last arrow to determine what's going to happen?
To me, right out of the gate, it goes on.
Yeah, I agree.
And the reason is,
you're aggressive, yeah.
The reason is, and it's not just to be aggressive, but it's the, like, he's got 4 points right now. He can shoot 3 10s and it's over. But if you shoot that 12, you now have changed the dynamics of your thinking and have added pressure back onto Frangili, and it's like, whoa, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of like saying, I'm throwing the gauntlet down, now you got a match or do.
And having been in this booth now for the entire tournament, I think that one of the factors of moving someone off the spot, I almost would want Frangili on the other spot. So when I turn on my light, he would see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and so
That's
now if Jack turns on his light, Frangili doesn't have to look at it. I mean, he's going to hear it, I'm sure, from the crowd. But
yeah. See, especially
Yep.
now would be awesome. You have pull up, hit it. He has a 9 down there. He's a little. Yeah. See, I think it's gonna come. It'll learn, but.
11. Ooh, yeah, good shot. Good shot. And maybe that's what Jack thought. I just need an 11 to get me back into my rhythm.
Yeah, and it's only a 2-point now. So if Frangili shoots 11-11 and Jack shoots an 11, the 12 can tie it back up.
9.
Ooh, see, even 11 now could tie it up.
That's right.
So maybe the 12 wouldn't have been the thing.
We don't know. It's so good to speculate, though, with this 12 ring in play.
10.
It's so interesting because it changes the whole game. It really does. It changes the way it's gone from just doing it to.
If Frangili, it's 1 point. If Frangili shoots an 11, Jack has to go for the 12.
Yeah.
9.
Oh, now you can just shoot an 11 to win.
Yeah. And Jack just had to turn around. He just looked, and he knows he doesn't have to hit it.
Yeah.
An 11 for the win.
10.
Tied up. Yep. We'll wait for the official scores, and we'll tell you what the tiebreakers are going to be like, but it looks like we are going to be all tied.
Unofficially, looks like we may have a tie score.
And if it's tie score, I mean, Jack predicted it, right? You know, as
Yeah,
Rob was talking to him, he was like, hey, I've had bigger deficits, no big deal.
He played it well, let's put it that way.
Yeah. So a replay of what you're seeing from Jack. That is such a great shot on how the release works. It's a unique angle that we don't normally get to see about how you're supposed to get. I mean, one of the things you don't want to do is pluck the string, right, Rio?
Yeah.
I mean, it's about how do you get your fingers off smoothly and not affect the left, right of the arrow.
Yep, true.
All right, so it is a tie score. So let's go into the rules of how to break this tie. So it's very simple. The 12s are in play for the archers if they want them. However, we're going to go first arrow is going to be on score. Okay, so the highest score wins, meaning if one shoots an 11 and the other one shoots a 10, the high score wins. If they tie on score, doesn't even matter if it's a 6, we're going to go to a second scoring arrow.
Yeah.
And then the third arrow, if they tie again, is going to go closest to the center.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen closest to the center just yet in this tournament with the few ties that we have had.
Yeah.
But the archer must call that 12 ring if you really want to get aggressive and say, I'm going hero or zero right now, call the 12. But I don't think anybody's going to do that.
Well, me and Krishoff talked about this. When you get to a closest to center, it can be just a luck of where your shot broke. You both could shoot 11s, really good 11s, and one broke better than the other, and now all of a sudden it's kind of a thing for you. So to me, it's not really a bad idea if you have the opportunity to pull up and shoot the 12 to win it, because all you have to do is touch it.
Yeah.
You don't have to have the most perfect shot, but if you can make a good enough shot to hit it, then you win it on a good shot, rather than lose on a good shot with the closest to center. So it's again, we've got this whole mindset that's just changing, and it's a learn.
Michele Frangili will set the tone. So 10 is it. So if Jack Williams shoots an 11 here, he wins. A 10 to tie. A 9, he loses. Oh, and it looks like he got it.
I think he got the 11. I think it's over. So we got to wait for the judge to make sure and confirm it.
It's a close call. It's definitely a close call. And with shadows, it's difficult to see. Oh, that
Well,
wasn't a long look. He didn't look at it very long.
It was pretty quick. And, well, and if you look from the top, it's inside out. So
yeah, Jack Williams with a big 11 when he needed it on the last arrow to take victory. And another Olympic recurve win at the Lancaster Archery Classic.
And Easton will add another 400. So it's a very nice payout. For first place, Jack Williams takes home $8,000 from Lancaster Archery, $2,000 from Hoyt, $600 from Easton, and $75 from True Ball Excel. Congratulations, gentlemen. Well done. Well done. Well done.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
That is the way that you want to end a match like this. And heart breaks for Michele Frangili because he put on an awesome show on a bow that he designs, on a bow that he makes and pays himself and all this kind of stuff. I just think it's awesome, and it's a heartbreaker for him. But Jack Williams, he called it before the fourth end. He said, look, I've overcome larger deficits, and he was able to pull it off. Well, Jack, that was a heck of a final. You called it. I just told everybody out there, you said it right before we went to the fourth end. You've had bigger deficits, and you pulled it out, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, after the World Cup final, coming out from 0-4 shoot off, this felt very natural to me. So, you know, I knew I needed probably a really good shot. Frangili gave me a door, and I took it.
Let's talk about the 12 ring. Was there a strategy that you had talked about or thought about before coming into this match, and it was getting pretty close where we thought you might have to use it?
It came down to a point where I was ready to shoot it because during the indoor world final, kind of where I think this idea came from, I was very comfortable with shooting it. But in a cumulative system like this, it doesn't run a huge advantage, where if I was down and I could only tie, then I would have taken it. But I'll always take an 11 first and then let the other person mess up.
Yeah, I was thinking earlier maybe of doing it earlier to put a little pressure on, but you played the game right. So, I mean.
Yeah, if it was set system, I definitely would have done that just like in the World Cup final.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But,
yep.
You know, first air, you go out, you know, be bold, call it 12, and then you miss.
Yeah.
Well, now the other person basically just relaxes and hits the middle.
Now, Jack, we got a different game coming up next week. You know, Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in essence the same target face, the same distance, obviously, but a totally different game. What's the plan there?
I mean, with the scoring there, it's completely different. So my setup right now is definitely specialized to hold X's, and you know, as you saw, when under a little pressure, maybe 8s and 9s, which is great here because you can take back. You know, you shoot a 31 with a 9, Vegas still 29. So maybe change up a little bit there, find a little bit more forgivingness to hold the bigger ring, and see what happens next week.
All right, man. Well, listen, congratulations on another Lancaster Archery Classic Championship. Well-deserved, and great job in the shoot-up.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
All right, that'll do it for Olympic Recurve. My special thanks to Rio Wild for joining me in the booth for these last couple of matches. It was awesome. Thanks, Rio, for the insight. Certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we got a couple more things coming at you. Youth Male Open coming up. 11 to 17-year-old. You want to check out the future of archery in the United States. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage continues from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. Welcome to the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic here in Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. As archery continues in our shoot-up format. And welcome everyone to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Tate Morgan, two-time U.S. Open champion. And Tate, we are getting ready for the Youth Male Open, and these archers are the future of U.S. shooting, aren't they?
Yeah, some of these kids are actually pretty impressive. Looking at the lineup here, I mean, Sawyer Sullivan, for one, I know. I mean, he shot like back-to-back world records at nationals, and the kid's a stud. Like, it's crazy to watch how mentally strong these kids are coming up, and it's like nothing phases them. I mean, well, we had a 14-year-old shoot a 660 in the pro division this weekend, so
yeah, what do you
like, I mean,
what do you do?
Looking at it now, it's like, man, the old guys better step up their game because the young guys are here to play.
And you can see on your screen what the rules are, and this is new for 2022, this 12 ring, a 1.5 centimeter white dot that is available each of the four ends we have in these shoot-up, but the archer has to call it. So the question becomes, where and when do you utilize it? What we've seen so far is if we get to the final end, a lot of the shooters are down by 2 points. They're going to go for that 12, and those that have been successful have been able to take our matches into overtime. So now we're going to go to the third member of our broadcast team, PJ Riley, who's going to introduce the archers to us.
All right, we're starting now with the Youth Male Open Division. Our fourth place qualifier, Colton Anderson from a town in Louisiana I'm told is pronounced Natchitoches. I'll have him verify that. And our third place qualifier, Dewey Hathaway from Chesterfield, Massachusetts. He's been shooting for 9 years and has won Vegas.
All right, Tate, so the field is set here for our first shoot-up. In this format, the person who wins this match is going to advance to shoot against second place, like I mentioned earlier. Now the question is, nerves, right?
Yeah, nerves. I mean, out here in the bright lights it's a lot different than when you're shooting out there and the qualification round, and then even the match play out there. It's nothing compared to what you have to deal with in here.
Now, how long have you been shooting?
I've been shooting professionally for about 7 years, and then just overall since I was like 4. So
did you shoot in this category, this youth male
no,
category?
I didn't shoot really much when I was going through high school or anything like that. I was just in sports and
kind of
took a break from that and then got back into it.
America. Yeah, the Youth Male Open is an interesting category because the range is 11 years old to 17 years old. We saw on the recurve side of things an 11-year-old come out and absolutely stomp yesterday. But with compound bow, we tend to see these scores keep going up and up the closer you get to that 17-year-old.
I mean, it's crazy looking at the kids now compared to the kids 10 years ago, what they're doing.
You know, I think a lot of that has to do with, you tell me, archery is becoming more popular, and I think coaching is getting more, is getting better, is getting more focused.
Yeah, you start to see that. I mean, now you go to like the USA Archery events or any of the other events, and it's like every kid has a coach. Like when I was growing up shooting, we didn't have coaches.
Yeah, your dad yelling at you.
My dad would tell me what to do and help me out and things like that, and basically kick me to the wolves and say, all right, this is kind of how you do it, go figure it out. But it seems like a lot of the kids now have a lot more direction, and there's a lot more coaching-based programs for them to go through.
Ooh, so Anderson had an opportunity there to get a point ahead, but it looks like before official scoring that both shot 32s. Let's get the PJ.
Dewey, tell us about your, well, actually, before we get to that, have you shot the Classic before?
I have shot the Classic before. 2 years ago, I think. I shot before COVID, and I was about to make it in, shooting best round of my life, and put it right in my buddy's next to me target. Missed the qualification rounds by 2, so.
This is your first time on the big stage?
Yeah, first time here.
How's it feel?
Shaky.
Feel those nerves yet?
Yeah, just definitely a little bit.
All right, well, good luck. I'll get to Colton after the next end. We have A tie, 32-32 after the first end.
Tate, have you ever done that before?
Yes, I have actually.
It is such a heartbreaker when it happens. I mean, we've seen it happen even at the pro level, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, it happens quite often. I mean, it never fails. Like every single event, it seems like someone messes up on the switch.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Normally, you don't see the left and right misses very much, but the up and down switch definitely gets a number of people at every event.
So what Tate is talking about is when you come to the Lancaster Archery Classic and you're shooting your qualification round, if you are assigned, say, 21, target 21A, you're shooting on the top. A or B are on the top, C and D at the bottom. At the halfway mark, after 30 arrows in this tournament, you actually move your target from the top to the bottom. And what happens on the amateur side, I'm sure it doesn't happen on the pro side, Tate, but on the amateur side, a lot of the people help each other out. And they'll just be like, all right, bottom target, now you're shooting bottom target, because it happens so often where someone will make a mistake. And then the walk of shame, right? Because if you if you're
and then you get the slow clap.
You get the walk of shame to get your arrow out of that target, especially, you know, when you're the first, when you go from top to bottom, bottom always shoots first at this tournament. So those are the ones in jeopardy, because obviously if you draw back and you make a mistake and there's 3 arrows already in, you go, whoops, I don't need to shoot that target. Boy, both these shooters coming out, those first 2 arrows, starting to get into a bit of a pattern here.
10.
Yeah, you can see putting a little bit of English on there.
It was good to hear them, though, when they say, oh, yeah, I was a little nervous on that one, so at least the kids are feeling nerves.
100%.
Up there. I know your coach, George Riles, puts you guys through a lot of tournaments like this. Is that helping you so far? Have you been on this stage before here at the Classic?
So this is my first time on this stage, but still the nerves are definitely there.
Does this training help you?
A little bit. They're definitely still present, though.
All right, well, congratulations so far this weekend. We'll get back to you and talk about your equipment in a bit. After 2 ends, Colton holds a 1-point lead.
All right, so Colton owns that 1-point lead. But what you saw in that target too, Tate, was the difference between a 23 diameter arrow and a 27 diameter arrow, right? Where the 23, it just depends on how forgiving it is coming out of your bow versus am I trying to get the biggest arrow I can to cut some lines.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, we battle with that a lot, trying to figure out what arrow makeup's going to give us the most. I mean, it's not necessarily the biggest arrow is going to give you the most benefit. A lot of times the bigger arrows are a lot more unforgiving, and it takes a lot more work to get the big arrows to shoot, where a lot of times you pick the little arrows up and it's almost automatic sometimes. It seems like you have to put no effort into them, but then there's that little guy sitting on your shoulder saying, well, if you're shooting a smaller arrow than the other guys, it's like taking a knife to a gunfight.
All right. Ooh. And you can see that Dewey was not a fan of that shot when it left the bow. But, you know, Tate, you've experienced some life changes. Congratulations, you're recently engaged. And you're out in California now, where when you were in Montana, you had the ability to go to the shop every day, right? And then try and cut arrows and try different arrows. Do you still have that built into your lifestyle where you can still experiment as much as you did a couple of years ago?
Yeah, we still have the whole makeup where we got the range in the house and the whole archery room set up and the arrow saws and
all that stuff.
Everything's pretty much the same as far as the training regimen goes.
And are you an advocate of trying different stuff even now? As good as you are at archery and deep as you are into your pro career, do you still experiment much with things?
Oh yeah, I mean, every year I go down a different rabbit hole. Like, oh, this is gonna be the ticket this year. Like, I think this is gonna be good. Where normally you end up going back to the same old, but you do find a lot of new things within trial and error, and it's one thing people don't try enough is just try new things. I mean, your body's changing daily. So I mean, changing drawing, changing timing, changing arrows. And
oh, then he's Nakatish. So I got you the wrong one. I got you switched up. Tell me about your bow and your equipment here.
Well, I shoot the PSE Super Focus XL and the Patriotic design.
Yeah, that is a slick looking bow there.
Yeah. I shoot the Axial 6-inch carbon fiber bar and the Shrewd patriotic design from, I don't know how many years ago.
I believe that's the Optimum they have there, their scope.
Something like that.
What are your bars?
I shoot ramrods, the Vectors. They're 12 and 30.
Arrows, 23s?
23, Easton X23s.
And your release?
I shoot the True Ball HBC.
Gotcha. All right, very good. After 3 ends, we have 96, 95. Oh, excuse me, 96, 94. 2-point lead for Colton Anderson.
All right, so 2-point lead for Colton Anderson, our 4th place qualifier coming into this one. And he's trying to shoot his way up for a guaranteed podium because the next, whoever advances to this is going to shoot against the 2nd place qualifier. I mean, you know, Tate Morgan, looking at these scores, I mean, with your 660 qualifier and the amount of elimination rounds they shot, there were total points of 1,056 available. Between Dewey and Colton, they only shot 1 point different, meaning 1,030 points. So total points, each of these archers only dropped 26.
Yeah, I mean, it shows it here in this match, like they're pretty well matched. I mean, they're kind of going arrow for arrow here, and then one of them makes a little bobble, and you can tell the other one tries to make up for it a little bit, and then it might magnify the miss a little bit if you're trying a little too hard, but.
Very interesting on the bow hand, don't you think?
Yeah, you see that every now and then. That's not a very common grip, but you do see it quite often. Like I know George does a lot with the high wrist stuff, but not as high as Colton has his hand.
Almost looks like Colton came from Recurve.
Mm-hmm.
Not caught that line yet. Yeah, that's good. Hathaway needed that one. Needed that one in the middle to keep it at 2. Well, Tate, what's on the table, of course, is that 12. Is stepping on the platform. So obviously, you know, the question becomes, when do you think you'd want to do it? Are you one that would wait to see how these next 2 arrows play out, and then if you needed it, use it on the 3rd one, or would you try to put a little bit of pressure on your competitor and say, all right, I know I can hit that 12 and get those 2 points back?
I mean, I did some thinking about it too, just in case, like, I mean, you make it in there and it's like, okay, what are you going to do when the opportunity is presented to you? And it's like, kind of depends on the person I'm shooting against, I think, how they would react. Like, I mean, if these guys know each other very well, then, I mean, that's a factor too. Like, you know, if I was shooting against someone like Kyle, and I step up there and press the 12 button and mash it, like, I guarantee you it's coming back at me. Like, he's going to follow up right away with it. He's not going to take that chance of coming down, getting down by 1 off of 1 arrow. Like, he's going to come back with the same thing. So, I mean, if I was down by 1 or 2, like, it would have to come down to, like, do or die. Like, it'd have to come down to the last arrow because a lot can happen in the last end. Nerves flare and tensions get higher and anything can happen. So
Sawyer Sullivan has been shooting for 9 years, world record holder.
Your choice, Sawyer. I'll bump. He's going to move you over here.
I think a lot of people saw the first person come out, which was for the coaching box. That wasn't a 17-year-old kid, as we're in the Youth Male Open here. So, yeah, I mean, you know, unfortunately for Hathaway ends up getting knocked out of this round. But, you know, I think the 12 ring probably would have been a good choice just to go for it. So now it's going to be Anderson who advances. So Sawyer Sullivan, who you're familiar with, shot 77 11s and only dropped 22 points total for all the qualification and eliminations shot.
yeah, that's impressive. I mean, these kids are coming out here making it look easy sometimes. And, like, I've been up there. I know it's not easy.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Colton Anderson, obviously nice and warm, has already got the idea of what the nerves are going to be like.
11.
Good arrow there for the Sawyer.
And both of us are shaking our heads like, okay, you know, that's the way you go toe-to-toe. Here's PJ.
Sawyer, welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. When's the last time you were here?
2 years ago, I think. Last time we had it.
Gotcha. How'd you finish then?
I ended up 4th.
Are you hoping for a better finish this time?
I hope so.
How do you feel up there?
It's a little nerve-wracking the first end, you know. You come up here and you're just hoping for the best.
So world record, I know you set that this past summer, I believe. What was that for?
That was for the cadet male 50-meter record.
Gotcha. Well, congratulations on that. Hope you do well rested around here.
Thank you so much.
A lot of energy. I like it.
Okay, after 2 ends, after 1 end.
Now, look, Tate, when you get to this point, how big a deal is it of just having confidence in just your entire process, your entire shot, you know, in terms of, does confidence help to deal with the nerves? You know what
I mean, I think confidence is everything. When you come in here to a situation like this, you're running on 100% muscle memory. You don't have any time to sit out there and think. I mean, you're on a shot clock. So everything that you do has to be, like, you just got to come by it naturally. And the more times you get out here, the easier it is to deal with. Your body learns what type of nerves it feels and how it reacts to it. So it's like if you get a kid that comes out here and they've never shot in this situation, and then you get another kid that's been here 10 times, like, you're going to see a big difference in how they handle themselves. Some kids show it. I mean, some guys even show it too. Like, you can really read someone's face, and other guys look like they're just calm as a cucumber out there, and it's like nothing phases them.
And what Tate talked about was the shot clock. He mentioned shot clock, and for this tournament and in this shoot-up, it's 30-second shot clock. So if you're familiar with World Archery, for instance, normally those shot clocks indoors are going to be 20 seconds. So this 30-second clock at least gives these archers an opportunity. If for some reason it doesn't feel right on the initial settling into the shot, they can let down and then give it another go.
11-10 line.
Well, there was a ton of English from Sullivan on that one, but I don't think it made a difference. But when we see an archer do that, Tate, why are they doing that?
Generally, it's just a reaction thing. Like, the last thing your brain pictured was the dot or the pin or whatever you used to aim with was a little off of center, and 90% of the time it really doesn't make any effect on it.
Yeah.
Normally, it's just a reaction. So.
Natchitoches, Louisiana.
That was close. Tell us about your bow there. Run through your full setup.
Okay, it's an Invicta 37, Excel Achieve, Ultraview sight, Shrewd Onyx bars, Shrewd Tungsten weights, Amsky Trinity, Easton 27s, and a Fulcrum Flex.
Gotcha. All right. What happens at the Archery Learning Center if you don't have something Ultraview on your bow?
That's very rare, so I don't know.
All right. All right. After 2 ends, we have a 64-63 lead for Sawyer.
So Sawyer Sullivan, who logged in 77 11s total coming into this match, has definitely picked up where he left off.
Yeah, for sure. It looked like that first end he might have had a little bit of a side adjustment to make from the lighting, and then he got right back in the middle.
11.
I mean, when you look at Sawyer Sullivan, the draw, like the confidence in the draw to get to the wall, and then just the way the shot executes. It just looks like an archer on top of his game right now.
Yeah, he doesn't second guess anything.
You see that? Just right back.
It's really automatic.
Oof. Great shot. A couple of those are going to be close calls, I think. Tate, what do you think?
Yeah, looking at him there, looks like he's going to, I would say probably get one of them, maybe the other one.
I'm shooting a Matthews bow, Excel sight, Hamski rest. I am shooting the 4-finger HVC brass. I am shooting Easton X27 arrows.
Seems to be working for you. Which TRX is that?
This is the TRX 40, and I'm shooting the 75% mods.
All right. Very good, Sawyer. Getting our final score here for end 3.
So 2 points for Sawyer Sullivan.
So is that 12er going to get hit? Is he going to hit the button?
He's got to hit the button, right? PJ just mentioned it too, which I like. You know, George Riles, he was on stage earlier today. He's seen other people use the button. George is his coach in his box right now. I think they're going to play it in a way that they've talked about before. Let the first 2 arrows play themselves out, find out where you are. I'm not sure that that's the strategy. However, like, if I was Sawyer and I needed it, great shot. I might do it only because I know that Colton would be looking at that red light.
I mean, with how he just shot that first arrow, both of these kids, I mean, if they needed the 12, I'm pretty sure they can hit it.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see what happens here after these next 2 arrows. Yeah, so I would say if Sawyer hits this, he has to shoot it.
I mean, that's the thing. If Sawyer shoots a 10, well, he got it.
Yeah.
So he's going for the button. Yeah, the button's on. But even if he drills it.
Yeah, but that brings up another play, though, because if he hits this, Sawyer has to hit the 11 to win.
Good point. That's what shooting first will do for you.
9.
It's tough, though, when you're programmed to shoot right in the middle, Tate.
Mm-hmm. A bit of bobbles there.
9.
That should do it, right?
Yep.
That'll be enough. So a 2-point victory. They'll go check. And good experience for Sawyer Sullivan.
Yeah.
Because that's the shoot for first place.
Oh, yeah, I mean.
So he'll bank that knowledge and say, whoa, I got nervous on that last arrow a little bit.
Yeah, we need to tighten things up a little bit here.
Mm-hmm. So a little congratulations. And let's hear what Anderson got. 3rd place.
That is official 128, 126. Colton for finishing 3rd. You're going to take home $600. Congratulations, Colton Anderson. Sawyer Sullivan advances to move on. All right, let's bring out our first place qualifier. Nathan Zimmerman from Woodstock, Illinois. He's been shooting for 14 years.
Nathan, you
have choice. Which way?
I'll go right.
Nathan Zimmerman. Little Zim, I've known Little Zim. Boy, I mean, this kid was shredding targets. I started shooting in Illinois back in 2015. It's when I got involved in archery. And his dad owned a shop that I used to go to every now and then, shoot some tournaments. And the shop, you could shoot, I think, up to 30 or 40 yards in there. And they had a lot of 3D stuff. And as a little kid, he would just wear out that range. I mean, this guy loves to shoot and shoot and shoot. And he is a funny, great little kid. And for Zimmerman,
good arrow there to start it.
For the 4 that entered this shoot up, he obviously had the most points accumulated out of 1,056. Zimmerman shot 1,039, so he only missed 17 points the whole round, and in that collected 81 11s. So
now in this situation here, when you get the guy that comes out #1 seed, they don't have any warm-up to come out here on this stage where, I mean, I think it would almost be an advantage coming out in the 2 or 3 spot, winning a couple matches, getting comfortable, getting used to the lighting, the crowd, the stage, everything, and then when you're coming out fresh for the win, that could be tough.
I'll be interested to see if Nathan is feeling some nerves. He's done a lot in his young career. Let's hear from PJ.
Nathan Zimmerman, I was trying to do the math there. If you've been shooting for 14 years and 17 is our top age group, so you've been shooting probably as soon as you could stand up.
Yeah, it sounds about right. My dad owned a shop, so I've been shooting ever since I was little.
All right, have you been to the Classic before?
I have. This is my 3rd year.
Have you been on the big stage before?
No, this is my first time.
All right, so you come out here as the #1 qualifier. How does it feel?
Feels pretty good. You know, I'm a little nervous, but that just comes with the game.
All right, great shooting so far this weekend. We'll look to see how the rest of the match goes.
If Nathan Zimmerman's 17, that means you're getting old, Tate.
What's that say about you?
I know. Because I do think that I met him. I think he started maybe when he was 12 or 11 years old. And like I said, he's done quite a bit, and he's had a lot of success as a young archer. And oftentimes, you know, we tend to look at the pros and what they're doing, and kind of let the youth sort themselves out till they get to about this age, and you see who's next in line. So a bit of a bobble for
Open
Nate.
the door just a little bit there.
So we should be, what, all tied up now?
10.
I saw Nathan grab a couple clicks, like you're talking about, Tate.
Yeah, sometimes when you come from the practice range out here, I mean, they try to make the lighting as similar as they can. Nerves and the different stage makes it a little bit different sometimes.
You know, we often talk about nerves with holding the bow, and it's pretty obvious to us to see when nerves and you shake it around like you can see Nathan. But what does nerves do to you in terms of actually pulling the bow? You know what I mean? Do you end up pulling harder? Is it a little bit softer in the shot? What do you tend to find for you?
Normally what tends to work best for me is just like, you try to, a lot of times, you'll try to relax a little bit to get the pin to steady up or the dot to steady up. So just try to like keep yourself pulling hard and almost
I'm shooting a White
pull
Invicta with an XL sight, some B-Stinger bars, shooting the True Ball Falcon Flex. And for arrows, I'm shooting the gold tip triple X's.
Triple X's, all right, seems to be working for you. After 2 ends. Let me wait for that score. Yep, it is official. Nathan Zimmerman with a 62-61 lead. Sawyer, don't forget that 12 button.
We just heard PJ remind Sawyer, don't forget that 12 button. That is funny.
Probably a little early in the game for him to think about that, with it only being a 1-point deficit. So, but you never know. I mean,
well, it is.
You want to make a statement.
What's interesting is, Linda Ochoa was in the booth, and she said she thought that maybe the 12 ring should go to a 13-point instead of 12-point. You know, to see if it was a bigger gap. What are your thoughts on something like that?
I mean, going with a 1-point variant is all. I mean, it really doesn't it forces them to shoot at it, but not as much as a 2-point would. I mean, you put a 2-point swing on there, and someone steps up there, and they're feeling good, they're feeling confident. Like, say, Sawyer, he's been out here for 2 matches now. And if he's on a roll, feeling hot, and he's like, yeah, you know what, I can get it. Steps up first arrow of the game, he's like, all right, now you're 3 down. Come get me.
Yeah.
Like, that changes it a ton.
Yeah. Interesting. Something to think about. Good job, Nathan. Only one way to beat a 33, and that's to step on the button and call the 12, and he just didn't do it. No. So still a 1-point advantage. Yeah, and the two just looked at each other and just said, hey, good shoot. Good shoot. Yeah, so this is the situation, all right? So who's going to shoot first? So final end for the championship of Youth Male Open 11-17. Nathan Zimmerman's going to be leading by 1 point. But Sawyer Sullivan has that option.
Now, another thing, too, you think about is, like, you shot, and it's like, you know, like, every now and then you just get 1 arrow each end that just, for whatever reason, the first, second, or the third arrow, it just clicks. So you could be halfway through your round, and halfway through the end, and be like, well, man, I'm just shooting my second arrow way more confident, way stronger. I'm not going to save it to the end, because I know the end is, if I need it that much more, I'm going to be that much more nervous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It does tend to happen that way, doesn't it? With 3 arrows, you're just like, I just can't miss on the second target.
Yeah.
It's
like sometimes you just get in a groove on one of those shots where everything just flows. And I mean, me personally, if I needed it and we were in the last end and I had one of those targets going on that day, that's the arrow I would use it on.
Yeah, that makes
I wouldn't wait
sense.
to the end.
Yeah.
Now, with these guys only being 1 point apart, I would definitely wait to the end.
Zimmerman's just feeling
just
it right
to
now.
see what he did. Because if he gives Sawyer 1 on this next arrow and Sawyer hits this, then Sawyer doesn't need it.
Good point.
So that could be too big of a risk to take unnecessarily, especially with a shot like that. I mean, he keeps himself in it, so.
11.
Okay. Now he has to.
And that's it. The button's pressed. Yep. So Sawyer Sullivan, you can see the red light underneath the platform, has set it. He's going for the 12.
Just last.
We'll see, though. He might have touched the line. I mean, it's going to be a call. It's close. It looks out to us, but we still have to wait for official scoring, but everybody's kind of got off their platforms at this point.
That was a good shot there.
It was a good shot. Yeah, it's far enough out for sure. But
I mean, it's hard too when you come from aiming in the middle of the yellow for 11 arrows.
Yeah.
To just completely switch your mindset and everything.
Nathan Zimmerman takes it 128-124. Sawyer Sullivan is our second place finisher. He's taken home $1,000. Congratulations, Sawyer. Great shooting. And our champion, Nathan Zimmerman, $2,000 payout plus $100 from True Ball Excel, $100 from Gold Tip, and $100 from Bee Stinger. Congratulations, Nathan Zimmerman. How's that feel?
Feels pretty good, you know. Put a lot of work in, so it feels good to see that pays off.
Feels good to finish it out. You came in here first, you finished first.
Yeah, felt good.
All right, congratulations.
I can't take credit for the way these guys are shooting, but it was my privilege a few years ago to work with both of them.
Coach Larry Wise.
They are fine young men, and they're going to kick some butt going forward.
Thanks, Larry.
Come on this way. It was all the coach, Justin Czar.
I know. I'm like the Bill Belichick.
Can't wait to get little Zimmerman on here and talk to him, because he mentioned he'd been doing a lot of work, and he definitely likes to put work into it. How's Zim? Dude, it's Greg White, bro. What's going on?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Why do I got to talk to you?
I know, dude. Congratulations. Heck of a round for you, man. How'd it feel?
It felt good. You know, I put in a lot of work, and it's good to see it pay off.
What do you mean putting in a lot of work? What'd you end up doing?
Well, I've been shooting a lot every single day of the week and, you know, working and going to school, just making sure I have time to practice every single day, and it's good just paying off.
Where do you get to practice these days? I know your dad used to have the shop. Now where are you shooting?
Well, I'm actually practicing with my friend Jacob most of the time now. His dad owns like a factory sort of thing, and we practice out in there. We can get some pretty good distance in there.
So how old are you, buddy?
I'm 16.
Oh, boy. Really?
Yeah.
I've known you that long?
Yes. Yeah, you have.
Since you were 11, probably,
Yeah.
or 10. Well, dude, you're really stroking it, so you got another chance in this class. Are you heading off to Vegas?
I am heading out to Vegas.
And what class are you going to be shooting in Vegas?
I'm going to be shooting the Young Adult Championship.
Well, listen, congratulations. You're the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic winner in your category, and we look forward to seeing you in Vegas, buddy.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, we'll talk to you
Thank
then.
you.
All right, see ya. I know, that could have gotten funny, Tate. It could have gotten funny. All right, look, next up is going to be the Men's Open, the amateur division. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back after that 5 minutes, Tate Morgan's still going to be here with me, and we're going to get the Men's Open action underway. So we'll see you in about 5 minutes. The archery action continues here at the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic from Spooky Nook Sport Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Tate Morgan, two-time U.S. Open champ, along with a lot of other accomplishments in archery. So here we go, Tate. This is the men's open. It's amateur division, and there's a lot of talent in this division, don't you think?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what these guys are able to throw down. I mean, a lot of these guys could compete at the upper level if they wanted to, but a lot of times with work and everything, they just don't have the time to put the practice in. So.
Yeah, often with jobs and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes they don't even travel off the East Coast. Let's take a look at what happens here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. It's shoot-up rules. The top 8 have qualified, and rank ties are broken by 11. Now, it's a bottom-up format, so what we're going to see is number 8 battling number 7. Whoever wins will advance to phase 6. Whoever wins, and so on and so forth. We've seen one archer go from 8th to win it. Now, new for 2022, the maximum points in these rounds, in these shoot-up rounds, is 136. There's this really neat little 1.5 centimeter white dot 12 ring. We're going to tell you more about that as we go along, but just know this: for each of the 4 ends they have to compete, they must call it in order for it to count, and they can only call it once per end. So now you have that framework all set. Let's get to the third member of our broadcast team, PJ Riley, who's going to introduce our first pair of archers.
All right, let's get started with men's open. This is one of the most fought over divisions that we have here at the Classic, besides the pro classes. So this one is going to be an 8-person final. First up, we have our 8th seed, Cameron Freed from Findlay, Ohio. I want to point out, Cameron, if you saw the number there, qualified 50th. And he is here as our 8th seed. One of the things we like about the Classic, you just have to be good enough to get in the game. And Thomas Hanley, our next qualifier, 7th. He was 42nd in qualification from Camp Hill, Alabama, shooting for 4 years. It's been a long day already.
PJ, I am right with you. It has definitely been a long day. Totally excusable. 18 meters, the range, so 20 yards from where the shooters are standing to where the target is. The 40-centimeter 3-spot target face, something that looks very familiar to a lot of archers, only this one is a little different in that instead of the center ring being worth just an X, it's worth 11 points. And then they've added, of course, that 12 ring to the mix. So we're going to get things started with our first couple of archers. And Tate, we've talked about it. I mean, especially in this class, if you haven't been on this stage before, nerves can play a huge part.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little low for that first arrow. But, yeah, the nerves can be crazy. And then you might have it where you shoot 2-3 matches in a row feeling really good, and then all of a sudden it just hits.
Oh, is that, yeah.
So, it was a little wide there, probably. Could be lighting, or like we were just talking about nerves, that could have been from nerves.
This is the largest category of archers. 299 archers came to compete just in this category alone. For the tournament this year, there was somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,800 plus archers that competed. So of these 299 archers, these are your final 8. There was 660 points in a qualification round, and then we went to elimination rounds of the top 64 shooters after qualification. And to give you an idea of how eliminations work, the number 1 shooter got to shoot against number 64 qualified, number 2 against 63, and so on, until they got to these final 8.
9.
See, he's still hanging that right side. He's grabbing some more clicks there.
Want to meet our archers here, but I also want to point out men's open is always our largest division here at the Classic. And this year, I just heard Greg White say we had 299 in this division. So these 8 finalists here, they had to beat a lot of other guys to get here. So Thomas, have you been to the Classic before?
No, sir. This is the first time.
First time here?
Yes, sir.
How's it feel? What do you like about the experience so far?
It's just fun, you know. Getting up here is something I've always, looked forward to doing, so it's nice to live out a dream.
Coming out here like this, is it what you expected? I mean, we only shot one end, but.
Yeah, it's everything I expected.
All right, congratulations so far. I'll get over to our other side there in a minute as soon as we, to Cameron. Shoot this end. That score is set, 29-25 in favor of Thomas.
All right, so big deficit early on, Tate, but this is where you really have to kind of batten down the hatches, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, it's never easy coming back from a deficit. What's the point? What are they at again here?
25 to 29.
25 to 29.
Do you remember what it was like the first time you stepped up on the platform?
Yeah, it was. I felt like I wanted to puke.
Yeah. It was that you were that nervous.
I mean, it was like the second year I shot pro, and it was. I shot against Jesse Broadwater first round.
Oh yikes!
I was 8. He was 7.
You were 8 years old.
Yeah. We took it all the way to a shoot-off.
Did you really?
Yeah.
And
that's where the story ended.
Roger that. I mean, we can see visibly that's just a long hold for Cameron.
Yep, there he goes. Finally got one back in the middle there. So
he really fought well through that shot. And again, 30 seconds on the shot clock here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. Good shot from Thomas.
All right, Cameron Freed. I've forgotten already. Where are you from, Cameron?
Findlay, Ohio.
Findlay, Ohio. Have you shot the Classic before?
Nope, it's my first time.
First time as well. What do you think about the big stage up there?
It's pretty big.
What do you think when you come walking through the door and see this setup for the first time, folks sitting around?
Pretty neat. They need to try it.
All right, congratulations on a great weekend so far. We'll get through this match here. Scores are official. So we have Thomas Hanley with a 60-55 lead.
I think what we're seeing here, you're talking about those shooters out of 299 that in the top 8. I think what you're seeing from Freed is just a little bit of nerves, and even being here for the first time as well. And for Freed, you know, he got into archery because he was hunting with his dad. You know, something we hear a lot from compound shooters. You initially got into archery, why?
Parents shot archery and packed me around all the 3D shoots and local tournaments they went to, so I just kind of naturally fell into it, and then
you were good.
Started.
Yeah.
It was a lot of effort to get there, but.
10.
Yeah, you can see that.
Looks like it's just a fuzz wide.
Yeah, you got to touch that line in order to get that higher point value.
9.
Still waiting for Cameron Freed to try to find his footing. This really plays in Thomas Handley's favor.
10.
In terms of getting comfortable on stage, if Handley's going to put himself in a position to try to make a run up the ladder.
Yeah, this first match here, where obviously you can see, looks like Cameron's dealing with a little bit more nerves out there than Handley, but.
10.
And this is what's interesting. There's only a couple of classes we have here at the Lancaster Archery Classic where we will have 8 in the shootout. The majority of the classes have 4. So with a class being this size and qualifying 64 and then shooting your way up, it means that if you want to make a run like Tim Handley did, the CEO, a couple of years ago, and go from 8th to the win, that's a lot of arrows you have to shoot to get there.
I think it's like 84.
Yeah, 80. That's exactly right. It's 84 arrows. If you don't have any ties, you have to shoot another arrow or 2 or 5.
That's a 7. Cameron was shooting for the 12 on that. I didn't want to yell while he was a full draw.
Yeah, Cameron actually called for the 12 on that, and that's why you saw that drop down that low, and that's kind of the aggressive move you have to make, even with 3 ends. Here's PJ.
Lead result 38, black gold sight, shrewd scope, conquest bars, and true ball go release. Gold tip triple X's arrows.
Gold Trip Triple X's. Awesome. Great setup there. Thomas, we got time. Let's run through yours as well.
Yeah, so I'm shooting a Matthews TRX 36, gas bowstrings, Excel Achieve XP sight with a shrewd scope, Hamsky rest, Hamsky peep, and shrewd stabilizers and disconnects.
What do you got for arrows and your release?
Gold tip triple X, and right now I'm shooting a goat from True Ball.
All right, great setup there. Through 3 ends.
The goat from True Ball that he talked about is a unique release in the sense that you can actually shoot that as a hinge release or a button release.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, it's really cool because it gives shooters the option to have 2 really great releases in one and not have to purchase 2 of them. And you don't have to change your handle feel or head length for draw length or anything like that. It keeps everything really consistent.
Yeah, and see, that's the details that a lot of amateur shooters aren't thinking about. You know, someone at your level, you know, even a millimeter on the length of the head on the release or whatever can make a difference. It's astonishing to hear the detail and length that you guys go to make sure that your stuff's shooting right.
Oh, I mean, I play with D-loop length constantly. His shots are starting to look really smooth.
Hanley's got a nice, comfortable lead.
10.
I think Cameron Freed at this point.
11.
Just trying to throw some arrows down range, just to send him off to his next tournament with a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, it'd be good for him to hit these last 2.
11.
There you go. There's 1 down.
Yep. It's just so telling when you look at that target, huh, Tate? All the ones to the right.
Yep.
10.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a number of things. It could be a little bit more hand torque in the bow from the nerves, or pulling way too hard, or no telling what it could be.
Great shooting, guys.
So good run for Cameron Freed.
Cameron Freed is going to end up as our 8th place finisher. He's going to win $500 from Lancaster Archery. Cameron Freed, thanks for coming out. We sure appreciate you. Congratulations on your 8th place finish. All right, let's bring out our 6th place qualifier. We have Jacob Houseconnect from Candor, New York, shooting for 10 years. He took 2nd in the 2021 IBO World Championships. Once again, Jacob came in, qualified 25th, and now here he is as the 6th seed. That shows you the competition in this men's open division. Those top guys are all good.
All right, I know our viewers are questioning what's going on with Thomas Handley and his University Ace hat, as we saw that front and center in yesterday's match. Maybe PJ will have a chance to ask him about that as we get deeper into this match. But so, Handley, who goes from the number 7 qualifier, is now shooting against Houseconnect, who's our number 6 qualifier.
Interesting. He didn't make him move. Normally you see the new guy come in, make the guy prior to them move, get them out of their comfort zone. Or
when you shoot and you're focused like this, can you get distracted easily? Can other things, like things moving around the room and stuff like that, kind of get to you?
I mean, you try not to, but I mean, sometimes you catch like a glimpse of something, or just like that little flash can, I mean, it only takes a quarter of a second, really.
Yeah.
And I mean, that little tiny thing could just, something as little as the camera boom moving when he's at full draw, you could catch that moving out of the corner of your eye, take your focus off the middle right as the release is firing. Could be the difference between an 11 or a 9 or an 8, you know.
Yeah, what's interesting, the way that we have this whole situation set up is obviously the 12, right? If you have your back to the 12, you're not going to see, the light go on if you were shooting or whatever. But also we have this camera that's moving in front of them very gently. It's down on the floor, but it does move. And so I was thinking to myself before we started shooting yesterday that the position that House Connect is on is probably a little bit of a less distracting position until you mention the jib camera, which is like literally right in front of his face.
You got that camera right in front of your face, but I mean, it's just one of those things where if you're going to shoot out here, those are obstacles you're going to have to overcome.
So Jacob House Connect comes on stage, and obviously if you look at his scores and the way he shot, he is an unbelievable shooter. But right now, it's Thomas Handley, whose nerves are calmed down.
Yep, he's gotten in a rhythm now, it looks like.
So as we look at the scores, we can hear 11, 11, 11 being called out by the judges ever so slightly. Unfortunately, with this game, with the 12 ring in play, with the 11 ring in play, 8, 10, 9 it's just huge. I mean, we're already at 5 points right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, if he really wants to get back in this, I mean, I would say he's going to have to shoot a couple of really strong arrows on those first 2 arrows of this next end. If he's really feeling it, hit that button and go for it. I mean, you got to make up ground. You only have 12 arrows.
That's a good point.
Normally, you wouldn't find yourself needing to hit the button that early, but say you do come out and the lighting is that much different from the practice range or whatever, and say it was lighting and he shot the first arrow and it was straight left or whatever and it was 8 and he hit 2 11s. I mean, you're back on. So, but again, it's also that you're rolling a big dice there.
You are. But at this point, if you lose by 1 point or if you lose by 20,
it's really no different.
Does it really matter? Yeah.
I mean, he could come out and hit that 12 button and hit it, and it could rattle the other guy too. I mean, you never know. We haven't seen anybody hit the 12 yet.
So Hanley starts off with a 10. An opportunity to grab at least one of those 5 points back.
9.
Shot looked good. It just seems like there's just a little bit lack of confidence right now coming out of House Connect.
11.
Not from this guy. Handley is handling the situation. You get it? It's wordplay. Tate didn't even bother looking at it.
11.
There you go. Back in the middle for him. Now, it would be very interesting to see one of these guys come out here and hit the 12 button
11.
somewhat early or when they need it. And then to see what the other guy's reaction is going to be if they have another arrow left. How do they react from that 12 being called and hit?
11, 10, 1. 10, 11.
Let's hear a little bit more about House Connect.
Jacob, how you doing?
Nervous. Very nervous.
Have you shot the Classic before?
Yeah, I've shot it for 5 years.
5 years. Have you made it to the big stage before?
Never.
How's it feel to get up here?
It's different. It's very different.
For folks at home out there, I was saying you finished qualified 25th, I believe?
Yep.
So, in our format here, all you have to do is survive in advance. Tell folks about that, how that works, because you don't have to shoot the best score.
Yeah, I went to 2 one-arrow shoot-offs in my first 2 matches, so I was a little nervous then, but my third match, I shot pretty good. So.
Gotcha. All right, well, you made it to the big stage. Congratulations. Our score, as soon as it comes back.
It's a huge deficit.
65-57 in favor of Thomas. Guys, don't forget about the 12 button.
That 8 point deficit right now for House Connect.
Yeah, that one's going to be.
See, like you, I mean, I think you're right. I think he should have gone for the 12 in that end.
See if you can get Thomas rattled, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And see if you can kind of get in his head that way.
10.
Especially after that, his second arrow of the last end, it was in the middle. I thought, okay, maybe he figured it out, a little bit of confidence. That's probably when I would have probably, just given it a go. But let's see if he goes for it this time.
Really, at that point, when you're down 8 or 5 or whatever it was.
Yeah, 5.
You don't have anything to lose.
Agreed.
You kind of got to lay it all out there because.
And sometimes you just want to play with the crowd. We have a good, nice-sized crowd here.
Yeah. Get the crowd involved. Get everybody cheering. Hit that thing, and I'm pretty sure it'd get a little crazy in here.
Yeah, definitely. All right, good. So the New Yorker kind of gets another one in the middle. Here's PJ.
Rundown on your gear there. Run through it for me.
I'm running a Elite Result 36 with an Excel bar, Shrewd Mini Mag scope, 60X custom strings, Shrewd bars, and a True Ball HBC Flex.
And your arrows 2712?
Yep.
All right, they seem to be working for you. Coming into our final end. Don't be afraid to step on that little red button.
Final end. And you can see that the score now is 9-point advantage for Thomas. Did PJ just say you can step on the 12 to handle it?
Now see, that's honestly, if I was Thomas sitting here, I got a 9-point lead.
You're right. I know exactly where you're going.
Why not go for it?
Right, because at least if you need it,
it gives you that experience. It gives you a practice arrow on it in the venue.
You're 100% right, Tate.
If I was him, I'd smash that button and shoot it first arrow.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, you don't got anything to lose. Like, as long as you, barring you don't blank the target.
Right.
You don't have like a major dip bang or something and shoot a 0, but.
No, you know what? That would have been the move, I think. I understand that, you know, and you do it on the first arrow. You would have done it on the first arrow because those second 2 11s, you want to still have that confidence as you head off into these next matches.
You want to finish strong.
Yeah.
Shoot the first one just to see what it's like. Maybe give the crowd a little fun.
Yeah.
And then the next 2, bear back down, smoke the middle, get your confidence back, get your aiming back, and then keep on rolling.
Do you think if you had someone in your coach's box to kind of understand the same thinking that you had? Because obviously, you know, sometimes when you're up on that stage, you still have nerves and you're just like focus on the process maybe.
Yeah, you kind of forget about time and you kind of lose track of everything. You're like, oh man, I'm already 4 ends in.
Oh yeah, right.
Time flies up there.
I bet.
9.
But yeah, if I was standing behind him, I would have definitely told him, like, all right, dude, you don't got anything to lose.
Yeah, at least. I mean, even if you go 10-11, you know that.
Yeah,
if
hit
I
that
shoot
button.
a 7, I still have a win no matter what he does.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, but Hanley, you know, solid end. 11-11-9. Little kind of dip bang there at the end.
2 matches down.
Yeah, PJ still hasn't asked him about his hat, so I don't know what PJ's doing over there. Long day. I think he hears me. So we were just kind of waiting for the official score, but we know that House Connect is gonna take a seat and should be credited with 7th place for his efforts for today. And then we're starting to see Thomas Handley make some moves up this leaderboard.
Our final score here. Men's open.
As we wait the final score, it looks like it's pretty good. 127 to 119. Could be 118, could be 120. Either way, nope, it's going to be official. 127 to 119. So Jacob House Connect. Good effort for him. His first time on the stage, a huge learning experience. I'm sure he'll be back up on center stage with us.
$650. Congratulations, Jacob.
Nice, $650 for his effort. Coming here at the Lancaster Archery Classic.
Let's bring out our 5th place qualifier, Benjamin Schaffhauser from Richfield, Wisconsin. He's been shooting for more than 10 years. His family owns Westtown Archery.
Yeah, this Benjamin is connected.
Yes, he
because
is.
That's Braden Gellantine in his coach's box.
Never heard of her.
Never heard of her. Yeah. So, yeah, this guy's got some pull. You know what's funny is that if Handley knows who Braden Gellentine is, and chances he does, that was a psychological advantage right there.
100%. I mean, I don't know how this kid's mental game is, but I mean, if you're relatively new to the sport and it's your first time coming up here on the stage and you have a big name like Braden come out behind your competitor, like that could throw a wrench in things.
Mm-hmm. It definitely could. And Braden is aware enough to know
he's not afraid to go for the 12.
Exactly. So the advice is going to be coming because Braden knows this game, and when you add something like the 12 ring, he's already thought about it. He's already done the math on it.
He's already got 37 different ways he needs to hit it. So
yeah, 100%.
11.
Good solid arrow to start off. An even better one.
Dude. Oh my God, somebody call a plumber, man. That thing is clogging the drain. You can laugh, Tate, it's fine.
11.
Dude, these guys, they're here to play.
There's no doubt. And I think that we're just going to see this more and more and more as we just climb this ladder, too.
Yep.
11.
Thomas is definitely looking a lot more comfortable up there.
Mm-hmm. That is a good, solid draw and a
10, 11, 9.
That one looks like it should be good.
Depends on the arrows, right?
Yep.
27s, you would say you can touch that inside that 10 line and still get it?
Yep.
No question on Handley's shot. So we'll see if we have 233s right out of the gate. Here's PJ.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? Shots. I was close. Ben, have you shot the Classic before?
No, it's first time.
First time as well. Boy, our last three, everybody's first time. What do you think about this stage up here when you walk through that tunnel?
It's everything you practice at home, so it's nerve-wracking.
A little bit of nerve-wracking. Your coach back there giving you, he is familiar with this kind of pressure. Is he giving you some good pointers?
Yeah, I didn't have an arrow advocate coming here, so they told me to walk up to the master's table because I had a bow, and they sent him over, so it's...
You made out pretty good, Braden Gellentine. All right, Ben, that's a good way to do it. So that was perfect for both our archers, 33-33. Great shooting to start this round.
Wow. The Matthews table, you can rent an advocate.
There you go.
That's actually a really good story. And it also talks to Braden Gellentine, and he was like, yeah, I'm available. Let's go do this. You know, he's definitely a team player with Matthews, and it's a really cool thing. And you know what? A great story for Schaffhauser to talk about later on, no matter what happens in this tournament.
10.
Oh, nice. And I can see that Braden's already, giving him words of encouragement. So.
Yeah, I've shot with Braden behind me before, and he's actually a really nice to have back there because he's very good at talking you through things, and he knows what to say and when to say it because he's been in the same position numerous times.
Yeah. Well, Tate, you were the first person to ever stand behind me at a national tournament and give me words of encouragement. All those years ago, you might have been a teenager then. It's hard to say.
You might have had hair back then.
Yeah, maybe. So for Handley, just slipping a little bit, that first arrow dropping it, and then not able to get the full middle recovery, but Schaffhauser, after coming off of that 33-2, all of a sudden has settled into this rhythm.
10.
Barely caught that one, so. For Handley, an 11 right here would keep us all square.
10. Good shooting, guys. Tom Handley has a good coach, too. Claire Garrison here is a
Youth Female Open champion, just won last night. Ben, run through your equipment for me.
Matthews TRX 38, Excel scope and sight, Bee Stinger bars, True Ball Abyss Flex release, and Victory arrows.
Victory arrows. All right, very good. You said Westtown Archery. That's your family's business.
Yeah, it's my dad and uncle's business. Yeah.
All right. We appreciate everything that they do to introduce new archers to the game. Score is official. 63-62. Benjamin enjoys a 1-point lead.
All right, so you just heard PJ talk about it's a 1-point advantage. There's 2 ends to go. If you're just joining us, this is the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic here from Spooky Nook Sports Complex. We are live coming at you, streaming on your computer, your phone, your television, wherever, and we're happy to have you here. These archers are standing 18 meters, 20 yards, just about away from a 40-centimeter target face, a 3-spot, with the middle ring counting as 11 points, and the wild card 12 ring in play. If the archers choose, they can choose it 1 time per end. These 4-end shoot-ups. At full draw now is our 7th place qualifier, Thomas Handley, who is now shooting against Ben Schaffhauser, who was our 5th place qualifier. So Handley now is pretty deep into the arrow count.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd be interesting to see how he handles the coming from behind, since this is the first time he's trailed.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point. And these archers started their first end with 33s, and we thought this could be a boxing match all the way to the end, but as of late, both of these archers trying to find the center consistently.
You see both Braden.
PJ trying to sell the 12 button.
Yeah. See both of them shaking their head. No, not yet.
11.
That's why.
That would be why.
Mm-hmm. And I'm curious to find out after this match if Braden had any idea, you know, at the skill level that Ben shoots. You know, obviously he's 5th qualifier, so we knew he could pound. But
yep. For sure. I mean, even in the men's open, like making it all the way up to the 5th position is not an easy feat.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of really, really good guys in that class as well.
When we look at our 2 archers, one of them's left-handed, one of them's right-handed, they're facing each other. Is that something that has ever bothered you shooting? I mean, here they're at least a little separation, but oftentimes we have to do that when we're in qualification rounds and we're just, you know, not even an arm length away from somebody.
No. I mean, I've never had an issue with it. I've never really thought it affects me. I mean, I know a couple guys that shoot left-handed, and they're like, I'd rather shoot next to the other left-handed, so it's back-to-back. So it's like I don't have to look at anybody, but chances are, if you're a left-handed person, you're going to get stuck looking at someone else the entire time because there's not that many of them out there compared to right-handed shooters.
Yeah, and some people who run their quiver kind of more on their hip, even if you're behind another right-handed shooter, I've had arrows poke me and stuff the entire match, even when you ask them to kind of clean up their workspace, you know? So it's just kind of hit or miss. Great shot.
It almost looks like Thomas is shooting more of like a command style shot. His thumb's not on that button very long.
Okay, explain command style.
So you have like a command style, or you have like you could shoot static or just like a normal back tension style shot, where it looks like when he gets into his anchor point here and gets down on target, he's shooting it, firing the release when he wants it to go off, rather than it being a surprise shot. So you see like we're shooting here, comes in, sets his thumb on, and has a lot more of a controlled, like patient style shot, where he's just sitting there aiming, waiting, and pulling for it to fire.
And you can see once the release went off, you can see the arm go backwards because he's pulling through that shot. Watch the thumb. This is what Tate's talking about. He's not quite on the button yet, not quite on it. You can see the space there, and then a little bit of connection, and bam, it's gone.
Yeah, it's not on there for long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it looks like now 1 point. a shame because that was an opportunity to get on that button. Get on that button and go for that 12, which would make the difference.
Be interesting. I hope we see it this end.
Well, no, it's over.
Oh, that was over.
Yeah, it's over. This match is done and dusted. We're just waiting for the official scores, and that's where I think the experience would come into play. And like you were talking about, had Thomas taken the opportunity to shoot at that 12 ring and known what was there, he might have been more apt to take the chance at the end.
All right, that is official. Benjamin Schaffhauser takes 126, 125.
So 126 to 125. So Thomas Handley's run up the ladder stops at his 6th place. So a good little run for him. And so Benjamin Schaffhauser advances.
Yeah, and where he was shooting second.
Brad Baker Jr., 2018 Classic champion in this division. He just loves to shoot arrows, apparently.
Brad Baker Jr. This is one guy that has been around a while. He's got a full-time job. He works, okay? But this guy can shoot so well that during that 2018 run that he had here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, so many people were like, he's got to go pro, he's got to go pro, he's got to go pro, because he's that good of a shot. It just kind of depends year to year. Some years he can practice to this tournament, some years he can't. But nonetheless, this guy, if he gets it on a groove, BBJ can shred it. His first shot is going to be a 10. He's been on the stage, but of course there has to be nerves no matter how many times you've been here.
Yeah, especially your first ever coming out.
Mm-hmm. Schaffhauser goes, all right.
11.
Let's see what you got. Kind of feels like this might be one of those matches. Let's hear from PJ.
Brad, you were up here, Classic champion in 2018. Tell folks how tough that men's open division is.
Oh, it's ruthless.
No mercy, eh?
It's a tough division. Oh, boy.
So what's it like getting back up onto the big stage?
It's stress that you look forward to.
I was going to say, you feel right at home, right? Nice and comfortable.
No.
All right.
Brad is one of those guys where, you know, his dad shot his entire life. So as soon as he could pick up a bow, he started shooting. And even after 20 years of shooting, he still just loves putting those arrows down range. And, you know, you have to look at Benjamin Schaffhauser, and you've got to say, all right, Dad and Uncle own a shop. You know, he spent a lot of time there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, my parents own an archery shop, and I've spent countless hours there, a lot of late nights.
Yeah, that's kind of a good benefit, isn't it? Shop closes, you get the key.
Mm-hmm.
They probably didn't give you the key till you were 20, though.
Yeah.
Tate's dad, of course, joined us earlier today for some commentary to open up the day at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's great to have him in here, giving his insight into shooting and owning an archery shop. As Brad Baker puts one right in the center. That's a close call. Even the 27, if you're just kind of cutting that 10 line, generally depending on the angle there, it's not in there. Yeah, that looks like a solid 11 for Baker.
Both of these guys look really comfortable now. They're kind of getting into their groove.
Oh yeah, you called that one right. Yes, he was interesting actually, Tate, is what you were talking about with Hanley earlier and how he waits to get to the button. You can see Brad is connected to that button the whole time. Let's get to PJ.
4 men's open finals in a row, we believe?
Yes, sir.
Right. Consistency, we like to see that. Run through your bow setup for me.
I'm running a PSE Citation 40, EM cams, bee stinger bars, Excel XP sight, Shrew Nomad scope, Hamsky rest, and a True Ball goat.
Gotcha. And arrows, triple X. What release did you say?
Goat.
The goat. Okay. So, Brad, for 4 classics in a row getting to the final stage, how much would you say you shoot, and your indoor game, how do you work on that year round?
I get to shoot about once every week and a half.
Once every week and a half?
If I'm lucky.
Well, that's pretty good then. So you're one of those, I guess, you don't want to shoot too much.
No, I want to shoot, just life's busy.
All right, well, it seems to be working for you. Your system works, Brad. That last end was a 33. We had 2 33s that last end. Great shooting, guys. Ben holds a 1-point lead, 66-65.
And you heard Brad say life is busy. And that's a lot of it for a lot of these archers and why they decide to stay, in these amateur divisions. There's a question. Everybody thinks if you're a top shooter like that you're going to be able to sustain it for years to come. And Brad said, look, it kind of comes and goes for me. Obviously, you heard that he's been here in the qualifications and the shoot-ups now for the last couple of years because he is a good shooter. And, he's from Virginia, not too far down the street from where we are in Pennsylvania here, and he's a legend. He's a legend in Rocky Mountain, the area that he shoots in. Roger Willett area. Roger.
That's a big name. Recently retired.
Yeah, absolutely. But for Schaffhauser, he's really making a name for himself on the stage right now.
Yeah, he looks super, super solid.
11. 11.
Starting to slip away from Baker.
Just a touch outside. That was a long hold.
Baker could grab this point back.
10.
Nope, doesn't do it.
I think we're about to see a 12-ring called.
I agree.
Great shooting, you've done the book on the show.
But definitely, it's got to be, as we head into this final end, you have to think that, Braden knows. Braden Gallantine's still in the coach's box with Schaffhauser. What would be funny for Braden is he has got a match. Isn't Braden, is he in?
No,
he didn't make
it. He lost in a shoot-off.
Oh, okay, I was going to say, yeah, that's why he's got the time. Because the way Schaffhauser is shooting right now, he could work his way all the way through the leaderboard up to the first place shoot. And Braden will be standing there quite a while.
So
we'll
now,
see. Yep.
Interesting. When is Brad going to hit the button?
You're him? Let me guess.
That
First arrow.
Official. Ben holds a 2-point lead, 98-96.
Probably yes.
All right. His coach,
Especially because he'll shoot second.
His coach just told him something. Yeah.
And
okay.
If Benjamin misses that first arrow, then no. But if he hits it, you kind of have to at that point. You only got 3 arrows, and then to put the nerves on for the last 2.
There's the other factor that we haven't really talked about. You're 100% right. Nope. Great shot, but Baker has not reached for the little button in front of his foot to tell us that he wants to go for that 12. Not yet.
10.
And now, depending on this arrow, it could be kind of out of reach.
Mm-hmm. For sure. If he'd have hit that first one, got a good confidence boost for the next arrow, then
11.
Ooh. That's a squeaker. What do they call that? A jar licker?
A jar licker.
10.
Yeah. I think if you're Brad, you just kind of just punch the button anyway.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's really within his in his thought process right now.
Just have some fun with it.
11.
Beautiful.
Because at this point, I mean, the match is already decided. But
Yep. No light. Just going for the middle.
10.
3 low for Brad Baker, and Schaffhauser is going to advance. And Schaffhauser only dropped 1 point that whole game.
I'd play in the big boy division.
Well, you do. Yeah, that's the thing. If you come away with this, if Schaffhauser has it. Can you imagine? How incredibly funny would it be if Schaffhauser ends up going to the pro category next year in this tournament and has to face off against Braden?
Yeah.
Very just be one of those stories.
Matthew Russell from Loganville, Georgia. Shooting for 6.5 years, he has won world gold and bronze. Matthew will get to choose.
So Matthew moves Schaffhauser off of his spot. Left-handed versus right-handed, so back-to-back. That might have been, very intentional. More strategy than just trying to get him to a different lighting position, or, just getting the other shooter to have a different field of view. For Russell, the total points accumulated between qualifying and elimination for this class was 1,056. Russell, 1,040, only dropped 16 points in between qualification and elimination.
11.
Great, strong start.
11.
Answered.
Yeah.
He already looks calm.
Yeah, Matthew Russell has got a really good looking shot.
I don't know what's better looking, his shot or his arrow twirl.
He's got a good arrow twirl. Yeah.
I know if I tried doing that, someone would be getting stuck in the crowd.
Fling right off your finger.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Benjamin go. But this is the competition you expect to see as we get higher up in the shoot-up format. He doesn't look rattled at all.
He's probably had George in his face with a microphone for the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, George Riles is who Tate Morgan is talking about. Let's hear from PJ.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Have you shot the Classic before?
I have shot the Classic before. I've never been up on the stage.
Never been up on the stage. Archery Learning Center, do you get a little of that stage practice down there?
Oh, yeah.
Are you relying on that now? How's your nerves feel?
A little shocky, but I'm doing well.
All right, great. Well, Matt, that's a good first in. What a way to start, 33-33. Can't do any better than that unless someone would hit that 12 button.
Tate Morgan, PJ is pushing the 12
I'm not
hard.
even going to say anything about it anymore because every time I've said something about it, these guys, nobody's done it yet. Everybody's chickened out so far.
I was just calling those people out. You think that PJ had an investment in had a stake in selling 12 buttons?
Yeah, every time that button gets pushed, he's getting a cut. So he's trying to get people to hit that button.
You could kind of see in that overhead shot there was a little bit of movement there.
Mm-hmm. A little shaky on him there.
You call
Looks
this
like
guy
he's shooting in his basement.
Seriously, right? Call him Rockhauser. Guy's just steady as a rock. Nice way to come back. That shot had a little bit more rhythmic flow to it than the first shot for Matthew Russell. Benjamin Schaffhauser continues to impress. Caught that one on the top. Again, if you're new to archery watching, all you have to do is just touch the line and you get the higher point value. Doesn't need to break the line, just touch it. But we could see that from long distance. That went right to the middle.
Matt, let's run through your setup here. Tell me about your bow and what you got on it.
Well, I got an Invicta 37 with an Excel sight, Ultraview scope, some Easton contour stabilizers, Ultraview release, and Easton 2315s.
All right, great setup. 2 pieces of Ultraview equipment there. That gives you a bonus when you go back home from Colby Hanley. After 2 ends.
1 point the difference between Benjamin Schaffhauser and Matthew Russell. Clean so far for Schaffhauser. We heard last round for Benjamin that he only dropped 1 point. Now max points, if you don't call the 12, is 132. Max points, if you call the 12 every end and hit it, is 136. I'd like to see that one time.
I'd like to watch it, not shoot against it.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Tate, looking at Schaffhauser, what are you seeing in his form that is just, it's just so good right now?
I mean, everything. He's just super solid, super comfortable. Like I said before, it literally looks like he's shooting in his basement with no nerves.
Yeah, it's incredible. Could it be this is just the way Schaffhauser goes? Could it be a combination of this is the hard work paying off plus the lucky charm in the coach's box?
It could be. I mean, it could just be he just found his rhythm and just got comfortable. I mean, sometimes you have that. Sometimes some people feed off the nerves and it makes them that much more focused and determined, and it just works. A little shaky on that one for Matthew.
Definitely on the release. A lot of English there. Ooh, a good look at, a fiber optic pin, basically. So that's going to go through the magnification.
11.
It's working for him. What do you shoot with?
I shoot with a dot.
Okay, so a solid dot that just kind of
Yeah,
covers
just a
part
solid
of the
black
target.
dot that covers pretty much half the yellow.
Gotcha.
11.
Because when I get nervous, my bow doesn't aim as good as Benjamin's does.
Apparently not.
I use a big dot, so I see less movement.
Yeah, I mean, I feel similar to the way you are in terms of, like, the smaller the dot, the more the movement is. So my dot actually covers almost all of the yellow. So if I'm in the middle, I'm seeing barely, you know, an edge of the yellow, and I've played with that quite a bit, and it just seems to slow down the movement.
I hit the button on the bowling lane and brought the bumpers up. So
yeah,
it's just
that's that's a good way to put it. No gutter balls for me.
No.
Although I quite haven't figured that out yet, and you know, that's why I'm at the bottom of the pile. But that's why I'm in the booth, I guess. You know.
Well, I can't say much either because I'm sitting here.
Just today. Just today.
All right. Our score is official, 99-96.
99-96.
I mean, I got to think with George behind him, he's got to hit the button.
Yeah,
especially if he hits his first one.
Mm-hmm. What I want to know is, everybody's hit it with their foot so far. Who's going to ball out and just tap it with their stabilizer?
Style points.
Mm-hmm.
11.
You didn't have to look at that one. You could just hear it.
He's just wearing that out. It's a great shot.
Now, if I'm Matthew, I 110% would hit the button right here, no matter what he shoots. Try to rattle him a little bit.
10.
Ooh. Maybe that will. I watched Braden Gellantine just have a quick word with Benjamin.
11.
And he had a bit of a giggle. Try to
keep things light.
Yeah, ease the tension.
Now it's a 2-point game. Back in the middle.
Yeah, and the button's pushed.
There we go.
Yeah. So Russell hit the button. You can see the glow underneath, just slightly.
Got it.
He did. He got it. He got the 12. It was more for show than anything else at this point. It's still going to be a 1-point win, but we're going to check the scores officially before we call it. Again with Benjamin Schaffhauser. Almost cleaned it. I don't think we've seen someone clean it yet.
No.
We still have Open Pro coming up.
I'm sure we'll see a few in there.
Plus also, after these matches, after this men's open's done, we only have 2 sets of matches to go, including the women's Open Pro coming up right after this. And with the talent in that field, we could see one of those women archers clean it 100%.
Yeah, that is very true. I definitely wouldn't want to shoot against half the women.
No.
Great shooting, Matt, who finishes 4th in our men's open division.
Especially your fiance, Paige Pierce, who's absolutely shredding, as she's usually been this time of year. But for these two, it'll be a 1-point advantage for Benjamin Schaffhauser. Only dropped a single point twice in a row.
Let's bring on our 2nd place qualifier, Austin Taylor from Winnipeg, Manitoba. Shooting for 9 years, says he shoots in order to pay for school. And he's one person who thinks it's warm outside today.
Gee, it's not every day you hear an American throw out a Canadian joke. As our Canadian brethren love hearing that stuff. Yeah, it's like June. Still winter up there? My Canadian friends are like, hey, here's an idea. Shut up.
Look at the stack of weights on that kid's bar.
Yikes. Wow, I wonder what the mass weight of his entire bow is, because he's also got a decent little stack on the back bar. All right, so our 3rd place qualifier, Matthew Russell, starts off strong, because at this point, going against Schaffhauser, you're hearing his name over and over again. And it's got to be playing on you mentally, knowing, man, this guy's just shredding it up right now.
Well, and then they also got a TV in the back room in the in the practice range. So I mean, you get to see what everybody's doing.
That adds a little bit.
11.
It doesn't seem to phase Austin much.
So for Taylor, coming into this thing as the 2nd place qualifier, he shot 86 11s to get here. The total accumulated points over our qualification and elimination rounds is 1,056 available. And for Taylor, he only dropped 11 points the entire weekend. 1,045 points.
11-33.
Great start. We're starting to see some arrow penetration too. A lot of people have been hitting the middle of these targets.
Yeah, it gets a soft spot built there pretty quick.
Long hold.
11.
Got it, Phil.
Got it anyways.
Yeah.
Austin Taylor, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Just fine, thanks. Come all the way down from Winnipeg.
Yeah, I go to school in Kentucky, so it's not as far, but yeah, I'm from Winnipeg.
Have you shot the Classic before?
I was here back when last time you guys had it.
Okay. Is this your first time on the big stage?
No, I made it last time too.
All right, so you just feel right at home up there.
I don't know about that, but I feel pretty good.
All right, we come back. We're going to ask you about your equipment because I want to know how many ounces are on that front bar there. 33-33, heading into our second end.
Ounces. I don't know how many pounds.
Yeah.
Some people have it like that. I know, like, you know, in years past, Gabby Schlusser is one who likes to hold a lot of weight. And it's very counterintuitive for a person who doesn't shoot to think that for some people, the more weight, the steadier the bow holds.
Yeah, I mean, some guys you see like Austin here, he's running like probably, I mean, just looking at it, it's got to be at least 30 to 32 ounces up there.
Sheesh.
And then you have other guys like Levi and Jesse, they run like 2 ounces on the front bar.
Yeah. And there is chatter, Tate, as you know. Ooh, looks like a little low. That's going to be an arrow call for Schaffhauser. But, you know, Tate, people often get into archery and somebody's going to give them advice like, okay, there's a ratio that you should start with, you know. Less weight on the front, more weight on the back. Well, you know, we can clearly see that Austin Taylor, just the way he shoots, the way he holds the bow, he likes to have.
Well, he might have a pretty close reference.
Right, like
pretty
what I'm
close
saying,
ratio,
might be
'cause he
equal.
looks like he has 2 ounce stacks on the back.
They're just like a bigger weight.
Yep.
11-33.
Oh yeah, this kid he's in a groove.
Yeah. I know, as if I was shooting his bow, I'd have to have him hold it up for me.
Just have someone with their finger just on the front of the bow.
Yeah.
Just sit by my feet.
11. Nice shooting.
See, but the thing is, well, here, PJ, let's hear from Taylor.
Run through your setup for me. What do you shoot?
I have a PSC Citation 40 with the EM cam, Phantom bowstrings, Achieve XP sight, Shrew Rev X bars, and a Freak Show rest.
What arrows and release?
I'm using Gold Tip 9.3s and then a True Ball Abyss.
All right, and Greg White corrected me. He said I should be asking how many pounds do you have on the front there? How many ounces do you have stacked up there?
27.
27. And what do you got on the back?
28.
28. Man, I'd need help just holding that thing up there. All right, well, it seems to be working. We need a final score here.
And that weight is just, again, showcases the individualistic ideas behind archery. I mean, it's just so different for every single archer. And you were right, Tate, you nailed it. I mean, that's about as balanced as you can get. It's just 1 ounce off of perfect balance. So the length of the bar makes a difference, obviously, with the lever. There's other options too, which I found interesting, is with tungsten weights being introduced the last couple of years, you can actually keep the weight but reduce the size of the stack. But some people have been like, well, actually, I don't like the concentrated weight. I actually want the stack longer. So it's just so crazy when you think about the combinations available to find your shot.
Yeah, I mean, Austin is actually one of the first people I've noticed running the bar off the bottom of the limb pocket. Like he's like on the PSCs, they have the dual mounting holes.
Yep, you're right.
And he's actually running his bar off the lower mount, which you don't see that very often.
No, you don't. Yeah, that's something relatively new, I think, from PSC.
Yeah, I think they've had it on the last 2 bows.
2 bows, I think so. And if you look at it, if you were running an angled bow down,
that's about where his weight would be.
Yeah, the weight. Yeah. So that fact that it's coming out of there, yeah, that is very interesting. I know that, like, for a lot of people that shoot field on the you see where the stabilizer is mounted on that Matthews is that a lot of field shooters will actually put their sidebar or their V-bar on that up mount, so it allows you to have an interesting pivot point, and it also gives you room to move up and down. And it kind of works the same way with Austin. It's very close to where the front stabilizer bar connects to the rear bar. They're not exactly in the same spot, but in terms of elevation, they're pretty close. These bow manufacturers really getting a lot of feedback from their pro archers and how they want these bows built, and adding, you know, a second hole to mount your arrow rest, or, you know, more stabilizer holes. I know that, you know, Bowtech has holes like that up top, so you can put weights up top. I mean, it's pretty integrated now.
Yeah, they're getting, all the bow companies out there are getting crazy with their designs. Just stuff you would never think to have on there. That's huge benefits.
Now, don't you think, if you're Taylor, obviously, you know, he's had some really good shots, but if you're looking at that monitor and you're on your way up here and you're seeing Benjamin Schaffhauser is just dropping 1 point an end, that would put the extra pressure on you?
Yeah, I mean,
you know, you think to yourself, well, I have to shoot perfect in order to beat this guy.
I mean, obviously, most of these guys are probably going to have the mindset. I mean, obviously, my mindset coming out here is like, you're going to have the mindset that you're going to shoot perfect. Like, you don't ever want to think like, oh, okay, I can miss one or two, and then I'll be fine against this guy.
Oh, let me write that down. Okay. That's mental issue number 1.
But I mean, I definitely think it's easy. For me personally, I would rather have a guy that's on a roll and come out and shoot against him than have a guy that's come out and shoot against a guy that won his last match by a point, but they both dropped 3 or 4. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Like, it makes you have to expect that next level.
All right, so after shaking off that 9, our second place qualifier, Austin Taylor, goes back to full draw to kick us off at this end.
He's right back to where he started.
But we're all tied up.
Yes. 11.
Almost feels like relief when it goes in the 11, doesn't it?
So this is an interesting position. Let's see what this next arrow is first.
Yes, sir. 11.
As I expected.
I know what you're
so
thinking.
Austin hits it. What does Schaffhauser do?
Does he go for the throat, go for the 12 for the win, or
11.
Does he go for the tie? He is
Looks like
not.
he's going for the tie.
Yep. He hasn't hit the putt. So he's going for an 11. Long hold.
Yeah.
Smart. Got it. Big sigh of relief. A big fist pump from his coach, Braden Gellentine. And before the official scoring, we are all tied up in this one. Wow. How tense do you like it? I mean, keep in mind, whoever wins this match goes to shoot against our #1 qualifier, and it gets you one step closer to being men's open champion. So once we get it verified.
It is. Okay, we are verified. We have a tie. So the way our tiebreaker works, first end is for score. If we're tied, we go to a second end. If we're tied after that, then closest to center.
Yeah, so it's arrows. So as you see here in the ties, the highest score is going to win. So the first 2 arrows, if they're needed, is going to be a score. So they're going to shoot 1 arrow each, and if one person has a higher score, the match is won. If we have to go to a second arrow, it's going to be high score again. If we go to a third arrow, then it's going to be closest to the center. The 12 ring is in play for the first 2 arrows if you wanted to take that risk. Not sure why, but let's go. So our first archer, our second place qualifier, Austin Taylor, is going to set the tone on what score needs to be matched or beat.
11.
And it's an 11. No 12 called.
The pressure that would add, though, if that first guy just stuffs it.
I know.
11.
Okay, we're going to a second arrow after judges ratify this score.
Judges will verify it, but
can you imagine?
I want to see him do it.
Like,
I think that would be sweet.
You got third guaranteed.
Yeah,
you're on the box.
You're guaranteed
you know
on
what
the
I mean?
podium. Just step on it.
But on the other hand, Tate, you're so
I
close
know.
to shooting for first. And I mean, we're not just talking about prize money, obviously, because that's something to both these archers. But
it's been able to walk away here saying, like,
dude,
you
how
are
much
the Lancaster Classic champion.
How much of a baller would you be? Just hashtag legend if you just stomped on it right now.
That would be bigger than the CEO.
Agreed.
11.
But then there's that. Is this going to be our first match to go to closest to the center? Our scoring people seem to think so.
11.
Yeah, they were right. A little premonition by our scoring folks. All right, that's it. We're going to arrow number 3. Closest to the center wraps this up and advances to shoot for the number 1 spot.
And now the red button's out of play.
Yeah, no more red button. We can stop talking about it because I'm sure the internet's like, enough with the 12 ring and the red button. I just have a feeling we get to Open Pro, something's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine. That's a good arrow.
Yep.
Just a fuzz low, but
half shaft 11. But again, the score doesn't matter. It's closest to the center.
Oh, he got it.
I think he got it. I think he got it by a couple millimeters. I think there's more of that arrow in the middle. Braden just told him where that score was. Braden Gillentine.
How about that match, though? That's achieved.
Wow.
Austin Taylor. Excellent finish.
If you don't have chills after that, you are not a fan of archery because that was something special.
Austin, thanks for coming
Incredible.
out. Great shooting
So
this week.
Austin Taylor came up against a juggernaut known as Benjamin Schaffhauser, who was our 5th place qualifier. Let's go to PJ.
Drew Hortman from Santa Quinn, Utah. He's been shooting for 28 years. Grew up in the family archery store, as did Ben.
Last shot. And he looks up and he's just looking around. Did I get it? Did I get it? Now that's Austin Taylor's shot. You can see his target right there. But now it's all about what's happening right now.
So we got another big name in the box. Back behind Drew. Two-time
wait
Vegas
a
champion.
second. You're absolutely right. So now it's a battle of the coaches. That's on the right. That's BJ. Yeah, everybody knows BJ. But over to the left, just a little bit, is Kyle Douglas. So there you see, on the right, Kyle Douglas in the PSE shirt, and to the left, Braden Gillentine. This is this is a battle of the coaches. You can see.
Now, Kyle graduated from the school of Tim Gillingham, so you know there's no fear in him.
Oh, zero fear. And I've actually talked to Kyle. He came in here yesterday and commentated at the beginning, and we were talking about 12 strategies, and you could see him when we were talking about it, kind of thinking through those strategies. So he already knows what his plan is. Now, if you're, in case you're excuse me, in case you're wondering what's going on, because we saw so much depth in the penetration of the arrows on the targets, what the officials have decided to do is just rotate those targets a little bit. so they can get different spots. Now we do have actually small microphones that are connected to the top of the bales, so we can get that sound, that nice thwack sound. And so they had to tape those and move those, so that's why it's taken a moment. But now targets are hung, names are all set and ready to roll, as are we. If you're just joining us, it's the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic here from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Tate Morgan, two-time U.S. Open champ. And this is the men's open category, the largest class that we have here. 299 shooters competed in this class, and we are down to the final two. Your number one qualifier, Drew Portman, just shot his first shot of the day, and it is an 11. This shooter, Benjamin Schaffhauser, was your 5th place qualifier and keeps throwing arrows downrange. And has put himself in contention from 5th to the possibility of taking it all with him. Schaffhauser went to the Matthews booth looking for somebody to help him with his arrows. And Braden Galantine stepped up. The two had never met before. And since Braden Galantine entered the coach's box, Schaffhauser has been on an absolute tear. But he's gone up against a juggernaut in Drew Hortman. Hortman only dropped 9 points the entire round. Out of 1,056 points, he shot 1,047 with 88 11s. Hortman has had some tournament, but now he's up against this guy.
I know Kyle was giving him a hard time for signing up for the amateur division.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
11:33. Wow. Let me tell you something. After that shot, Benjamin just kind of...
Have you been to the Classic before?
It's my 3rd time.
3rd time. Have you been on the big stage before?
No, I managed to lose on my last end in my 3rd match the first 2 years.
No kidding, but then you come in here as the top qualifier. How's that feel?
Feels good. That's what you come here to do. So.
How's your nerves feeling about now?
I got a little adrenaline rush going.
All right, well, great shooting. Apparently the adrenaline's not affecting you there, because we had a perfect first end, 33-33.
Just looking at those two coaches back there, you just go, man, how many championships, you know, how many perfect scores are shot? Couldn't get better great advice from those two coaches in the box. But how deep are we with Benjamin Schaffhauser now in terms of arrow count? I mean, it's got to be in the 60s at this point.
Yeah, because he started at 5.
Mm-hmm.
11.
Yeah, at the end of this, it would put him at 60.
So, at the end of the 60, okay.
So a whole qualification round worth of shooting in the finals venue.
11.
Like I was saying before we went to PJ, after that last hold that Schaffhauser had, it was a long hold, and he let out a big, big breath.
11.
I think Braden would give him some advice right now. Tell him to give it a click to the right.
Oh, there he goes.
Okay.
10.
Ooh. Doors open. I mean, when Hortman came out, he moved him off his spot. Another long hold.
Drew, tell me about your bow setup here. Run through your equipment.
Shooting an Invicta 37 with the SVX cams, bee stinger bars, a 27 on the front and a 15 on the back. Not really sure on the weight. Running an Excel sight, True Ball Goat release. Currently a Hamsky Peep and Arrow Rest, gold tip triple X's, and 4-fletch Q2Is.
All right, looks good. I can see the Kyle Douglas, Tim Gillingham influence there in everything you have set up. Ben has a 1-point lead, 66-65 after 2
We had a good
ends.
chuckle at that one. The Gillingham, Kyle Douglas influence. Tim Gillingham has influenced a lot of archers in his days. He's done some videos on how to cut arrows and set them up, and he's a legend. Let's get back to this. In our third of 4 ends, Benjamin Schaffhauser with a 1-point lead.
11.
Close one. Boy, that Invicta just really comes off the release fast, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's got a really explosive shot feel.
Four Fletch on his arrows.
11. Inside.
What's your choice? What do you normally shoot with in terms of how many veins? Like, obviously, we see Benjamin's got 3.
Yeah, I shoot a 3 Fletch as well, but I shoot a blade, so vein clearance is a very big factor.
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah.
10.
Could he give that point back?
11. 33. Drew.
So we should be all tied up in score as we head into this final end. When are we going to start talking red button? Later?
I'm not even going to say it. I'm not saying it ever again.
It's interesting because, you know, we know that both these archers are completely capable of shooting 11s. It's, in a way, it's a given, and when you see a 10, it's like, ooh, you did shoot an 11. So I just don't know how it plays, but I think these first 2 arrows each are going to decide what the other's going to do. Without question, that's going to be it.
Talking to Drew beforehand, I know how bad he wants to win this so bad, and he's not going to do anything risky.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
It would be. I think personally, I think he would have to be down by 1 with the last arrow.
Yeah.
For him to go for it, I don't think you're going to see him risk anything, and then obviously, I don't think you're going to see Ben do anything risky because clearly it doesn't look like neither one of them need to do anything risky, but he's kind of stayed steady and on the same pace ever since he came out.
Mm-hmm. How exciting are these next 3 arrows? And a good call by the judges to clean up these target faces. There's a lot on the line, and targets are cheap.
Yep.
So why not just start fresh? That way they don't have to, you know, there's no, because these archers are so capable of just crushing that middle, just don't give any opportunity for a judgment call. Just make it nice and solid. All right, so first arrow of the final end to decide men's open champion here at the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic.
11.
Good start there.
Mm-hmm.
11.
No chatter from either of the coaches, just letting their archers do their job. It is so tense in here.
10.
Yeah.
Didn't that shot seem to go off a little bit quicker than normal for him?
Oh, you just see Kyle give him the. He's pressing it.
11:33.
Okay, here we go. So the button's pressed. The 12 has been called. I or to tie it up.
Got it.
He nailed it. Yep. And that's what that is for. Schaffhauser probably thought he had it.
Yeah, he got some strategy going on over there between Kyle and Drew.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all right, you already hit it once. You know you can do it.
Yep. No. Stop tape.
I just want someone to have like me in their ear.
Yeah, right?
Just come on, just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Yeah, while you have dice in your hands, like, I know it's a week before Vegas, but go, gamble it all.
Dude, come on, man.
Let's see.
Let it roll.
You're going to be a legend. There'll be memes about you for years.
Oh, I mean, dude, you would. If you walked out there and did it, your very first arrow of the shoot-off, and just said, like...
It's a tie.
Well,
we're going to a shoot-off. By the way, you know who would do it? Just step on the 12 in the first arrow of a shoot-off? Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
No, he'd do it.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, so here's situation. In this tie, the tiebreaker is simple. If you're just joining us, the first arrow is going to be for score. If someone shoots a higher score than the other archer, they automatically win. If they tie, they're going to go to a second scoring arrow. Same rules apply. If we're tied after those 2 arrows in score, we are going to a closest to the center, and this is for the top step of the podium. This is for all the marbles. And here goes Benjamin Schaffhauser, who came in here in the 5th place position and has shot his way to possibly winning this. To put the pressure on Hortman. 11 it is.
And he did it.
And he's going for it. He hit the 12. He's going for it. Oh, we don't know. We don't know. Is it just out to the left? Oh, what an effort. What a legend. Hortman goes down in a ball of flames. But the winner, Benjamin Schaffhauser, coming from 5th place. What a show. How can you not love this entertainment, ladies and gentlemen? Ben Schaffhauser does it with Braden Galantine in his box. Does Braden get a cut? That's the question.
Fifth place and shot your way to the title. How's that feel?
Feels pretty good. Sorry I didn't get to hit the 12s, but I think Coach had the right mindset.
Hey, that's right. He knows how to play this game a little bit.
Thank you.
Come on down here, Ben. Congratulations, Ben Schaffhauser, Men's Open champ.
Two legends built in one match. Incredible. I mean, tip of the cap to Drew Hortman. He went for it a millimeter. I mean, a millimeter in the other direction probably would have got it. But all the pressure was on Benjamin Schaffhauser. It's just... And this is Men's Open. We haven't even gotten to the pro categories yet, which are coming up after this. Incredible run.
All right, we're going to take a short break.
All right, so as we await Benjamin, put that headset on. It's on now, isn't it, buddy? Wow. Well, Benjamin, I don't even know what to say other than congratulations.
Thank you.
Was some matches across the board. How are you feeling right now?
I'm shaking a lot. So I feel good, though.
So usually, you know, in archery, especially if you're the second shooter, after the pressure gets put on, you shoot an 11 and you think, oh man, this is going to be good. We're going to go closest to the center. Or what were you thinking before he hit the 12?
I felt good because I was feeling about the same amount of pressure the whole time. And then, you know, I figured he would hit an 11 because he was all day too. And then he hit the 12 and I was like,
So when he stepped on the button to hit the 12 the last time, were you aware of it, even though you had your back to him?
Oh, to hit the tie?
Yeah, to break the tie. No, I'm talking about to try to go for the win on the last one.
Oh, on the second, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I saw him hit it. I saw him hit it.
All right, you saw him hit it. So then what was going through your mind at that moment?
I was just going to step down because I was like, whatever happens, happens. It's either a win or a lose.
Oh, man. You shot a lot of arrows. Like, I think we're at 60 arrows, Tate?
Yeah,
is that what we
60
talked
total,
about?
yeah.
So you shot another qualification round, but you did it on stage in front of all these people.
Nice.
Then are you heading to Vegas?
No, I'm not. I couldn't afford it this year, and I figured I wanted to do this instead. So
You can afford it now, Ben.
Now I could. Now I could.
Well, congratulations, man. What a victory for you in the men's open category. And we can't wait to see you back here again someday soon.
I'll be back. Thank you.
All
I
right. So
appreciate
there's your men's open 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic champion. Want to thank Tate Morgan for spending time with us and all of his insight. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tate. Coming up next, Women's Open Pro. The match is going to be silly. You don't want to miss it. Hang tight. We'll be back. Welcome to the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic here from Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. As we are nearing the end of our shooting day. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Steve Anderson, who his resume is long and distinguished. I mean, 20-time medalist for World Archery, Reading champion, World Archery, World Field champion. Anyway, you know his resume, and we're happy to have him here for our next two matches. And coming up is the Women's Open Pro. And before we get to that, we're going to tell you a little bit about what's going on here in terms of how we got here. The top four qualify after a 660 round, and the ranking ties were broken by 11s. And in this shoot-up, it's a bottom-up format. So four's going to shoot against three. They'll advance to shoot against two, and whoever wins that will advance to shoot against the number one shooter. Now, new for 2022, maximum points available to score in this shoot-up is 136 points because there's a 12 ring, a 1.5 centimeter white dot. Now, you must call for it, but it is available one call per end. So if you look at how many points are available, that's it. No one's gone for the 12 in all four ends. Nothing like that has happened yet, Steve. But we're looking forward to seeing these archers make their way to the field of play. So let's get to the third member of our broadcast team, PJ Riley.
All right, let's kick off the Women's Open Pro Finals here. Bring out our fourth place qualifier, Jyoti Sureka Venom from India. She's been shooting for 14 years. She is a world champion silver medalist. And our third place qualifier, Tanya Gellentine from Winchester, Kentucky. She's from Denmark originally, shooting for 13 years. 2019 Classic winner in this division.
Heavy hitters for this Women's Open Pro category. Now, Steve, we started off qualification with 660 points, and then depending on the size of the class and the way the elimination rounds work, for these four shooters to get here, there were a total of 924 points available. And for our fourth place qualifier, Jyoti, she only dropped 14 points. As for Tanya Gellentine, she only dropped 12 total for the entire weekend.
Yeah, that's just stout shooting. Really tough to get through a 60-arrow qualification round and then, two matches without dropping more than 12 points. Most people are dropping that in the first few ends,
Why are you talking about me like that? All right, so the archers are standing 18 meters or just about 20 yards away from a 40-centimeter target face. It's a three-spot target. The difference with this tournament is that the middle ring, which is normally known as an X in the Vegas shoot, counts as 11. And then there's that 12 spot that's available down there, hovering between the 7 and the 8 ring. So Tanya starts off with a nice 11.
Yeah, Tanya dead center on that first one. Really important to start well. Right? You want to know you're sighted in for the range. Another one, that one's even better. Nearly inside out of that 11 ring.
And when you watch Tanya shoot, you saw quite a bit of bow movement after the shot. It's something we see often with her.
See, Jyoti just hasn't quite found the zero, what I would call it. She's not sighted in. First two arrows look like good shots, both low and left. Tanya off and running. Oh. That might be the match in this level, like truthfully. 2 points so far and possibly more. There it is.
There we go. Yep. And you can kind of see it on that release. All right, let's get to PJ.
Our archers, Tanya Gellentine, how you doing? 2019 champion here. How's it feel coming back to the big stage?
It feels awesome. It's been way too long.
Way too long. You feel good? Nerves? Anything?
Yeah, there's a little bit of nerves, but nerves are good.
Your coach just took the last guy all the way to the finals.
Yeah, I feel like he can do it again.
All right, great. Tanya, congratulations on a great weekend. Jyoti, coming from India, have you been to the Classic before?
No, this is my first time here.
First time here. All right, so up on you make it to the big stage and your first time out. What do you think about that?
I I think I had a great time shooting last 2 days here, and I think I'm going to have a very good time today too.
All right, great. You look very comfortable. After our first end, we have a 33-31 lead for Tanya.
So, Steve, we saw Jyoti has, looks like some weights on the back of her riser on that. Is that a Hoyt Invicta?
Yeah, that's an Invicta, and I noticed, yeah, she does have some stuff stacked there on the back. Some people just like to get the mass weight up without actually moving that to the end of the stabilizer, so literally just making the bow heavier.
11. Galantine Laya. Is she a thumb button shooter?
I think so, yeah. She's got a good shot going right now. Jyoti probably just caught that one.
Mm-hmm.
Really cool to see a number of the Indian team members making the trek out, and they stopped here before they head out to Vegas next week. It's a nice little pit stop. You get to hit the 2 highest paying archery tournaments in the world back to back.
Yeah, that is good. With not a lot of time away from home.
Yeah.
I know we've seen some Estonian archers here as well. People from all over the world came out to this one.
11.
So Galantine dropped a point.
Yeah, keeping a 1-point advantage right here.
11.
At least.
Mm-hmm.
Jyoti's had a lot of success outdoors. I don't think she's shot a ton of indoor archery.
11.
There it is. Those warm weather countries just don't do that.
Oh yeah, it's a good point.
Shoot
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's some of the reason why we see great indoor archers coming from some of the colder climates. The PJ.
Hear about the equipment the archers are shooting here on the big stage. Tell us about your gear.
I shoot Hoyt Invicta, and I have a Shibuya sight, beater rest, and Doinker long short rods.
What's your release? What release you shooting?
2-ball sweet spot.
Sweet spot, and you got 27-12s Easton.
Yes.
All right, great. We will get Tanya's equipment after this next end.
Steve, you're well, as an understatement, you're kind of an arrow guy. You know a lot about arrows. Why do you think it is that we find that in the women's categories for compound and even in women's open pro that we see less 27 diameter arrows and more 25s, maybe even 23 diameter arrows than we would see on the men's side? Is it a U.S. thing or?
No, I think you are starting to see more women shoot the 27 diameter arrow. Inherently, the 27 diameter arrow is a stiffer arrow, and it can be hard for smaller framed archers who aren't really long draw length or shooting a lot of poundage to get it to work well out of the bow. You know, it might be a case of, you know, they have to make an absolutely perfect shot, or their misses get a lot larger than they do with, say, an arrow like a 23. Another good one from Jyoti there. I think we got a tied ball game now.
We certainly do, yeah, because Tanya had a 10.
So, and what's really interesting is a lot of people will not recommend that 27 to women who might be shooting, you know, a 28-inch draw length and 55 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
But a guy will come along with a 28-inch draw length and 55 pounds, and they'll say, you need to shoot this 27.
Yeah.
So it's starting to change a little bit, 10 there for Jyoti. You're starting to see a lot more women who are shooting the largest diameter arrow, the max diameter. For the international people, a lot of them just shoot 23s all the time. So
yeah, because they just don't have tournaments like we do, where 27s are allowed, like NFA stuff or this.
Yeah, so they just come over here and, you know, 23s are shooting good, they keep shooting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so a little play back and forth. Let's get to VJ.
Run through your equipment for us here. Tell us what you got.
I've got my TRX 38. I got my B3 target sight, Mini Omega. I got my AE Freak Show rest, my Super strings, and my Black Eagle PS27s.
PS27s. All right. I was kind of hoping Braden would encourage you to hit that 12 button on that last one, but no.
Maybe you'll see one.
All right. Gotcha. All right. Score is official. 97-96, advantage Tanya, 1 point.
Going into the fourth end. It's close, Steve. I mean, you know, we talked about that 2-point swing at the beginning, and it could be the difference in the end of this one. And they could tie also, and then when we talk about those ties.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen some of the previous matches today where, such as Men's Open, Drew Hortman, rather than go through a standard tiebreaker, he just went for the 12 right off the jump. I think you're going to see more of that, maybe in the men's category, the Open Pro. See what happens here, you know. The one thing that's nice, Tanya's got Braden behind her acting as her coach, and he is very good at understanding numbers and quick with numbers. You know, not that this is the most critical math, but you might get someone in a quick situation where, say, a competitor has a close arrow and you don't know if you need to shoot at the 12 or the 11. Braden's going to be paying attention to, 1, the spot of the competitors, so he knows their score, and then 2, telling her, yeah, shoot the 12, or no, just go for an 11 here.
If you look at the World Archery rankings,
just out there for Tanya.
Yeah, just out. Tanya Gillingham comes in here number 2 in the world in World Archery rankings, and Jyoti Venom number 4 in the world.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about heavy hitters? I mean, this is what we have on stage right now.
At the recent World Championships in Yankton and World Cup final, Jyoti had a really good week there. Really, I think she was 2nd at World Championships.
Oh,
that is piped.
Yep. Oh,
she's
going for it, Steve.
I think she has to. I didn't see the scenario. I was talking, and
so Jyoti,
I think she has to get this.
Going for that 12.
No, this is for the win.
Yep.
Just off, I believe.
I mean, just off. It's so hard to see. It looks like it's going to be a little low left, but I like the risk.
They're saying
no, they're saying it's a 12?
We need the other angle.
That was for the win.
Braden's getting the other angle. He's spotting it. That is in the 12.
That's a 12.
Holy
There's no
smokes.
question about it. Wow. We have not seen that. That was an absolute legend move by Venom. All she needed was an 11 to tie to go to the tiebreaker. She's like, nah, let me just hit the button.
You know what? If you can hit the 11, you can hit the 12, but it's a whole lot easier to aim at that 11.
Especially depending on what's inside your scope.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, some of us run dots that are so big it covers almost all the yellow. That little dot gets lost. It's official. So Jyoti Venom takes the win and knocks Tanya Gillingham off in 4th place. So a bit of a shock for Gillingham.
Yeah, that's the one tough thing. You got the lead, and it can be taken away from you in a pretty gut-wrenching manner. And we just saw it. You know, you think, hey, all right, I just put my 3rd arrow in, a 1-point lead.
I'll get this right one of these days. Ella Gibson is our 2nd place finalist. And she is from the UK. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that town.
All right, recovering from the shock of just an absolute legend move from Jyoti Venom to just step up and say, you know what? A tie's not good enough. I'm not going to let this go. One more arrow. I'm going for it. Hero or zero.
Yeah, holy smokes.
That's great.
Now, do you think we'll see anyone start pulling that move 1st end, 2nd end?
Well, see, that's the whole thing. I think it takes someone who's confident to start to set the trend. I mean, the 12 ring is still unknown. You know, people haven't seen many people use it yet. There's been a few that have been successful, a few that haven't. And I think that next year we're going to see people use the 12 ring in a much different strategy.
Yeah, I think a lot of people didn't practice it whatsoever.
I know the smart move would have been to get, you know, to go to Lancaster Archery Supply and get a couple targets sent over. I know I got 20 myself just in case I ever got here. So that was a waste of $20 or whatever it was I spent. But nonetheless, oh, that was so good.
Yeah, she went for it, man. See if she can get back and just get on track right away. See, now she's got the advantage having been up on the stage. Ella has to come in and get zeroed in. That'll do it. She's still hanging in that low area. She's having some hit low left, low right.
Yeah, if I was a coach, I'd probably say grab a couple clicks.
Yeah, take a click. I've been there
All right.
enough.
Hey, look, when we say clicks, if anybody's new to archery watching it, what do we mean?
We mean the sight adjustment. So those sights they're using, you might notice a knob. Give it one click and it'll move it on that paper maybe a millimeter or two. It depends on a number of factors there, how much it actually moves your point of impact. But yeah, you grab a little bit. See, they're both on the low side. Ella's 2 arrows have been on the low side. Jyoti was also left on that 11 she shot at, which
11.
She's got another one though, so she needs 2 more clicks.
Definitely. As for this shooter, Ella Gibson from the UK, you know, how she got involved with archery is some coaches came to their school and she just decided to give it a try. And now look at Gibson, our second place qualifier, 914 points. She only dropped 10 points to get here, 74 11s. Let's hear from her with BJ.
First off, can you pronounce the town that you're from?
Cirencester.
All right, you did a better job than I did. Have you been to the Classic before?
No, I haven't.
First time here, and you make it to the big stage. How does it feel?
Good, nervous, of course, but otherwise good.
You got a good coach in the back there. She's won this before. What'd she tell you before you came out?
Pretty much just to enjoy it.
To enjoy it. Very good. All right, after our first end, we have Jyoti shot a 33, Ella 31.
And Steve, Ella Gibson, she's been shooting about 10 years or so, but the first 5 years were bare bow, and so she's only been on the compound bow for about 5 years. So,
well, she's done fine. I think she holds the world record indoor, or she did for a brief period. It got broke a couple
yeah,
times.
in 2019 at a 596 out of 600. Yes, you're absolutely right. Silver at the European Championships. Quite an accomplished archer. What a legend. What an absolute legend.
Tiebreakers are not for her.
Oh, no.
It looks like she found that side adjustment too. Looks like both of them did there. Back even there with the center of the face.
11.
I mean, Ella, she came out, fired 11-11, then looked like just a bad shot. Maybe lost attention a little bit and dipped down, shot that 9. Other than that, she's shooting really well, but Jyoti is not giving anything up. She's still perfect.
Words of encouragement from the coach as Ella Gibson goes to full draw.
11,
Spot for spot.
Yep, she's in a position right now. She's going to have to shoot for a 12.
Gee, you think so? Question is, when do you do it?
I would do it third end. I would figure it out.
Do it third end to try to put some pressure on.
And then you know if you have to do it fourth end.
20 Women's Pro champ, Sarah Preels. Tell me about your bow and your setup there.
I'm shooting a Hoyt Invicta 40 with a true ball axle sight, AE rods, and AE rest, and the True Ball Blade Pro release 8 and 27s. From
They are 27s. Okay. Very good. After 2 ends, we have Jyoti is still perfect at 66 to Ella's 64.
Look at Jyoti. So far clean halfway through this round. We have not seen any archers yet to date as we are in our final 2 matches of competition here for the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic. Clean, a shoot-up round. So
no one's had one yet, huh?
No one's had one. No, we've seen a bunch of 131s from the last round.
Jyoti's still just biting those corners at 5 and 7. O'clock, that is.
Yeah,
5 and 7 o'clock.
Yeah, 5 and 7 o'clock.
She's definitely hitting 11s.
Look at the fingers, the finger release that Jyoti's using.
Yeah, she's got kind of an interesting grip on there.
Is it just a 2-finger release that she's got?
I think it's a 3. I think it's a really small 3.
Oh, okay, like
I'm
it's
not
got
sure
something
what
on
it
the
is.
backside. Yeah. I believe Ella's using a thumb button release.
Let's see if we can get a look at that. Yeah, Jyoti doesn't really have. So there's the third finger. Looks like a Carter target 3 maybe, or I don't know what that is.
You can see Ella's thumb went down towards that barrel. Very, very narrow barrel. Nice shot.
Closer to the peg style than the barrel. See, I think they called that first one 11. It might be a 10.
Okay, so we're going to wait for those official calls. But, you know, both these shooters shooting the Hoyt Invicta. And you have experience with that bow, as did Tate Morgan. It seems like that bow can be a very explosive bow on the shot. Like, it just seems like it really, as soon as you release, it starts to accelerate and get that bow off the rest. Is that the experience that you've had with it, or is it just kind of the way some of these shooters have it set up?
I don't know. It might just be their forward push. I mean, I think it's one of the smoothest bows on the shot I've ever had, especially for a target bow. I mean, it must just be their forward push or stabilizer setup or something like that.
So 2 points advantage for Jyoti Venom. Ella Gibson trying to find an opening to see if the 12 call is going to come into play. You can only call it once per end.
Jyoti's going to dictate that because she shoots a pair of 11s, and Ella's going to have to do it. There's one. Maintaining pace here.
Yep.
And the leading shooter determines the order, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, another 11 for Jyoti. Yeah, she might just give Ella no chance here. 11. There we go. So she's going to keep an opportunity here. Now, if Jyoti shoots a 10, Ella's going to shoot at the 11. If Jyoti shoots an 11, Ella's got to go for the 12. Let's hope that someone is telling her that. She's got to go for the 12 here. Yep.
There's the 12.
That's it. Hits the button. Red light's on. Got it.
Yes.
She nailed it.
Tie game. Shooting order's interesting here. I would want to go second in the last end.
No, it's got to be a 1 point. The official score, I think it's going to be a 1 point game. Yeah, so it'll be a 1 point win for Jyoti. Yeah.
Did we miss something the previous end?
No, you just didn't do good math.
They both had a pair of 11s. Oh, she was, of course.
She was down by 2.
It's only worth one more.
Yeah,
I'm thinking for some reason 12.
12 is 2 points. Yeah, 100%.
Golly.
You were talking, I was like, I don't know if that's right, but yeah, there are plenty of people at home going, what are you guys talking about? And you're absolutely right. So I like that Ella went for it. Definitely possible she hit it, but a 1 point deficit. So Ella Gibson will finish third. And as Jyoti Venom said at the beginning of her first match against Tanya Galantine, she was going for this win.
All right.
To PJ.
Our first place qualifier from Red Bluff, California, 2020 Vegas champ, Paige Pierce.
So here we go. The Women's Open Pro #1 spot to be 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic champ. Paige Pierce has been on fire, Steve, for literally a couple years now.
Yeah, she's found her game and delivered on all the promise that she showed as a youngster. you know, former youth world champion, I believe. And, you know, worked her way up, continued to shoot, always shot, just didn't seem like she shot as much through, you know, end of high school, kids get busy, things like that. And now she's true professional archer and having a really good go at it.
Yeah, represents the United States and on the world archery scene. She's ranked number 8 in the world. We mentioned that Jyoti Venom is number 4 in the world. We had Tanya Galantine, number 2 in the world, get bumped out of this one. And now you're looking at 2 incredible athletes going after it here in
just low.
Pennsylvania.
She started low just like those 2 girls before. So obviously, this is what I was talking about earlier. Stage lighting or just the difference in the practice range in here. You got to find that 0 really quick. So first and most important thing to do, which is also very hard, is come out and make an absolutely perfect shot. And then adjust your sight from there.
And that is key, though, for the very first shot. If you know that you broke a great shot, have confidence that you've got to adjust that sight.
Little bobble and a long hold here from Paige. 10. Lucky to get away with the 10 there. No harm done, really. I mean, you're only giving up 1 point.
It's always that 12, which is 1 point more than 11.
Yeah, we're not going to get caught on that one again. That's interesting. You know, we were both sitting here. See what I mean by you got to have someone down there paying attention. Easy to not do the math right. Think about 10, 12.
Been on the finals?
This is my 3rd.
This is your 3rd time. You've won everything in archery. I think your best finish here is
2nd.
2nd place. All right. You're never nervous.
I'm actually okay.
I figured that. All right, welcome back, Paige. Congratulations on a great weekend so far. Our score after the first end is 33 for Jyoti, 31 Paige.
So in attendance for Paige in terms of family members here, of course, her fiance Tate Morgan, who was in the booth with me a little while ago, now in the box as her coach and minder. And, of course, her soon-to-be father-in-law, Rob Morgan, who joined me first thing this morning, is also here. You know, and Paige's parents shot as a kid, and so she naturally kind of picked it up and had an interest in it from the beginning. And like you're talking about, Steve, there's always that kind of time. You know, what do you do around those high school age when you start to find other things? And do these archers find their way back? And Paige definitely did. And the last couple of years, she's been on an absolute tear. On the world stage and here in the United States.
You know, that's something I always tell people when they ask me. I say, you only get one chance to do high school sports. Take advantage of that. Do that stuff. You know, involve yourself in that. You know, archery is a lifetime sport. You can still do it. You know, but you don't have to try to chase it like crazy during that time. You know, we saw last night one of the gentlemen in the barebow division, Paul, 79 years old, making the final. That guy was bad to the bone.
100%.
I like that guy.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and I mean, I talked about on the broadcast last night, Steve, there was one tournament in North Carolina. I stood on the line with a guy who was 97 years old. You know, he was pulling back like 21 pounds and didn't care, you know.
So we got Paige here. She's got a pair of 11s. They're both low. She still needs to grab a couple more side clicks. See what this shot looks like. Her 3rd arrow of the last end was a little interesting.
You can see a little bit of nerves
A little
there.
shake there. Shot through it, got an 11.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying that's in. PJ.
I'm saying that's, yeah.
PJ doesn't have the angle.
Yeah. Yeah. We may not be good at math.
Yeah, I really feel like I...
Hey, all I'm saying is that Levi Morgan just texted me and said you guys need math lessons, and I agree with him.
Well.
Excel, Freak Show QD, got some Bowmark grip tape, a nose button on there, Specialty Archery Peep, AAE Advantex bars, gas bowstrings.
Paige, you're one of the few archers who runs a V-bar, and you run your bars in a little bit different position than other people, kicking them up. Just give some folks an idea why you do that.
So I run a lot of front weight, and if I ran a single bar, I'd have to run it so close into my bow to keep my bubble level that it doesn't really help with it tipping. So I had to switch to 2 bars to be able to spread them out a little bit to level out that platform for the back weight to counteract the front weight.
Gotcha. All right, there you go. Equipment lesson from one of the best women archers in the world. After 2 ends, we're at, waiting for final score here.
Okay, so it was changed to a 32 for Paige, so there's a 3-point difference right now. Jyoti clean so far again. But yeah, Paige is one of those archers who likes to be able to control her equipment. She likes working on it. She likes to be able to change things and really customize it. She has a very unique aiming style, especially when we get outdoor and how she looks at targets. And if you're ever around her and you want to ask her about it, clear your mind, because it's difficult to understand. But at the end of the day, it works for her. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, that you're talking the outdoor aiming.
The outdoor aiming, yeah. And, at the bottom of the target this, and I'm like, whatever.
So Paige right here is she's gonna need to shoot at a 12 this end. So there's another 10. Reset here by Jyoti.
30-second shot clock.
Plenty of time. Eleven. Yeah,
So worth it.
Paige has got to get a 12 here, and which of course only nets 1 point advantage.
That's correct.
Man, it's so hard to get away from thinking about 10 as the norm, right?
Yeah.
11. Say first things first. She's got to start getting 11s, or it's going to be a runaway. Jyoti's still clean.
That's close. She's 3 arrows away from a perfect score.
I didn't hit her with the announcer's curse there.
No. So tried.
See, Paige, did she call it? I don't think she did.
No, she didn't. No red light underneath. Which is interesting because nice shot. If you listen to what Tate had talked about in the booth, Tate was an advocate of being very aggressive, of basically of what Jyoti did, in order to advance to this stage.
Right.
And if you're just joining us and you didn't see what Jyoti did, she was basically even. If she had shot an 11 on her last arrow with Tanya Gellantine in the first match, she would have been even. Instead, risking it all, hero or zero, she stepped on the button on the stage, calling a 12, and she hit it. And she sat Tanya Gellantine, and now she's advanced her way right into this first place match. I mean, this is it.
Yeah, Paige right there had the opportunity to make it a 3-point match, which, is still, now you're in reach. At this point, if Jyoti shoots 10-10-10, and Paige shoots 11-11-12.
Oh yeah.
Then they're tied.
Then they're tied. Yep.
But had she hit that 12 previous, she's got that extra point to play with. Now, if Jyoti shoots 3 11s, right? It's still over. But it's just you got to get it a point. You got to get it an end earlier. You got to start when you're down by that much. You got to start breaking that lead down earlier.
If Paige had gone for the 12 in that end, and then that would have started to make Jyoti think as well.
Yeah. Or it tells her, this match is over. If Paige doesn't hit it, then.
Yeah.
But I'm a proponent of going for it.
I agree. I'm a gambler too. I'll roll the dice.
There's 10, but
okay.
It's again, Jyoti's not going to need to do much to finish this one out just because of the lead she's already had. Yeah. 11. Game over.
And a 131 though.
Yeah.
A 131.
Just dropping the 1.
It's unbelievable though. Solid shooting under this pressure.
See if Paige can finish with a 12 for good measure. She
got it. Yeah.
All right. It's a good way. You might not win the match, but that's a good way to go.
100%. It's a tough hit. A smile on her face. Paige has been in this position before. And after official scoring comes in, she'll come in number 2. A nice big hug. And Jyoti Venom.
Champion.
What a run. What a run from 4th place. She called it. She came, she saw, she conquered. Her first time here. And right before Vegas, what a run for Jyoti Venom.
Jyoti Venom, first place, $4,000, plus $2,000 from Hoyt, $600 from Easton, and True Ball contingencies. Jyoti, how does that feel? You come over here your first time, women's pro champ.
I'm happy. I could make it to the finals and I could win this today.
You were deadly up there on that 12. I mean, that saved you. I think it caught some people by surprise. You just stepped on it and hit it.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, Jyoti. Come on this way.
I'm looking forward to having a conversation with her because I'm going to ask her a little bit of a different question, I think, because, you know, if you look at it, she didn't want to mess around, Steve. She went for it early, and I would think that it kind of built the confidence to get into this match. And a 131 to win it is absolutely impressive.
Yeah, pretty stone cold.
Well, hi, Jyoti. It's Greg. How are you?
I'm good.
Congratulations on your big win. It was awesome shooting a 131 in the last round to win it all. But let's go back to that first round and talk about that 12. Was that a decision that you made on the fly, or was that something that you thought about doing if you ended up in a tie that you didn't want to go to an extra arrow?
I thought of it, and I thought it was the best time to use it because there was no option other than that.
Well, the option would have been to tie, and then you would have had to gone to extra tiebreaker arrows. So it was legendary that you stepped on that and did that, and you called it. You said that you're here to win, and you did it. How do you feel right now?
I'm happy I could win today because this was my first Lancaster Classic, and I'm happy that I could make it to the finals and win it today.
And now, are you saying you're going to Vegas next week?
Yes.
So how's your confidence level right now?
I'm happy with my shooting here, so I just want to continue it there too.
And how much indoor archery do you get to shoot during the course of the year?
I just practiced for about 10 days before coming to here because in India we don't practice indoor archery very much.
Well, you did an outstanding job. Congratulations. You're the Women's Open Pro here at the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, our coverage will continue as we get to our final match of 2022. It's a hotly contested one, the Open Pro category. Wait till you see who's in this shoot-up. 8 archers on the way. Stay with us. Welcome back to the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic, coming at you from Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania, as we set the stage for our final match of 2022 and this tournament. And welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Steve Anderson, who's won a host of stuff in his archery career. And Steve, it's down to this. It's Open Pro, the best of the best, coming to shoot the last, and there's 8 shooters that are all going for that number 1 spot.
Yeah, we've got some really good seasoned veterans, some fresh faces. I'm looking to see some talent out there knocking each other's heads.
All right, if you don't know what this tournament's all about, we'll take a look at this. This is how they came to be here. The top 8 qualified. We had a 660 round, and the top 8 after elimination rounds got into this deal. They're ranked ties by 11, bottom-up format. So 8's going to shoot against 7. The winner advances to shoot against 6, and then the 5th, and so on and so forth. So there is the possibility, if you're 8th coming in here, that you can win this thing. New for 2022, max points 136 because there's a 12 ring in play, 1.5 centimeter white dot target. Now the thing is, it's available each of the 4 ends that we shoot, but you must call it for it to count. And there's only 1 per end. So if you add up the 11s in the middle part, that's what we got. All right, so now it's the fun part. PJ Riley's here to tell us who is going to be shooting against each other right now.
All right, here we go. This is the big one. Open Pro Finals. Top prize here is $20,000. We've got 8 finalists. We're going to be here for a while. We're going to see some great archery. Our 8th place qualifier from Palmyra, New York, Louis Price. Louis has been shooting 7 years, and he is a past outdoor national champion. Our 7th place qualifier from Prescott Valley, Arizona, Gaius Carter. Gaius has shot a 900 at Vegas, came in 4th at Reading. Gaius is the higher seed, so he gets to choose where and when he shoots.
All right, so your 8th place qualifier, Louis Price. And Steve, this is where things get like super interesting. If you look at the total qualification scores available, right, 660 points, plus the amount of elimination rounds they had to shoot, because it was the top 64 that went into elimination rounds. So the total points available, 1,056. Our bottom qualifier shot 1,045 points. So he only dropped 11 points total on the weekend, and he shot a total of 88 11s.
Yeah, and he dropped, I think, 8 of those points in the first 30 arrows.
Oh, wow.
So his last 75 arrows, he's missed 3?
Yeah, and he just missed that one. And it looks like he caught a 10 line on that one for Louis Price.
11.
Good start for Gaius there.
Definitely a good start for Gaius.
Low 11, though.
Yeah.
We've been watching matches today, and it seems everyone's coming in just a few clicks low.
It is definitely a pattern.
11.
There's middle.
Mm-hmm. So for Gaius Carter, you know, he's originally from North Carolina, and they took a job with AAE. And I think, looking at the talent field that we have, he's the only shooter in the top 8 that actually has an industry job at this point. So not only does he have to shoot just like you, he's also got to work the booth the whole time he was here.
Yeah, maybe he's in because he didn't have a booth.
Maybe.
No booth here. He got to go and just focus on the shooting.
Yeah.
Now, Gaius has really been working to improve. This last couple years, he's dedicated himself to getting better. You know, I remember those days for me, and he certainly made the most of it and really has taken a big step forward.
Our archers, Louis Price. How's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
Just fine, thanks. How many times have you shot the Classic?
Probably 6 or 7 times, I would say. Maybe.
Have you made the big stage before?
No.
First time. How's it feel?
Feels good.
Everything you hoped it would be, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, Gaius Carter. I believe this is your 2nd Classic ever, correct?
Second or third, for sure. Yep.
And first time here. Is this the first time you've shot Open Pro at the Classic?
Probably, yeah.
How does it feel? I feel like I'm stretching way up. I feel like 9 feet tall.
It's been good. Good. Having a lot of fun.
Having a lot of fun. That's what we like to hear. All right, after our first end, we are tied at 32.
And for Gaius Carter, you know, he has shot a 900 at Vegas before. He's been fourth at Reading, a shoot that you've won. And I know that you know, in years past, I shot with Gaius when I first moved to North Carolina as an archer, and he likes to shoot field, and he does spend a lot of time indoor. But he's definitely an outdoor kind of guy. For Louis Price, of course, from New York. I mean, for Louis, he's only been shooting 7 years, but quite an accomplished shooter.
Seems like more than that, but
well, that's what he put down.
U.S. outdoor national champion Gaius with a 10 there, so Louis got a 1-point advantage.
I like the arrow wraps that he's got on those Eastons. I haven't seen that before. That's kind of cool.
Not a wrap guy.
I mean, I don't use them myself, you know.
Yeah.
I just go glue, just straight up glue on the aluminium.
He's got the target face look there.
Mm-hmm.
And Gaius, obviously working at AAE, got the vein color that you and I can't buy.
Yeah, there you go.
That's one of the perks. You know, you may have that industry job, you may be working at the events, but you might be able to get a little something unique. Something. Louis didn't like that shot, and he smoked it.
Yeah, he definitely smoked it. Half shaft in.
Maybe he was saying, "Oh yeah," when he let go. Who knows?
Now you can see that Gaius uses a 4-finger release, but chooses not to use that last, unless that's a really big release.
Well,
is that maybe it's
really
a
big hand?
Yeah,
so
big hand.
It's
So
a
probably an
4-finger.
extra large release.
It's a 4-finger. He's opted out.
About the equipment archers are using out here, run through it for me.
Shooting the PSC RTX, AAE Freak Show, the hot rods from AAE, Excel Sight, Shrewd Scope, Feather Vision lenses.
Arrows and release.
Easton 27s and the, what is this? It's old, the Abyss.
Gotcha. All right. That you probably have 15 different ones. You just didn't know which one you were shooting today. If you're a real archer, you have about 87 releases.
Yeah, or you just had the release so long you haven't even bothered thinking about, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
That's it. Somebody's asked me, like, what release you shoot? I don't know. It's 4 years old.
Yeah.
It's got a button on it, and I just pull the trigger.
Beware the guy with one old release. It's the, you know, I don't mind trying different stuff, but I shoot a True Ball HBC Flex. It's got the same head as the True Ball HT that I started with when I first started shooting target archery. You know, I've gotten a few different versions of it over the years that have a little different angle, this, that, but the head geometry is all the same. Very accustomed to it. At this point, I'm unwilling to switch to anything else.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been shooting that long, right? 6 years, 7 years? And I've only shot two releases.
Right.
And it was an act to get me off of the original release I shot.
Yeah, you think about someone like Chance Bobeff. You know, he shot that same release, a green Scott release, for like 15 years or something like that.
Sergio.
Yeah, Sergio.
Sergio Pagni. His release is funky as they get, and Sergio was so into his releases, Steve, that when they stopped making the release that he shoots, and I'm sorry I can't remember the name of it, but when they stopped making that release, he got every single release they had left in stock.
Send him the remainder.
So he could have it for the rest of his career. Good shot.
There by Louis.
You can see that he left one hanging on the outside, and at this level, shooting 1 or 2 10s could spell disaster.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. Gaius keeps it tied. Yeah,
Yeah.
You've got maybe one to work with out in the regular matches. On the stage, maybe 2.
Yeah.
Louis, tell me about your bow setup here.
I have the Invicta 40. I'm running Shrewd bars. I have the Shrewd Scope Mini Mag, the Excel Chief XP. I'm shooting the True Ball Fulcrum Flex, and then Spot Hog Rest. Oh, my arrows are the 27s.
All right, what kind of shoes do you have on?
I think, I forget the name, Lems?
Are they nice and flat to hit that red button?
They are.
That's what we want to know.
Want to thank everybody out there for listening, including our friend Chuck Cooley. He said that release we're talking about is called the Cascade from Spot Hog. Oh, yeah. Is that Sergio?
George.
Oh, George.
Yeah,
Okay,
George
yeah.
filled me in.
So there you go. Thanks so much for that information, fellas. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, George is telling me it was a copy of the Cascade by Spot Hog, made
Oh,
by
really?
an Italian company. So some debate from the folk in archery.
I only know that story just from talking to Sergio over the years.
Yeah.
And, you know, watching him shoot and looking at that release going, what are you doing?
He's doing the unpunch.
The unpunch, yeah.
Here we go, final end, tie game, Louis and Gaius Carter. He didn't love it, and that is close. They're calling it 11. I think it'll get another look.
100%.
That will not need another look. That is down the pipe.
Yeah, that only needs another look if it's 100% inside out, but it looks really good.
Yep, okay, so Louis is going to be shooting at the 12. He's got to hope to get some help from Gaius giving up a few points here.
Yep. Well, that didn't help Gaius to stay focused, but he still does.
Yep.
If you heard, there was a big loud bang right here in the arena.
Dropped a bottle or something.
Mm-hmm.
Louis for the 12. Got it.
Already got it.
Now
That's
he needs
great.
10 from Gaius.
Yep. That's right. We're doing math.
Yeah, we're mathing it up hard this time.
Gaius is asking for the math.
Gaius 10 to win, or
Gaius,
10 to tie, 11 to win.
Yep. And Gaius did the right thing. He let the applause die down, even though his clock was ticking, and he took his time.
He asked his coach as well. 11
Got
for
it.
the win.
Yep.
Good shot by Gaius.
Great shot. I love the strategy that was just heads up by Gaius to let the crowd, let the cheers dissipate. He took a moment, talked to his coach. Richard Bowen. Richard Bowen in the mix. An absolute stud in his own right. And so great advice. He took his time with a 30-second shot clock at the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic here in Spooky Nook. So scores will just be confirmed to double check. But it looks like your 7th place qualifier, Gaius Carter, will advance to the next round. And it is official, as we just heard. So Louis Price will take 8th place, the place that he came in, his first time on stage, though, and a great learning experience for a very experienced archer. But Steve, I think that you would agree with me that coming here center stage on a platform and shooting 18 meters, it's a little different. And the crowd has grown. Here's PJ.
Rochester, Minnesota, we have Nick Cappers. He started archery because he was grounded from shooting a BB gun. I know that story real well. And now look what they created. Finalist at the Classic.
Yeah, I have that same story. I was grounded from a BB gun, Steve. Yeah. They bought me the cheapest. My parents bought me the cheapest BB gun they could find. It was like a one cock type thing, and it was so weak it bounced off of the cardboard, and it broke a window. Because I had it to the cardboard next to the window, and they were like, "You just broke a window. You're out." But I didn't get to shoot archery.
Yeah, I never got the BB gun ban, but you know, found my way to archery one way or another.
You certainly did. All right, so we're getting things going.
Gaius leading off, probably smart. You know, he's got a little bit of momentum. Keep it going. Yeah, good way to start. As a competitor, it's tough when you haven't been on the stage and you have to get up and your guy starts with an 11 right off the bat. You're like, okay, I have to, you know, because you got to keep pace.
Yep.
Always thinking about that. Good job by Nick. He's a couple clicks low. No surprise. Everyone has been, but needs to be quick to make that adjustment.
After the shot, you saw Gaius Carter kind of reach to his bow and then blow on a piece on his bow. What happens is sometimes with these targets, you get a little bit of like dust, if you will, like a fuzz on there, and when you shoot, it can land on your lens of your scope. And so what Gaius was doing was clearing that off.
Nick a little bit low still. Haven't seen him reach up and grab a click or two, but longer hold by Gas. See if he can get this one clean.
No, I didn't like it at all.
Yeah.
It was like the release just wouldn't go for him.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. It's tough, man. People, you know, these guys, if they're sitting in their basement shooting archery, they're rarely going to miss that X-ring.
Yep.
They're not going to make a shot like that one. But get out here and the pressure cooker turns on.
Big stage of the Classic. Have you been here before?
First time.
First time on the stage, first time at the Classic?
Both.
Both. All right. This is the way to come in. How are you feeling up there? Have you been in a setting like this before?
Yeah, been in shoot-offs before. This one's a little bit more nerve-wracking.
Good. That's the way we like it. Congrats on a good weekend so far. We'll get back to talk to you about your equipment after the first end. Nick is clean at 33, Gaius 31.
Little drink of water. It's amazing how much it's not warm at all. It's really nice temperature, and those lights aren't good. It's just the pressure gets to you, and you just got to drink that water, don't you see?
Sitting there under the lights, and you honestly, when you're in this scenario, you feel like everyone is staring at you and really intent on your every move. You know, like, you know, Gaius just had a shot that he wished he could have back, and in your head you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed.
But actually, to say that, that's a great response from him, because
come back and pipe one.
It's an easy downward spiral to get into, especially on center stage.
And you know what? Every good archer has had it happen to them. You know, they've had a just total meltdown on the stage, and you really feel like it's never going to end. Man, I just want to get these arrows off and get out of here.
Yeah.
But you know, every good archer has also come out and done this enough. That's a little bit of it. You got to have some exposure and repeatedly make finals, repeatedly get into medal matches, repeatedly get into shoot-offs. And that's how you get good at it, right? And I tell people who are just starting target archery the same thing. Best thing you can do.
Oh, yeah. He did call it. He did call it. So we were looking at the targets, and we didn't even realize that Gaius had stepped
called
up.
the 12.
Yeah.
It's a bold move. I like it. They've got the scoreboard marked wrong. They'll get that corrected.
100%.
Nick went 11. Okay, so we're looking at it should be a 1-point lead for Nick.
Exactly, a 1-point lead for Nick. But the situation is, if he gets it, so Gaius got it. But see, this is things we've been talking about all day. Who's going to start calling these 12s early if you're down by 2 points?
Gaius did it right.
It makes sense in the Open Pro. Let's get to PJ.
Lead result 38. Shooting Excel, Achieve XP sight, the AV30 AV25. Got the Torx X Spider, CB, bars. Shooting the that TK or the VTAC 27s.
Victory.
Yep, Victory. True Ball, Fulcrum release.
All right, very good. Well done so far, Nick. You are clean with a 66. Gaius shooting that 34 on the last end. There's now a 1-point difference. Nick 66, Gaius 65.
Yeah, huge by Gaius to start going for that early. If you have to chip away at a lead, you need to do that in the early stages. You can't wait till the final because it might be too far gone.
Well, especially in this category, right? Like, you don't leave your fate in someone else's hand. Go out and grab your own fate.
Yeah.
Because he's just thinking, okay, fine. This guy's just going to just start at 11, 11, 11. I'm going to go do something else.
And that's one thing, you know, we saw in the men's open, Drew Hortman shooting at it in the shoot-off to try to get the early win. And it's the same thing. You could go through, hit every X in this match and still lose because the final arrow comes down to closest to center. So if you want to do it your way, you know, you go after that 12 ring to try to, you call it a win or lose, right?
Yeah. Yeah, see, Gaius, he struggled a little bit to get his arrow up there. And I think maybe letting down and resetting your process might have been. I mean, it's something he does all the time. You do it, just to flick on there, but it didn't work the first time, and you saw him shake his head.
Yeah, you got a lot of time here, too, so you can let down and start over.
But again, it's a learning experience for Gaius right now.
And like we were saying earlier, you know, you go out and you do this as much as you can because you cannot practice this. You want to make these finals and just get comfortable with it. It's hard to ever truly get comfortable, but the more you do it, the easier it is.
The thing I was a little bit surprised about is I thought that Gaius, having dropped the 10 again, would actually call the 12 and go for it again.
Yeah, probably missed one there.
Yep. Because now arrows are running out, so we got 3 left.
Right, trailing by 2, and Nick is clean.
Yep. And Nick looks comfortable clean.
Right. You know, to finish on what I was saying earlier, when people ask me how do you get rid of tournament nerves, it's like just go do it a lot.
That's it.
The more you shoot tournaments, the more you shoot in competitive scenarios, the easier it becomes. And exposing yourself to those scenarios is as frequently as possible is far more valuable than going down to the local club and shooting arrows in your comfort zone all the time.
And let me add to that, Steve, too, because you know, when I first started shooting archery, I would shoot local tournaments and I would have the nerves. Then I went and shot at the national level and I would get the same nerves, but when I went back to the regional level, the nerves weren't as bad because I'd already had that experience, and it didn't mean as much because it was a national, you know.
Here we go.
He hit it. He's called for a 12, so he's going early. And he nailed it. Yeah.
That's a smart move because he's going to put pressure on early. You're either handing the guy the match saying congrats, or you're saying I'm coming for you.
Yep.
11. Nick still hasn't faltered though. So we got a 1 point game.
Nick hasn't even been close to the 10 line.
And again, with the rules, Gaius can only shoot at that 12 one time per end. So he's got to put a pair of 11s on the board here and hope for a point back from Nick.
11.
Got what he needed.
And that's where missing the opportunity to take the 12 on the last arrow of the last end is going to hurt.
Yeah, maybe. You know, it kind of worked out in the way he got that first one.
11.
Nick needs one more for not only the win, but a perfect match. That's a tough ask.
It is. It's a lot of pressure.
Gaius got to get this one. Got to have it. Look good.
Well, dropped it.
Dang it. So Nick with a 10 takes the win here. See if he can close this match clean. Look good. 11. Yeah. First 132.
First 132 for Nick Cappers. And that was the closest to the 10 ring we saw him shoot, too.
Yeah.
So he's going to sit Gaius Carter, who's in 7th. So far it's been processional. We have Louis Price in 8th. He gets that first. Gaius Carter in 7th. He gets that 2nd. Nick Cappers now in 6th place qualifier is going to advance to shoot against our 5th place qualifier, who's coming up next. So scores are confirmed. Tip of the cap, though, to Gaius Carter. You know, for going for that 12 ring twice. I absolutely love the strategy. And again, as more shooters learn how to use this 12 ring advantage, the more we're going to see.
Remote for the judges for the score.
Yeah, and huge response from Nick Cappers. Didn't falter one bit, shot perfect score.
Yep.
But he really got the pressure put on him when Gaius shot that 12 to start the first arrow of the 4th end. Which was the right move by Gaius, and you know, you got to try to apply pressure to the guy somehow, make him uncomfortable. Say, hey, this isn't a 2-point game. You don't have anything to play with, and Nick, no big deal for him.
Yeah, no big deal. But I guarantee you're going to hear more from Gaius Carter as shooting continues, especially next week in Vegas.
Yeah.
He's coming off with a ton of swagger. And
Jacob Marlowe.
Oh, here we go.
He's been shooting for 24 years, and we are told his dog is watching from home.
Well, if his dog knows how to work the remote control and the internet, you know, I don't know if his dog, you got his dog a phone maybe?
Jacob, yeah.
He's the best, dude.
Florida man.
Oh, yeah.
Jacob is Florida man.
And Jacob Marlowe runs his own program, man. He lives life the way he wants to live it. Gets to practice. He's you know, graduated from college not too long ago and full-time archer, and you know, we get to talk quite a bit. Big fan of this guy. Good old Lonnie Jacob Marlowe.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I like Jacob. I like his whole family. They're all good people.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to know him over the years. And Jacob's a funny guy, too.
Oh, he's a funny guy. Oh, we ask him, you know, what motivates you to keep shooting? And he's like, I'm bad at everything else. That's his response. You know? It's yeah, he definitely pulls out some funny stuff. So equipment being worked on. Of course, today's been a long day. If you're just joining us now at the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic, we've been at this since 8 o'clock in the morning East Coast. So it's now 2:30, and batteries got changed in the timing and scoring, or the clock system, so we're ready to rock and roll.
Jacob, low 10. So, man, everyone has faltered to that early start where you need about, I think you need about 4 clicks or so. It depends on your setup, but Nick, nice low X, almost inside out. See if Jacob got the adjustment made.
I'll tell you what, for Nick Capper's only being in archery for 2 years, he is absolutely shredded.
11.
For Jacob Marlowe, you know, his resume is distinguished as well. He's been a champion here at Lancaster. He's been indoor national champ, multiple ASA wins over his career. He's definitely a versatile shooter.
Yeah, he's been at it his whole life.
And when he gets streaky, it's scary.
11.
We've seen a transformation in Jacob Marlowe too over the last couple of years in his physical stature. You know, for years he was a super skinny guy, and then he hit the gym and started bulking up, and just kind of settled into that look. But Nick Cappers, are you kidding me?
Maybe PJ can ask him what his bench press max is.
How much you bench?
Welcome back to the stage.
Yeah. Definitely would have been cooler if that first error would have got higher.
You see now in this year's classic, however, you can make that up and totally erase it right there on that red button.
Yeah, I sure can. I don't want to hit it yet.
You can call it once per end.
Yeah, that whole bad boy's intimidating though.
Jacob, you are the 2019 champ, so coming back up here, how's that feel to get back out?
It still feels just as bad as last time.
You had a famous quote, I believe, last time. Rob asked you, how do you like indoor? And you said?
Yeah, I don't.
All right. Jacob Marlowe. We have, after our first end, Nick has a 33-32 lead. 1 point.
You're right, Steve. He's a funny guy. Always entertaining. He doesn't like indoor, but he sure is good at it.
Yeah, he's a good archer. I've seen him have success in every venue. He definitely has his own style, though, in everything. But his, even the way he stands is kind of different. There's that low 10 again, same spot.
We'll see
Probably
now if he's got to use it.
By that first hole, you know.
Yeah.
11
for Nick. Still has not missed.
So Jacob going for the normal shot. But like Case, I think he probably realizes he's got to get on that button soon.
Yeah, you might see him do it here at the end of this end. He really needs to, I think. They're calling that a 10, but I think he's got the 11.
I agree.
I think Nick has just made it. What are we looking at? Is that a 17th arrow?
Mm-hmm.
11.
And that one should be there as well. I'd almost say Nick's arrow was closer than Jacob's final one.
11.
No doubt.
Question.
We'll see if we get a change on Nick's second arrow. I'm thinking he's going to be at 99 points. Or sorry, 66 points.
Here, tell me what you got.
We have an Elite Results, got CV, release sight, Conquest stabilizers, Black Eagle arrows, AAE, rest, vanes. I think that's about wrapped around.
Arrows?
PS27's Black Eagle.
Gotcha. And someone asked in one of the comments, they asked, what are those jeans that you're wearing?
I mean, I had some Duluth ballroom jeans I had put on Instagram, but I forgot to wear them today. That was going to be my go-to, but I didn't.
All right. I'm sure those will work out just fine for you, Jacob. After 2 ends, Nick Cappers holds a 2-point lead, 66-64. 2 ends left, Jacob. And that 12 is there.
Yeah, so Nick's arrow did get scored as an 11, like we were talking. He's still clean on the day. And I think Jacob's going to have to go for a 12 here this end. Down 2 points. Started with 11, that's key. Hadn't done that yet, so.
Yep.
Can't give up any more points, you know, through a normal shot, and then I think you got to go for that 12.
I think you do. Because at this point, Nick just is hitting them.
Yeah, Nick just shot his 19th arrow in a row into the 11 ring.
Wow.
11.
There it is. These guys these guys are, you know, their timing is good. They've got good stroke. They're not, you don't see any long holds or any bobbles. They're shooting good shots. There's a 10 from Nick.
Yeah, there we go. So Jacob just called for the 12.
Yep, and he got one back from Nick.
So this would be to tie it.
He could potentially, yeah, tie or take the lead with this arrow, depending on Nick. Got it. So Nick needs the 11 to tie. Huge how that swings the match.
11.
Got it.
Yep. Yeah, I was just kind of assuming that Nick was going to clobber that thing, but we'll see what happens with this 10 as well. So judges will take a look at Capper's 10, and if it's called an 11, no question about that 12. It's also a good, you know, Jacob likes to shoot with a pin, with a fiber pin that's illuminated. Gives him a much better sight picture of that small 1.5 centimeter dot. So we're all tied up. As we just wait for the official scoring to come back. No, and it looks like Cappers was called an 11, Steve, so he's clean so far.
That one
so
was
it's
in.
99-98.
I did not announcer's curse.
No?
Nick. At this point, you can't announcer's curse him. I've talked about it too much.
Nah, yeah.
He's got it under control.
100%.
I thought for sure that was 10. You know, he shot it into a little bit of a beat-up spot, which can be deceiving to everybody, either the judge calling it or us from back here. You know, I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the guy who's got a magnifying glass 2 inches from it.
Good
I'm
idea.
looking at a TV that might be in 4K, but
nah.
11.
Good one there for Jacob. Low 11 still. He's still a few clicks low.
All right, so now Marlowe's going to take a look at Capper's arrows. All right, so Cappers is pushing the issue right now.
Yep.
An 11 on the next 2 arrows for both of these archers, and Marlowe's going to have to go for the 12 again.
Long hold here.
11.
Got it. Looks like he's shooting a hinge release, Jacob. I didn't see exactly which one it was, but it looked like a brass hinge. That looked good. And
Right.
Nick's shot is smooth right now. So Jacob going for the 12.
Yep, got on the button.
Gotta have this.
1.5 centimeters is not a big dot, even at 20 yards.
It's like a dime size, right?
I
think it's just underneath.
Where he's been hit, too.
12 call from Nick.
Interesting call from Nick.
I don't know what's happening. I mean,
maybe he feels
I think
because
Nick's
if he goes
fine either way.
If he goes low.
12.
Yeah, so you know what?
Yeah.
You know what he did? The strategy there for Nick is, let me practice it, because I know Jacobs is low. which means if I hit low as well, I still have a 1-point lead.
Right, yeah.
So that was literally a practice arrow. That was really smart on Cappers, because now he's got a better shot at it. Next time he shoots, he understands it. Look at Jacob. Why'd you do that? We're seeing off camera these two guys having a go at it. He's like, so, you know, I don't know if that was something that Nick Cappers decided to do on his own, or maybe Darren Christianberry, who's in his coach's box, decided, hey, why don't we just go for it?
They just showed Jacobs was in.
Oh, it was in.
Yeah. So he went for the win there.
Well, there you go. But either
Man,
way,
it's
if it was in or out, it wouldn't have made a difference.
Well, yeah.
You get what I'm saying? If it was out, then Cappers still would have had a 1 point if he dropped it low. If he dropped it high, he would have had a 2-point win, and Jacobs was in, so that was the smart move anyway.
I think Darren Christenberry there behind Nick spotted it and said, yeah, he's in. And then Nick went, okay, I'm going for the win.
Yep.
You know, we were all sitting here without a great call, assuming it was out.
Our fourth place finalist, Robert Householder from Millbrook, Alabama, 2-time ASA Shooter of the Year, 2021 Rushmore Rumble champ.
You have a choice. You want this side? There you go. Excellent. Welcome.
This is definitely a shooter we're familiar with. Being on the ASA scene for a couple of years, Steve, Robert Householder, who has stormed onto the scene just a couple of years ago and is quite an accomplished shooter already. He's been shooting for 6 years. He says that, you know, what motivates him to keep shooting the sport is that drive for perfection.
Yeah, ASA Shooter of the Year a couple years back, and came on the scene, had a lot of success, and has done really well. And he's been a good indoor shooter, been a good 3D shooter. I know he said he works mostly on his indoor game, and there's a low 10 to start. Man, someone needs to trot back to the practice range till these guys decide in for a high X.
Well, that's the thing that's kind of interesting is there is a TV. We're told there's a TV in there, so people are seeing this. And
people aren't watching that first arrow.
Yeah.
You know, there's something when we're at an Archery World Cup. My teammates and I always watch the matches before ours, so we always watch them to see where everyone's first arrow goes.
And of course, for 2022, you're back on the World Cup team for the United States. You looking forward to that season?
Yeah, it's going to be a busy year, so we'll see how that goes. But I think it's my last go around with World Cup stuff. I don't think I'm going to do it anymore after this.
Well, it's great that you were able to shoot your way back onto the team. Congratulations on that.
Yep. Some adjustment there by Householder. Still a little bit low, a little bit left, and he's making those moves on his sight right now.
As Rio Wild told me early on in my career, he's like, why wouldn't you make the adjustment? Clicks are free.
Yeah. So it looks like we got a tie game at 98 here, or sorry, 32.
Yes, sir, it is. Have you been up here in the finals before?
The last time we were here, yes, sir.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Feel the same, different? You're a pretty calm, cool, collected guy. How you feeling on the inside?
Oh, I'm a wreck.
Well, good. That's what we like to hear. Hey, listen, you got those nice cowboy boots, flat bottom. Don't be afraid to hit that red button.
PJ's selling red buttons, I think. They'll be on sale after the match.
Right.
So for Nick Cappers, was that the first
That was
10?
Yeah, I mean, we got, you know, confused by some calls back there. That was the first one the first point he has dropped.
Right, yeah.
He called for the 12, got the 12. And that was an interesting scenario because, you know, you and I sitting here, even I think the call from PJ, we all thought it was just low. But, you know, Nick and I think Darren Christenberry figured out the scenario, and he went for the win.
He did,
Huge
yeah.
move.
Yep.
It's hard to want to shoot for a tie because it's really tough to make that. You got to shoot an X-ring, you know, and that's when you know you got to shoot an X-ring just to tie. That's a tough shot. You might as well make that tough shot into the 12. If you're going to make it, it's about the same.
Yeah, the risk-reward factor on that one is just because if he had missed it,
that's game over.
Yeah.
And we sat here thinking, based off what we could see, we thought, oh, if he misses, it's all good. He's still in the same position, +1 on Jacob. But no, he would have had you know, he would have lost by a few points. There's a 10 low. So Nick is, I think Nick might be starting to get a little tired. You know, it's an energy dump. He's only shot like 30 arrows or whatever, but man, it's a lot of energy out here to
100%.
be up on that stage.
Yeah. Going for a little sight adjustment.
Taking a little time.
If you knew that your energy was sapped just a little bit, Steve, and you could see your shot drifting low, would you try to compensate for it physically or actually grab a sight adjustment?
That's tough to call. That's a tough one there. You don't want to plan for a bad shot, right? You want to plan for every shot breaking right in the middle, just like you want it to.
Robert, equipment, tell us about your bow and what you got on it.
Equipment check with Robert.
Arrow rest, Achieve XP, Shrewd Rev X's, Easton Super Drive 27s with tack vanes.
All right, Hamsky Epsilon, you must know somebody there. Those things are like gold.
They are.
All right, Robert, great opening here. You are holding a 2-point lead, 65-63.
So with Nick Appers, that was the first really big bobble that we've seen from him, and that opens up the door for Robert Householder. So Cappers, who came in here, our 6th place qualifier, who knocked off Jacob Marlowe, now trying to get a run going through Householder.
So we have a scoring change here.
It looks like there's going to be a bit of a scoring change. So it's going to be 65-62. So a 3-point advantage for Robert Householder.
Yeah, and now Nick's in the position of he needs to shoot at a 12 right away. I think Darren Christenberry is giving him that instruction, saying, hey, you need to get a 12 here. It looks like Householder is going to go first.
Interesting, too, because I saw Cappers look down. I wonder if he's going to go for it early. I don't think he will.
I would.
I agree.
I would. It's your freshest shot, you know. You're strongest with your first arrow. I would shoot at it first. Just trying to keep it in the 11 ring here. Don't give any points back. Got it.
Yep.
Robert's found his rhythm a little bit here. Good timing. Really good shots.
Strong shots. Bow arm is solid as a rock.
It's a low 10. Yeah, I think Nick's just run out of gas. He's adding a click or two.
Could be.
And he's got to go for the 12 here.
I noticed in Nick's shot process, Steve, when you watch him draw back from our angle, he just went for a 12. He's going for the 12. He starts off pretty far above the target, and it's a long drop to get it down there. Watch the angle of that bow get down
It's
there.
a lot of time at full draw, and he just added those clicks, and on a small dot, I won't be surprised if he goes over the top of this one. Left, low left. A lot of times for guys, when they're aiming at a really small dot, they end up covering it up better than they do the center yellow, and they end up missing high. You see it a lot in the animal rounded field.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yep.
Man, these look so far out, and then we see them on the screen, and we're like, that is tight.
That's definitely an Instagram post.
Yeah.
In or out, people.
Again, the judge, I think it's going to be out. The judge is going to be able to see if there's a sliver of red there. And PJ just took a dig at some of the calls we saw last year in the 3D.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't pull a line indoor. If you're a 3D archer watching this, that's not how it works. You either touch the line, cut the line, or get on the inside. But you know what?
All he's got to do is touch it. So they're calling 2 arrows of his there. I didn't see if he gestured towards the call on the first one. Here he's gonna give direction. He said the one is the flank, and the other one he's still looking at. I don't know. Maybe never looked at it.
What we're looking for there is if you see any red.
There's red.
There's red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can get an official announcement.
It's a
He
12.
called it a 12.
Whoa. Okay, so it was touching the line. I guess it pulled the line.
He's looking at it closer than me, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that. On the screen here, it looked like it was just off, but again, he's got a magnifying glass in the light.
100%.
He's 2 inches away, and
Yep.
we're looking at a TV from 18 yards away from that target.
Plus, we're looking also at a lens that zoomed all the way in, and any little movement too moves it around. So,
well, that makes it interesting for us. Keeps it a 1-point game. So Nick got both those calls on that one. He got that 10 and called into the 11.
Oh, he just turned it off. I thought he turned it back on.
Yeah, he had that one that was either a 10 or 11. He got that, pulled 34 points on that end, and it's a 1-point game.
I'll bet you're going to go first.
So Householder went from thinking possibly that he had some breathing room,
wrapped up,
to now the scarf's getting pretty tight.
Yeah, this is interesting. You know, you don't see swings like this at Lancaster Classic too often. You know, normally you're trying to get a point back. Occasionally a guy shoots a 9, it's a 2-point thing. But, you know, here we got one end that's dictating a lot of swing in the result.
Safe to say you're a fan of the 12 ring?
I think I had, I would do it a little different. We saw the rule taking advantage of a little bit in Barebow last night, where they were calling 12 but then shooting at the 11. I think if you call 12, your next highest value should be 8.
Oh, yeah, I
right?
see what you're saying.
So you should be 12, 8, 7, 6. Shouldn't be allowed to score anything in the yellow at that point.
And I'm sure that this is the first year of the 12 ring. I'm sure that the committee at Lancaster Archery Classic will take a look at it. You know, yesterday in the booth, Linda Ochoa Anderson, who you're familiar with, I'm sure, she suggested possibly a 13.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit bigger, but
nice shooting, Robert.
Yeah, Robert's got. Okay, so Nick's going for the 12, which he's got to get. Robert's got all. Yeah, this is it.
This is it.
This is the tie.
The tie. And to give himself a chance, or he's going home.
Got it.
Yep, no problem.
First shoot off.
Yep.
Man, Nick, just responding.
That should bring us to a tie.
No question there. I mean, just about as easy for us to call as anyone else.
Yeah.
As we are like 0 for 5 so far today.
We've been wrong on a lot of that.
Yeah, we're struggling.
I'm going to start carrying a wireless mic, and I'm going to walk right down there between ends. So
I'm going to break my microscope out and see what's up.
You're going to hear me tell the judge, excuse me, can I get a look at this?
All right, so here in the shoot-up finals, looks like the scores are confirmed. It's going to be 130 to 130, so that means we're going to go into a tiebreaker. And what Judge is explaining right now to these shooters is how this tiebreaker is going to work. Now, here is that shot for the 12. Just looked like every other shot. It's so good, so smooth.
Yeah.
So this is the way that the tie will work. Relatively simple. It's going to be arrow for arrow. Each archer gets to shoot an arrow one at a time, and the first arrow is for score. So the highest score will automatically win, and this will be over. If they tie, they're going to go to a second arrow. That'll be done on score as well. So after that score is tallied, if they tie again, we go to a third arrow, and that is closest to the center if we need it.
So Robert's going for a 12. This is a bold move. Oh, no. So now Nick needs to shoot a...
Just anything in the gold, really?
Yeah, he needs to shoot 8 or better. Man, that's...
I like the aggressive style of Robert Householder.
I wouldn't got it going first.
Yeah, that's true.
So I was told Nick may have been moving his sight
the wrong way.
Clicks.
Yeah.
And then aiming at the center yellow, but sighted in at 12, which is a smart way to do it if you can manage it.
So that if you were going to do that, though, Steve, that's just a sight mark. And so, obviously, I would imagine Cappers had ordered some targets.
Finalist from Maine, Dave Cousins, the real Dave Cousins. 27 years as a pro. He is the only archer to win gold in all disciplines of world archery: indoor, outdoor, field, 3D, world games, 35 world records.
It's your choice. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah, you have choice to shoot first or second. Shoot first, okay?
Yeah.
There's that little red button, everybody.
Dave Cousins, absolute legend, has been doing this a long time. Has pretty much won everything there is in archery. And he's back at it. And Dave Cousins is going for the 12 right out of the box. Right out of the box. This is exactly what we wanted to see. He's been practicing the 12, back in the practice range, and he missed it. So he goes high 9.
It's a bold strategy. Didn't pay out for him. But hey, it's a 9. Could have been an 8 or a 7.
If you lose, it's 4th place. If you win, you're guaranteed at least 3rd.
Yeah, a podium guarantee for a win here. That's the benefit. You know, when you come in 2nd, that's the benefit.
Yeah.
You start 2nd, you're going, hey, the worst I got is a podium finish.
100%.
It's kind of, you're playing with house money at that point. These guys, this is the match that really matters, trying to get on the podium. Always a big difference in, you know, take home pay for a 3rd place finish rather than a 4th.
11.
There we go. Dave found center there.
Yep.
But, you know, a little costly to come out and start that with a 9.
11.
Wouldn't have been the end if he hadn't followed it up with a 10. You know, in terms of giving 1 point away. But let's talk to Dave.
You have been here before.
I've never missed a classic.
Never missed a classic. Have you made? And you've been up on the finals.
Handful of times, yeah.
How does it feel? You're pretty cool. You've done all this stuff. You probably feel all right.
If you're not up here with a chance to throw up on yourself, you're not having a good time.
All right. I've never heard it explained that way before, but there you go.
That's why we do it, right?
That is why you do it, not me.
Cuz that is really funny. Sounds like a good bumper sticker too. Not up here with a chance to throw up on yourself. All right, so 2-point lead for Cappers. And I would imagine that Cousins is just going to go for the 12 again, no matter, I mean, why not? Right?
Yeah,
there he is.
Yep. And see, Dave's a crafty shooter. He knows the best chance to do it is on the first arrow.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you're making your strongest shot. Yeah, smoked it.
Oh, yeah. Should be a bonus if you inside out that one,
Yeah.
don't you think?
I don't know if you can.
Yeah, seriously.
It's tight. I mean, yeah, you certainly could, but
11.
So now a 1-point disadvantage for Dave Cousins.
yeah, that's huge though. Yeah, a little bit of shake there. Looked like a good shot coming out, but had good timing. Usually you can tell someone's shot by either their reaction immediately, you know, follow through, something like that, or just the timing. And see if Dave can get this one on track here. Currently down 2. Yeah, he's found that same spot again on that target number 3. Low X, inside out. Nick's got a little bow arm shake.
I saw that.
He's
That
gotta
was
be just
yeah.
one out, man.
Yeah. There's a lot of intensity on a stage like this.
Dave, run through your setup for us. Tell us what you got.
I've got a PSE 2022 Super RTX here. Conquest bars, the Smackdowns, running a Shibuya sight. New Oculus scope from Shibuya, Hamsky drop away rest. Shooting Victory arrows, Gas Pro, my signature vanes. Shooting Carter releases.
Carter releases.
First strings.
All right, Dave. Congrats on a good weekend so far. We know you're not afraid to hit that 12. We like that.
Something tells me that if the 12 was in play every end, that Dave would be going for quite a few of them.
Yeah, he might pull it 4 times, but I think he's going to go for it here too. Looks like Nick is going to go first. See if that changes any strategy. I don't expect it will. Here in the 3rd end, you know, you might let that dictate what you do in the 4th end, 4th and final end, but. Okay, maybe Dave's first. Larry's talking to him now. Here we go for the 12 ring again. Yeah, Dave is first.
3 for 3 on 12 calls. 1-1. Got it again.
It's the same spot almost. I don't know if they put up a target for him. I didn't look that close.
I think so. I know that they were down there doing something.
Yeah.
11.
Nick, good response there. Just keep hammering the 11 like you've been doing all day. He's been up there like an hour. He's got to be, I don't know, either he's numb to it or he's just running out of steam. Who knows? Good shot there by Dave.
Yeah.
Gonna grab that 11 line low. And again, all you got to do is touch it.
11.
So interesting thing to note, that 12 ring is 1.5 centimeters. The X ring, the 11 ring, is 2 centimeters. So it is just slightly larger.
10
low. Man, he knew it too.
Yeah, as soon as he got it loose. So Dave's going to be at 96, and Nick is looking to put it at 98. 10 low, so that's going to be a 97. 1 point lead for Nick.
Going into the final end. It almost feels like Dave's got the momentum in a way, doesn't it?
Yeah, in a way. I mean,
two 12s in a row for Dave. Nick just drops one out the bottom. I mean, I know that Dave is, you know, I don't know. We'll see what happens. He's going to go for the 12. Let's see what this final score is in terms of after the judges get back to us, and then look at the strategy.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Dave is going to shoot at it first or wait.
That's what I was thinking too.
I think I might wait it out on this one. You know, you got to make that a last arrow call. I think that's the way to do it.
All right, if you're just joining us here at the Lancaster Archery Classic from Spooky Nook Sports Complex, we're in our final end of a shoot-up.
So they did call one of Nick's in.
Did, okay.
So he moved him to 98.
Mm-hmm. So Dave Cousins is our 3rd place qualifier. Nick Cappers was our 6th place. He's already put to bed
going for
Marlowe
that 12 first.
and Householder, and yep, there we go.
And I think that's the move down 2. If you're down 2, you got to go for it first and again get the pressure on the guy, just like we saw in previous matches. You know, it doesn't look like it, but neither have the last 3 that were in that low left area, so maybe.
Yeah, again, that little bit of bobble.
There's an 11 by Nick.
11.
One thing's for certain, if Nick shoots 3 11s here, it doesn't matter. And yeah, Dave's got to get the rest of those too. So.
Yeah, good point.
It's easy to assume that these guys are going to find middle because they've been doing it mostly the entire weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some ridiculous scores have been put up here. Seeing guys have only dropped 3 X's the whole time, 5 X's the whole time. Like,
we had a 14-year-old clean the qualification round at 660, only the 3rd archer to do it in the history of this tournament.
So they are calling Dave's first arrow at 12. So Nick needs a 10 to tie, 11 to win. Got it.
Got it.
Yep, that's going to do it. No matter what they end up, you know, any pending call on Dave's 12, it's negated by 3 11s from Nick, who just is staying alive, man. Staying alive.
So Nick Cappers, our 6th place qualifier, has now worked his way onto a guaranteed podium.
I think we'll just keep trotting out people.
Yeah, that
one's definitely off. Yeah. So that'll shift Dave's score 5 points.
Yeah, but it won't. Obviously, it won't have any impact on the final.
I think he's lobbying for that 12.
Yeah, he's lobbying. But you can see Cappers 32, 33, 33, 33. I mean, he's only dropped a couple of points here, and
in 4 matches now.
Yeah, because I mean, he went up against Gaius Carter, right?
Jacob Marlowe,
and Robert Householder, and now
Dave.
Cousins.
Yeah, I think he's only missed like 3? I don't know. It's been.
He's had one. If you're just joining us, Nick Capers has had one round where he cleaned it. He shot a 132.
He had some close calls that were called his way by the judge. And
yep. So Dave Cousins, who had a great tournament, who came in here third, only missed 5 points total in 1,056 points.
Second place qualifier. 14 years old, shot the third ever perfect 660 in qualification from Eatonville, Washington, Bodie Turner.
And Steve, you might ask yourself, if you're 14 years old, why? Why would you come shoot professional? Because although here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, Bodie Turner's only the third shooter to shoot 660, he's done it before at his local club.
Yeah.
If you go to his Instagram and look at it, he is just absolutely shredding right now.
He's done it twice this year. The kid just crushes on the daily. I don't know what else to say. There's something wrong with him.
That's so right.
Yeah, he's a super cool kid too. Really nice guy. His family's nice, and he's just an extremely talented shooter. And I hope he has a really long and successful career and lets me win a few times before I quit.
There you go. Bodie, one of those archers too. We look at, we were talking about stabilizer weight. He's only got a couple ounces hanging off the front of that bow.
He's got a very specific shot system implemented by his dad.
11.
And I think the way they do it, they just don't put a ton of weight on the front of the bow, which can work inside. It's not so conducive to outdoor shooting, but we're not shooting outdoor today. We're shooting here at Spooky Nook.
And we sure are.
PA.
That's right.
Bodie again, low like everyone before him on the first few arrows. Nick's got an advantage there. That's like a 1-point advantage right now. Almost a guarantee. Everyone comes out and shoots a low 10.
I don't know if people just trust their shot on the practice range. And I mean, George Riles is in his coaching box. George has seen this happen many times during the day, including George shot himself in the shoot up earlier at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, Bodie just added some more clicks too. So he's feeling good about his shots, and he's going, why is this a little bit left? Why is this a little bit low? 33 for Nick.
And the romp continues. Now we get to hear from Bodie.
Bodie Turner. How you doing?
Pretty good.
How many phone calls and texts have you gotten in the last 2 days?
Quite a few texts, couple phone calls, yeah.
All right, how's it feel? You seem pretty comfortable up there. This is your first classic, I believe. How does it feel to make it to the big stage?
It feels really good. I've been shooting a lot and got to put up a pretty good score and should do pretty good in the eliminations, so yeah. Happy.
I believe I was told you shot some practice Lancaster rounds where you shot 3 of those, and 2 of those you shot 660.
Yeah, that is correct.
So you're pretty familiar. That's just another day for you.
I wouldn't say that, but.
All right, Bodie, congratulations so far this weekend. After one end, we have a 33-32 advantage to Nick. 1-point lead.
So with Bodie Turner, obviously he cleaned the qualification round, which was 660 points out of 660 points. And then during the elimination rounds that got us to a cumulative total of 1,056, he only dropped 4 points. And this weekend he shot 91 11s. Only one shooter that's ahead of Bodie in terms of outright score. And it's part of what makes this tournament so great, Steve, is that your qualification score counts.
Yeah.
If you get into that final shoot-up group, whether it's 4 or whether it's 8, they add all of the points you scored, and that's how they rank you.
Yeah, everything matters here. I like that. If it's going to be, this format of shoot, I like that everything matters.
Yeah.
So Bodie, another low 10 on that first arrow, but
meanwhile,
yeah, Nick just
meanwhile,
keeps wearing
Rochester,
it out.
Minnesota's
there's an 11.
Nick Capers continues to just.
Nick's finding the top of the X. So earlier he was adding some clicks. adding some clicks. And he might have some juice back in. You know, giving a little bit extra squeeze to keep on keeping on here. And now he's in the top of the X ring, so let's see if he makes an adjustment for that, or if it just, you know, he might just leave it.
11.
The legend Darren Christianberry behind him. I'm sure that Darren, if he thinks it's appropriate, will tell him exactly what his point of view is.
We've been talking equipment all day. Run through your setup here.
Chief XP, Shrewd, Minimag, A rods, Freak Show Rest, Hoyt, Invicta.
And what arrows and release you shoot?
Super Drive 27s, and then the BG Pro.
All right, very good. We move on to the third end. Nick has a 3-point lead, 66-63.
Now, Steve, since you know a little bit about Easton arrows, I'm curious of your opinion as to, you know, what we see a lot is aluminum arrows still being used in competition today, but Bodie choosing a carbon option. What do you find is the difference on why people choose aluminum over carbon or carbon over aluminum?
I don't think anyone really knows, you know, why or what, and you'll hear a million reasons as to why. Honestly, in this game, the best thing to do is try both. And you know, people, that's pipe.
Yep.
Yeah, people. That's kind of archery in general. It's always hard to quantify a lot of things, and you can get both arrows tuned perfectly out of the bow by every measure that you can find, and then one just seems to shoot better than the other. So, honestly, what I'm usually looking at, when I make a mistake, which one is less bad, you know?
Yeah.
So you're looking to eliminate the most critical component, and whichever one shoots the biggest miss usually has to go. But I'm always thinking in terms of Vegas as well.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yep.
Nick with a pair of 10s there. He's letting Bodie creep back in. I thought Bodie was for sure going to have to shoot at a 12 ring. I'm not sure he's going to have to do it this end.
11.
I guess it wouldn't matter. He didn't have time to let down and kick the button. But, okay, so now Nick needs an 11 here to keep the lead, and he's got it.
And keep in mind, whoever wins this is going against our #1 qualifier and is only one step away from being Open Pro champion.
Yeah, I mean.
And what's on the line? $8 grand? Or
yeah.
$20,000. $20,000
plus
from
manufacturer contingency. We got a 1-point game here, so
that'd be pretty good for a 14-year-old.
Yeah, I don't even know how they make that work. You know, certain states, if it happened after 9 o'clock, it would be illegal. And, I don't know.
We don't know.
I stay out of the accounting and finance for other people, so we'll let Bodie and his parents sort that out. He's making money no matter what. He's on a podium here. So.
100%, yeah. Yeah, good point. And, you know, Bodie's shooting obviously because his dad shot. And as a young kid, he was always around it, just wanted to pick up the bow.
Yeah. You know, I saw Bodie on some commercials this year as well.
Did you?
Yeah, him and his dad are in some commercials for an outdoor sporting goods store that they've done some stuff with. And there's another low 10. Man, he's worn that spot out. He's got 3 of the 4 arrows right there in a group.
You won the 2021 Rushmore Rumble, did the 14-year-old Cappers with another solid one.
Yeah,
he's won Reading in his age group.
Nick's just got to stay solid here. Okay, so now this scenario here, Bodie's got to go for the 12.
He's got it.
And then if he hits it, he needs Nick to hit a 10. I think he's got that.
Yep.
And the left side of that has been a common impact point for a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people are hitting just low left of that. So Nick now 11 to win, 10 to tie.
Got it.
Just crushed that same spot. Man, oh man.
Well, Bodie gave it a good run, but Nick Cappers, who was, what, that was That was 5. Now 5 matches for him. Incredible. So you can see, great shot by Bodie.
Yep.
What
Put
a
the
future.
pressure on.
Still a podium finish for Bodie Turner. But it's Nick Cappers who shot his way. So Steve, what? That's 5, right?
Yeah, so he's at, that's arrow 60 up here.
Right, so he sat Gaius, Jacob, Householder, Dave Cousins, and now Bodie Turner. And all
I guess he had 1 shoot-off arrow too, right?
Yep.
So he's got 61 arrows on the stage.
But how about 14-year-old Bodie Turner? Outstanding shooting for him to be.
Nick's winning shot there on the screen. Yeah, a little fist pump. He knows he's going for a win now. He says he's getting tired. Yeah.
All right, let's bring out our first place finalist from Liberty, Utah, 2-time Vegas champ, 2-time U.S. Indoor National champ, Kyle Douglas.
Well, what can you say about Kyle Douglas? Steve Anderson, in all the arrow shots so far this weekend, Kyle Douglas has dropped 3 points. That's it. So he's missed the 11 ring only 3 times. So 95 arrow shot, 93. Or 96 arrow shot, 93 11s.
Yeah. Let's see if he starts out with a low 10 here. Kyle's a puncher too. You're going to see that thumb grab hold of that barrel.
10.
Yeah, 10 low.
Hey, what do you know? And left. Everyone's a click or 2 left and about 4 clicks low.
11.
I don't know if Kyle.
Man, is no one paying attention? That's a costly point right there because now he has increased his total 10 count by 33%. You know, in 1 arrow. Yeah.
Yeah, really. That's his 4th 10 of the weekend.
Yeah, everyone knew to sight in at 1 o'clock X out in the practice range, and not a single person did. But Kyle back on track with an 11 and another one there. So Nick got a free point out of him. Kyle spotted him 1. And he's probably going to need that 1, I'm going to guess. I think that one's going to be in.
I think so too, but don't forget Kyle's got he's got the 12. So let's go to PJ.
Welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. How's it feel up there?
Feels pretty good. I guess not a good way to start, but we'll get better.
I believe you shot a 6:59 in qualification, but then shot your way up to the #1 seed. Tell me about the competition you saw this weekend.
It's been pretty tough. I mean, this class is no easy ride for sure, never. So it's just got to keep your head down and keep your focus and just do the best you can. So.
All right. Well, congrats on a great weekend so far, Kyle. We have, after our first N, 33-32, 1-point advantage for Nick Cappers.
So for Kyle Douglas, obviously, he knows it's a costly one, but the question is, when will he go, or will he need to go for that 12? I guess with 1 point between the two of them, you could wait most of the round to see if Cappers is going to falter and throw a 10 down range.
Yeah, I don't think I'd go for it just yet. I think I'd continue to try to wear out that 11 and see if he'll, creep back to you. Nick has got so much time up on this stage. I don't know if he can get nervous now.
He's probably thinking about dinner more than anything else.
He's about to put a mailbox up behind there and set it up as a permanent address.
11.
Kyle's on Kyle mode now.
Yep.
He's just
clicking him off.
Yeah, he's just going to continue to pound this 12 until something gets really serious, and then that's about the only thing that will keep him.
11.
Make it a little harder for him. So watch that thumb come around. He's not even touching the button. There, he laid on it. He's going to punch it off.
Yep. And the reason he does that, in talking with him this weekend, is he brings the dot down into the target face, and he never wants the thing to stop settling in the middle necessarily because it dings his confidence. It's not a drive-by, Steve, but it's like it's getting right to the middle. Yeah. So Cappers opened up. So Kyle did not need to go after that 12.
Not yet, yeah.
Yeah, Cappers gave it back to him.
So Kyle, yeah. We're going to Kyle here.
So I'm running the PSC Citation 36 with the SC cam on there. Hamski rest and peep, true ball sight, shrewd scope, bee stinger bars, gold tip arrows, Q2I veins.
What release you shoot?
Shooting the true ball goat.
True ball goat. All right. Good end there for Kyle, and it seems like we're back on track. Now we are tied at 65.
Two ends to go in the final match of the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic here at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. I'm Greg White, sitting next to the big cat Steve Anderson, bringing you the action. And it's all tied up as Kyle Douglas is trying to go from the number 1 seed to victory. Meanwhile, Nick Cappers, who's come from the 6th seed, has clawed his way up the leaderboard to put himself minimum into 2nd place.
There's a little 10. You can almost see Nick losing tension on some of those shots, and I think he's shooting a hinge, and it looks like it's just dumping.
Yeah.
And it dips low. Whenever you lose tension on the hinge and let it slip through your fingers like that, it's going to dip low.
The intensity of an indoor round is incredible. You know, it's not just the physical strength.
Yeah.
It's the mental bit of it, too, that really wears on you.
So Kyle is going to pound this one in there, and yeah, there's 10. So Nick's got a capability here to tie it up with an 11.
You could see the bobble, too, on the thumb. I was watching Kyle's thumb, and it was like he wanted to send it and was just fighting with himself.
Yeah, look good. Okay. Low on all 3 of those. All right. 3 arrows to go at the 2022 Classic, and we've got a tie.
Wow. Can you imagine? I don't think anybody thought that Kyle Douglas would shoot 2 10s, considering that in whatever it is, the 96 arrows that he shot, he only dropped 3.
I thought he would shoot 1.
Yeah, you thought the first one, which he did, because no one's coming out. If they go back and listen to it, I mean, I think next year you're going to have all eyes on the TV screen of people waiting for the shoot-ups.
I mean, it's been like 100%.
Yeah, it has.
Been near that. I have to look and see, but yeah, you expect, as good as Kyle is in this kind of a final, there's a lot of nerves. I expect everybody to miss 1 or 2. You know, and that was probably Kyle's 1. The other one we're going to call, just like the awareness error.
Yeah, there you go.
And I don't expect 2 to come, but you don't know. Now, you know, coming down to the last 3 arrows tied, this is when it's actually, you're going to have a ton of juice flowing, and it's easy to push 1 high or dip 1 low. So let's see what we get here.
See if Kyle can put the pressure.
Yep, Kyle going first.
On Nick Cappers.
I'd almost rather, that's going to be middle.
Yeah.
I'd almost rather go second and have an opportunity to end it with a 12. And if I'm Nick, I am not going to a shoot-off with Kyle. I'm looking to end it with a 12.
Yeah, 100%.
11. Yeah, that's piped.
Inside out. Oof. Initially, it wasn't getting there. Kyle has such a quick rhythm. He's a quick shooter. He's one of the first off the line normally in a qualification round. So when he holds for a long time, it's a hold your breath moment. Nice.
There we go.
Going toe to toe.
1 arrow to go. Kyle called 12. I do not get this. I guess he's not going to let a guy beat him. Nick's moving his sight. He's going to shoot at the 12 too.
7.
Oh, okay, so Nick's going to move his sight back.
Yeah,
and
sure
he's
is.
going to win with an 8 or better. Wow. Oh, that's an anticlimactic way to have that come to a conclusion.
Are you kidding me? From 6th place to Open Pro Champ. Can he get it done?
It's a race against
Bingo. And there it is. Are you kidding me? Nick Cappers, a couple years shooting archery, takes his elite to top of the box in Open Pro. Just incredible. Somebody get that guy a bed and a massage. He's got to be exhausted. Wow.
Holy smokes.
$20,000. It's 11 grand from Elite. Wow.
You just made Darren a poor man. How's that feel?
Pretty good.
Nick, tell me how you kept it going there. I mean, the guys were talking about, Nick's got to be getting tired, but you kept getting better.
I mean, all the practice we do at home, it's all for this. It really took me into the shoot off here and made it possible for me to carry it all the way and take first. So it feels good.
Congratulations, Nick Cappers, 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic Open Pro Champ.
Phenomenal shooting. Kyle Douglas's face says it all on the release.
Kyle knew he made a mistake there. I would have shot for a solid 11. Make the guy beat you, you know, if you're going first. But Nick, credit to him, man. All day long, he's up here and just powered through. You know, he wavered a couple times, but it was never enough for anyone to match him.
Just incredible. And now our opportunity to talk to our new champion, Nick Cappers. Congratulations. I mean, I don't even know how many arrows you shot. 70-something to get you here, and it was definitely up and down for you, but I think you're the only one that actually shot a perfect 132 at the end of the day. Well-deserved. How was it?
Good. Felt amazing. Practice putting in all the work to get here. It feels really good.
So obviously you're rejuvenated with adrenaline rush from winning and stuff, but were you starting to feel it just a little bit towards those last couple of arrows, or?
Yeah, I was getting kind of tired coming into the end there. I was getting a little bit more nervous when Kyle stepped up to the podium. I was starting to dip a little bit low and having to kind of throw him up into the 12 ring or the 11 ring.
Well, Nick, you did a good job throwing him up. Now, my question is, you spent so much time out there on that podium. Do you have a hotel room for the night, or are you just going to bring a sleeping bag and pillow in there and post up right there?
I'm probably going to drive home part ways and then grab a hotel.
Okay.
That is definitely a good idea. I think with the purse that you won here, you could probably treat yourself to a nice hotel room.
Probably.
Get a suite with a jacuzzi. I'm sure your back's going to need it.
Yeah, yep.
Well, Nick Cappers, congratulations, our 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic Open Pro champion. Can't wait to see you again. Will we see you in Vegas?
There.
All right, sounds good. All right, well, my thanks to Steve Anderson for joining me in the booth, and thanks to you, everyone out there, for watching, and our Competition Archery media team, and all the people that put this great event on. That'll do it for us for the 2022 Lancaster Archery Classic from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania. We hope you enjoyed the show. We'll see you next year.